Haymarket Books. Chicago, Illinois. Noam Chomsky. And Edward S. Herman. Preface to the 2014 edition. Our study, The Political Economy of Human Rights, originally published 25 years ago, consists of 2 volumes, closely interrelated. The first, entitled The Washington Connection and Third World Fascism, reviews the horrendous reign of terror, torture, violence and slaughter that Washington unleashed against much of the world in the 1960s and 1970s, primarily in the Western Hemisphere and Southeast Asia, including U.S. aggression in Indochina, surely the worst crime of the post-World War II era. The second volume, After the Cataclysm, reviews the immediate aftermath in Indochina along with some relevant but overlooked comparative and historical material. As discussed in the preface to the original publication, the 2 volumes are devoted to both facts and beliefs, the facts insofar as they could be obtained, and beliefs arising from the way facts were selected and interpreted through the distorting prism of a very powerful ideological system, which gains much of its power from the belief that it is free and independent. The earlier history of PEHR, reviewed in a prefatory note to the first volume, illustrates some of the interesting features of the doctrinal system. In brief, an earlier version was published by a small but successful publisher, owned by a major conglomerate. An executive of the conglomerate was offended by its contents, and in order to prevent its appearance shut down the publisher, effectively destroying all its stock. With very rare exceptions, civil libertarians in the U.S. saw no problem in these actions, presumably because control of expression by concentrated private power, as distinct from the state, is considered not only legitimate but even an exercise of freedom, in a perverse sense of freedom that finds a natural place in the prevailing radically anti-libertarian ideology, often called liberal or even libertarian, a matter that will not surprise readers of Orwell. Elsewhere, we have discussed the general character of the doctrinal system more explicitly, reviewing its consequences in a wide array of domains. 1. One useful perspective on the ideological system is provided by a comparison of treatment by media and commentary of their crimes and our own, both the reporting of the facts and the propaganda system's reaction to each. There was a highly revealing illustration at the time we were writing in 1977-78, the Indonesian invasion of East Timor in December 1975, and the Khmer Rouge takeover of Cambodia in April 1975. Our 2 longest and most detailed chapters review these 2 cases, East Timor in Volume I, Cambodia in Volume II. In both cases, information was quite limited. In the case of East Timor, knowledge of the facts was limited by design, a good deal was quite accessible, including coverage in the Australian press. In the case of Cambodia, in contrast, reliable facts were very hard to obtain. There was, however, extensive information about the second element of our inquiry, the belief systems that were constructed. In the case of East Timor, the U.S. reaction was brief, silence or denial. In the case of Cambodia, as we reviewed in detail, the reaction was unrestrained horror at the acts of unspeakable brutality, demonstrating the ultimate evil of the global enemy and its Marxist-Leninist doctrines. The comparison is revealing. In both cases, it was clear that terrible crimes were in process, in the same area of the world, in the same years. There was one striking difference between the 2 cases. The crimes underway in Cambodia could be attributed to an official enemy, at least if U.S. actions, directly death-dealing and also helping lay the basis for further deaths, are overlooked, as they were, and no one had a suggestion as to what might be done to mitigate or end them. In the case of East Timor, the crimes unequivocally traced back to Washington, which gave the green light for the invasion and provided critical military and diplomatic support for the vast atrocities, with the help of its allies, and they could have been ended very easily, simply by orders from Washington. That conclusion, never seriously in doubt, was demonstrated in September 1999, when President Clinton, under intense domestic and international pressure, quietly informed the Indonesian generals that the game was over. They instantly abandoned their strenuous claims to the territory and withdrew, allowing a UN peacekeeping force to enter. In a display of cynicism that mere words cannot capture, this was interpreted as a humanitarian intervention, a sign of the nobility of the West. Point 2. Our chapter on East Timor was far and away the most important in the 2 volumes, precisely because the huge ongoing crimes could have so readily been ended. It passed without mention in the doctrinal system as, indeed, did our detailed review of many other U.S. crimes. In dramatic contrast, a sizable literature has been devoted to our chapter on Cambodia, desperately seeking to discover some error, and with unsupported and unjustifiable claims about our alleged apologetics for Pol Pot. We reviewed those that were even mildly serious in manufacturing consent, and there should be no need to do so again. While evidence about Cambodia in 1978 was slim, enough existed to make it clear, as we wrote, that the record of atrocities in Cambodia is substantial and often gruesome, with a fearful toll, though the available facts bore little relation to the huge chorus of denunciation of the genocidal Marxist rulers. Not all joined in the chorus, including some of the most knowledgeable and respected correspondents, among them Nayun Chanda of the Far Eastern Economic Review. The most striking exceptions were the few people who actually had some significant information about what was happening, the State Department Cambodia specialists, who stressed the limited nature of evidence available at the time we wrote and estimated that deaths from all causes were probably in the tens if not hundreds of thousands, largely from disease, malnutrition, and brutal, rapid change, not mass genocide. Such sources, however, were not useful for the task of ideological reconstruction, so they were ignored. And the tasks were serious ones. One crucial task was to suppress the hideous crimes that the US had committed in Indochina, and even justify them by invoking the catastrophe when the US finally withdrew. That includes Cambodia, where the US Air Force executed Henry Kissinger's orders, originating with Nixon, for a massive bombing campaign in Cambodia. Anything that flies on anything that moves in rural Cambodia. A related task was to turn the anti-war movement into the guilty parties by charging them with denying enemy crimes and even for preventing, non-existent, Western efforts to overcome them. Amazingly, Western intellectuals even rose to these demands. Point 3. When some information about East Timor finally seeped through the ideological filters, it became necessary to explain why the US government had been so fully engaged in these terrible crimes which went on through 1999 and why the free press had failed to bring them to public attention while focusing attention on crimes of the official enemy that were beyond our control. The obvious explanation, confirmed in innumerable other cases, could not be accepted. A more structurally serious explanation was offered by the respected correspondent William Shawcross, a comparative lack of sources and lack of access to refugees. In short, the extensive information in the Australian media was unavailable to Western journalists in comparison to the very scattered data about Cambodia, and it is far more difficult to travel to Lisbon or Melbourne to interview the thousands of refugees there than to trek through the jungle on the Thai-Cambodia border. Most chose a different approach. James Fallows explained that the US averted its eyes from East Timor and could have done far more than it did to distance itself from the carnage that it was purposefully implementing. Later, in her famous study of our failure to respond properly to the crimes of others, current UN Ambassador Samantha Power wrote that the United States looked away when Indonesia invaded East Timor, killing perhaps 1/4 of its population. In fact, the US looked right there from the first moment, and continued to for 25 years until finally deciding to end the criminal aggression by its favored client. Point 4. The basic facts were never obscure, at least to those interested in their own responsibility for what happens in the world. When Indonesia invaded, the UN sought to react but was blocked by the United States. The reasons were explained by UN Ambassador Daniel P. Moynihan, widely lauded as a dedicated advocate of international law and morality. In his 1978 memoirs, he wrote with pride about his achievements after the Indonesian invasion and its grim aftermath, of which, he makes clear, he was well aware. In his words, the United States wished things to turn out as they did, and worked to bring this about. the Department of State desired that the United Nations prove utterly ineffective in whatever measures it undertook. This task was given to me, and I carried it forward with no inconsiderable success. 5. Khmer Rouge atrocities peaked in 1978, and were ended when Vietnam invaded and drove the Khmer Rouge out of the country. The U.S. immediately turned to supporting the Khmer Rouge under the name Democratic Kampuchea, while continuing its support of Indonesia's ongoing crimes in East Timor. The reasons were candidly explained by the State Department. The continuity of Democratic Kampuchea with the Pol Pot regime unquestionably made it more representative of the Cambodian people than the Timorese resistance Fretilin is of the Timorese people. 6. The doctrinal system remained unaffected. The pattern is pervasive. To move to another area, consider Latin America, the traditional U.S. backyard. In Volume I, we reviewed some of the horrifying consequences of U.S. policies there from the early 1960s. The plague of repression that spread over the continent hit Central America with full force after we wrote, always with crucial U.S. participation and initiative. The general picture is well known to scholarship. John Coatsworth observes that from 1960 to the Soviet collapse in 1990, the numbers of political prisoners, torture victims, and executions of nonviolent political dissenters in Latin America vastly exceeded those in the Soviet Union and its East European satellites, 7 including many religious martyrs, and mass slaughter as well, consistently supported or initiated in Washington. Needless to say, the conventional picture within the ideological system is reversed. Another and related reversal is even more dramatic. In recent years, much of Latin America has broken free from U.S. domination, a development of enormous historical significance, illustrated in many ways. One has to do with the topic of our study. During the period we reviewed, Latin America was a primary center of torture worldwide. No longer. The extent to which that has changed is revealed in an important study by the Open Society Foundation that reviewed global participation in the CIA program of extraordinary rendition. This program, initiated by George W. Bush, sends suspects to favored dictators so that they can be tortured and might provide some testimony, true or false. It doesn't much matter, that can be used to expedite U.S. terror operations. 8 Virtually the entire world participated, the Middle East, of course, because that was where the selected torturers were, and most of Europe. In fact, only one region was absent from the record of shame, Latin America. 9. The implications are evident, and have reached the doctrinal system in much the same fashion as those reviewed at length in these 2 volumes. Preface. This is a companion volume to the Washington Connection and Third World Fascism. The final chapter of Volume I examined U.S. intervention in Vietnam up to the collapse of the Saigon regime in April 1975, including its real and nominal purposes, the balance and interplay of terror and violence, and the images constructed by the propaganda system. The main body of this volume, chapters 4, 5, 6, is devoted to the post-war condition of the 3 states of Indochina, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, Kampuchea, respectively. The time frame of the discussion is from mid-1975 to the end of 1978. As in Volume I, the discussion has a double focus, on Indochina itself and on the West, primarily, the United States, in relation to Indochina. We will consider the facts about post-war Indochina insofar as they can be ascertained, but a major emphasis will be on the ways in which these facts have been interpreted, filtered, distorted, or modified by the ideological institutions of the West. Chapter 1 presents the general background. In Chapter 2, we review some historical precedents reflecting our dual concern. Specifically, we will consider the treatment of the defeated enemy during and after other conflicts, and the ways in which the Western intelligentsia have tended to relate to state power in the past. In Chapter 3 we turn to the interesting pattern of responses in the West to the plight of refugees during the period under review. In this preface, we will take note of several themes that will be developed in detail in Chapters 4 to 6 and also consider the Vietnam-Cambodia conflict and the invasion of Cambodia by Vietnamese forces in December 1978 to January 1979, which brought to an end the first phase of the post-war era and set the stage for a new period which, we suspect, will bring renewed agony and bloodshed to Indochina. The ferocious US attack on Indochina left the countries devastated, facing almost insuperable problems. The agricultural systems of these peasant societies were seriously damaged or destroyed. Much of the population was driven into urban slums, in part, in a conscious effort to destroy the social base of the revolutionary movement, in part as an inevitable consequence of the unleashing of advanced military technology against defenseless rural peoples. With the economies in ruins, the foreign aid that kept much of the population alive terminated, and the artificial colonial implantations no longer functioning, it was a condition of survival to turn, or return, the populations to productive work. The victors in Cambodia undertook drastic and often brutal measures to accomplish this task, simply forcing the urban population to the countryside where they were compelled to live the lives of poor peasants, now organized in a decentralized system of communes. At a heavy cost, these measures appear to have overcome the dire and destructive consequences of the US war by 1978. Vietnam, in contrast, actually diverted very scarce resources in an effort to maintain the artificially inflated living standards of the more privileged sectors of Saigonese society, while encouraging migration to new economic zones in which productive work could be undertaken. For almost 3 years, the capitalist heart of southern Vietnam remained largely untouched by the country's new communist rulers, one a dependent and unproductive economic sector that the country could hardly tolerate for long. In March 1978, private businesses were closed in Saigon and measures were introduced to eliminate cash hoarding, convinced that a harsh life of agricultural labor awaits them in Vietnam's new economic zones. Thousands of ethnic Chinese from Colon have fled the country in small fishing boats. The exodus was accelerated by intensifying conflict between Vietnam and China and by the disastrous floods of the fall of 1978, which had an extremely severe effect throughout the region, leading to serious food shortages except in Cambodia, which was apparently able to overcome the disaster effectively. In a sense, the refugee flow from Vietnam in 1978 is comparable to the forced resettlement of the urban population of Cambodia in 1975. Meanwhile in Laos, efforts to return peasants to their homes in areas devastated by the US attack appear to have been fairly successful, and there has also been an exodus of more privileged urban elements to Thailand, along with a far larger flight of mountain tribesmen who had been organized by the CIA to fight against the Lao revolutionary forces that are now in power. The West has generally assigned all the tribulations and suffering of Indochina to the evils of communism, without, however, suggesting some different and more humane way to deal with problems of the sort that the West has never faced. Or to mention a still more significant lapse, while the West sanctimoniously deplores the failure of the people of Indochina to solve the problems and overcome the suffering that are in large measure a result of Western intervention, it feels no compulsion to offer assistance, either guided by the humanitarianism that is constantly preached or as reparations. Occasionally, one finds some recognition of this failure. Thus the editor of the Far Eastern Economic Review, while denouncing the cynical policies that have created a loathsome society in communist Vietnam, adds, parenthetically, that if the blame is to be traced further back to its source, Vietnam's switch to doctrinaire socialism and its economic crisis, and thus its present dependence on Moscow, are attributable to those countries who have denied any aid or other encouragement to the increasingly desperate appeals of the now defeated moderates. 3. He does not name these countries, but primary among them is the United States, which has refused aid and sought to block it from other sources, and has even rejected normal trade relations while rebuffing all Vietnamese efforts at normalization. The editor's formulation betrays a certain naivete, typical of Western journalism and scholarship. He does not consider the background in policy for this denial of aid and encouragement. A major thrust of U.S. policy has been to create harsh conditions for its victims struggling to rebuild viable societies, transferring to them the blame for their distress even when this is very directly related to imperial violence. This is the fate that a country in the US sphere must endure if it successfully exits from the free world and tries to use its resources for its own purposes rather than adopting the dependency model favored by the privileged in the industrial societies. The policy of imposing hardship was followed in the case of China and Cuba, and is now being implemented once again to punish Indochina. While extremely ugly, the policy is rational enough from the standpoint of the leadership of the free world. Two interesting contrasts come to mind. After World War II, Germany and Japan were given substantial aid, although they were aggressor nations, with many of their leaders tried and executed for this crime, rather than victims of an unprovoked foreign attack. They were, however, under US control. The aid flowed because of their reintegration into the free world and serviceability to US interests. A second contrast is between Indochina and, say, Indonesia or Paraguay. As discussed in Volume I, these and other countries in the US sphere are major human rights violators, but although human rights is the soul of our foreign policy, for these states are not only recognized by the United States and trade freely with it, but they are also recipients of aid and special financial privileges. They only abuse their own citizens or the victims of their aggression, while carefully protecting the rights and privileges of substantial foreign interests. They have the property rights priorities that have real significance in explaining the human rights pretense discussed in Volume I. The contrast to US Indochina policy could hardly be more dramatic. The media response to the travail of the people of Indochina is discussed at length in this volume. The free press has fulfilled its primary obligations to the state by averting Western eyes from the carnage of the war and effacing US responsibility. As noted, all problems are attributed to the evils of communism. The propaganda barrage has not only been highly selective, but has also involved substantial falsification. All in all, the performance of the free press in helping to reconstruct a badly mauled imperial ideology has been eminently satisfactory. The only casualties have been truth, decency, and the prospects for a more humane world. While all of the countries of Indochina have been subjected to endless denunciations in the West for their loathsome qualities and unaccountable failure to find humane solutions to their problems, Cambodia was a particular target of abuse. In fact, it became virtually a matter of dogma in the West that the regime was the very incarnation of evil with no redeeming qualities, and that the handful of demonic creatures who had somehow taken over the country were systematically massacring and starving the population. How the 9 men at the center were able to achieve this feat or why they chose to pursue the strange course of auto-genocide were questions that were rarely pursued. Evidence suggesting popular support for the regime among certain strata, particularly the poorer peasants, was ignored or dismissed with revulsion and contempt. The fact that peasants in cooperatives were reported to work a 9-hour day, sometimes more, evoked outrage and horror on the part of commentators who seemed to find no difficulty in coming to terms with the far more onerous conditions of labor, often near slavery, that are common within the US sphere of influence, such as those of Iranian slum dwellers or Latin American Indians described in Volume I. At the same time, any scrap of evidence that would contribute to the desired image was eagerly seized, and regularly amplified, no matter how unreliable the source. Ordinary critical examination of sources, indeed, any effort to discover the truth, was regarded as a serious moral lapse. Furthermore, there was substantial fabrication of evidence. We will review these matters in detail in Chapter 6. There has been remarkably little serious effort to try to determine or comprehend what really happened in Cambodia during the period we are considering, although a few serious scholars concerned with Cambodia have, as we shall see, tried in vain to bring a measure of sanity and understanding to the discussion. Some have also warned of the consequences of the hysteria that was being whipped up in the West. Charles Meyer, a conservative French specialist on Cambodia, who was close to Prince Sihanouk for many years, warned that the accusations against the regime in Cambodia might become the pretext of a Vietnamese invasion for a pretended liberation of the Khmer people. 5. He urged a more rational stance, with an attempt to evaluate evidence and to consider the historical and cultural context. His advice and warning were ignored. Those who failed to heed such warnings by Meyer and others, preferring to join in the international hysteria whatever the facts, undoubtedly contributed to exactly the consequence Meyer feared. Some well-informed observers give considerable weight to this factor. Nayun Chanda, analyzing the background for the Vietnamese invasion, suggests that of the many factors involved the most crucial may have been Hanoi's feeling that politically it was this dry season or never. Since the international image of Cambodia was slowly changing, some observers are convinced that had the Cambodian regime got a year's reprieve, its internal and international image would have been improved enough to make any Vietnamese drive difficult if not impossible. 6. But relying on the international image that had been created as of late 1978, Vietnam could still assume that it would escape serious censure. As the London Economist observed, if Vietnam believed that, because the Cambodia regime was almost universally condemned, criticism of the invasion would be muted, its belief was correct. The Economist then indicated that it shared this attitude. 7 Whether peasants of Cambodia share it as well is another question, but one which is naturally of little concern to the West. When the fall of Phnom Penh was imminent, the Pol Pot regime dispatched Sihanouk to present its case at the United Nations. Sihanouk had been kept under house arrest by the regime and obviously had little use for its leadership, nor they for him, given the long history of bitter struggle prior to the Lon Nol coup of 1970, as Sihanouk's government sought to destroy them while suppressing the peasant rebellions with violence and brutality. Nevertheless, Sihanouk declared his loyalty to that government and condemned the Vietnamese-imposed regime as mere puppets. I did not participate in the Pol Pot government. I was virtually their prisoner for 3 years and now I must come and represent them. I am a patriot. They are patriots, they are courageous fighters, I cannot say for freedom but for national independence. 8. While under house arrest, Sihanouk obviously had little opportunity to observe what was happening in the country. Nevertheless, his reactions are of some interest. He presented a dual picture, on the one hand, oppression, regimentation, and terror, on the other, constructive achievements for much of the population. As for the latter, he informed the press in Peking that when Pol Pot organized the working people, it was good. The progress in agriculture was tremendous and in industry it was good. I do not make propaganda for Pol Pot, he is not my friend. But I do not want to criticize without justification. 9. Sihanouk reported that he was taken 5 or 6 times on trips through the countryside. The people work very hard, but they are not unhappy. On the contrary, they smile. On their lips we could hear songs, revolutionary songs naturally, not love songs. I prefer love songs. I was a crooner, I composed many love songs, but the revolutionary songs are not so bad. And the children, they played. They had no toys but they could run, they could laugh. They could eat bananas, which they had in the gardens of the cooperatives, and the food of the cooperatives was not bad, naturally not as good as my food in Phnom Penh, but good. They are not fat like me, but they are not skinny. 10. Suppose there was a reign of terror. How could they laugh? How could they sing? How could they be so very gay? It seems that they are not terrorized. If the regime forced them to smile, we would see immediately that the smile is not natural, but I know my people well and the smile is quite natural. 11. Speaking before the United Nations, Sihanouk described democratic Kampuchea as a nation in full economic upswing, possessing vast rice paddies ever more admirably and fully irrigated and innumerable fields where fruit trees, maize, sugar cane, all kinds of vegetables and other crops grow in great profusion, discounting for rhetorical excesses in the context of an attempt to construct a case against the Vietnamese invasion, and noting the limitations on his information, still it is noteworthy that Sihanouk was offering a positive picture of the achievements of the regime he despised, rather than, for example, seeking to associate himself with the Cambodian group placed in power in Phnom Penh by the Vietnamese army, as he might have done once he had left China, or simply dissociating himself at once from the conflict. Sihanouk balanced this positive account with critical comment. He qualified his remarks in Peking by adding that he was speaking only about basic rights in praising the regime. We are not animals like oxen and buffalo which work in the fields making rice. Yes, we make rice too, but we are not just animals. 12. He also objected to restrictions on free practice of religion and the right to travel very freely, not to be confined to the cooperatives, to be able to go to France for vacation, to roam freely, and the right to love and be loved, the right to choose your wife and be with your wife and children all the time, and not be separated. 13. At the United Nations he expanded on the subject of violations of human rights by Pol Pot, describing his suffering under confinement despite the privileges afforded him and his loss of contact with his children and grandchildren, whose fate he does not know. 14. Sihanouk's children by his present wife were allowed to stay with him, but his 2 daughters by a previous marriage were married and had to accompany their husbands to the countryside. He was unable to protect them from the draft of workers for the rural cooperatives. 15. That is, they became peasants, as did virtually everyone in Cambodia. Sihanouk also reported that he had heard stories of terrible atrocities over BBC and Voice of America, but naturally was unable to verify these accounts, which he said he hoped were not true. Though Sihanouk's evidence was very limited, what information is now available, and it is neither extensive nor very reliable for the most part, indicates that his dual picture may well be accurate, as we shall see when we review the evidence in detail. The positive side of his picture has been virtually censored out of the Western media, at least until the visit by 2 U.S. journalists in December 1978. The negative side, much of which Sihanouk heard on the foreign radio, has been presented to a mass audience in a barrage with few historical parallels, apart from wartime propaganda. It may well be that elements of both pictures are accurate. As for the negative side, there can be little doubt that the war was followed by an outbreak of violence, massacre, and repression, and it seems that bloody purges continued throughout the period under review. It is also beyond question that the entire population was compelled to share the lives of the poorer peasants. The first of these consequences is an atrocity by anyone's standards, though, as we shall see, there are unanswered questions as to its character, scale, and locus of responsibility. The second is an atrocity by Western standards, though it is worth noting that the peasants may not regard it as an atrocity if others are compelled to live as they do, just as it is unclear how much they miss the opportunity to have vacations in France. It is quite important to stress, in this connection, that while the West is appalled that privileged urban elements are compelled to live the life of peasants, it does not regard peasant life in itself as an atrocity. Rather, this is the normal state of affairs. It is not regarded as a continuing atrocity, for example, that malnutrition is a chronic condition that seems to many to be getting worse in areas like South Asia, stunting millions of lives by retarding physical and mental development, and indirectly causing millions of deaths. 16. While Western scorn and ire are focused on Indochina and its continuing misery, we hear little condemnation of neighboring Thailand, a potentially rich country that has suffered neither colonialism nor war. In fact, for over a decade, Thailand's economy had experienced an artificial boom, due mainly to American military spending, which accounted for half the growth of gross national product in the 1960s. 17. A confidential report of the World Bank gives a damning indictment of the policies of the ruling elite that have left 9 million people, a third of the population, in absolute poverty, while real incomes, particularly in the North and Northeast, have stagnated or declined. The report may finally bury any vestiges of official optimism on the situation in rural areas, where poverty is increasing to near starvation levels among rice farmers, while incomes of unskilled rural workers, a rapidly expanding group as Thai agriculture becomes commercialized, are as low as those of subsistence rice farmers of the Northeast. And as a further price of modernization, in 1973 there were 400,000 drug addicts, 300,000 prostitutes, and 55,000 children under 5 who died of malnutrition. The World Bank study also explains the social structure and relations of power that lead inexorably to these consequences. 18. As we have discussed in Volume I, these conditions, now extended over a large part of the Third World, are the direct result of U.S. intervention over many decades. It is an important part of Western ideological self-protection to present these effects as unexplained natural phenomena, not atrocities. Thus, no condemnation is leveled at the Thai elite for creating this situation and maintaining it by force. Nor has the United States become an international pariah because of its direct responsibility for the worsening conditions of the millions of peasants who are suffering in this relatively favored country. It is hardly to be expected that peasants in Southeast Asia or elsewhere will be much impressed by the discriminating judgments of Western moralists. It is perhaps more likely that they would be impressed by the positive side of the developments in Cambodia described by Sihanouk. The conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia, which entered a new phase in January 1979, had its roots in historical antagonisms exacerbated by imperial conquest. Although there were periods of cooperation in the war against French and later U.S. aggression, the relations between the Vietnamese communists and the Cambodian revolutionaries were frequently strained and often bitter. 19 In the post-1975 period, the border conflict became the focus of these antagonisms, though the dispute ran far deeper. As Heder points out, behind the current conflict between Kampuchea and Vietnam and their governing communist parties lie differences so profound that each revolution stands as an implicit critique of the other. With regard to the border issue, Heder points out that it is at once secondary and crucial to the conflict. It is secondary, because it is only a symptom of wider disagreements and because only a relatively small area is in dispute, despite the propaganda charges made at times by both sides. It is crucial, however, because of its role as a barometer for the Kampucheans. The government uses it to gauge Vietnamese attitudes, and the population employs it to measure the regime's nationalist credentials. From the Cambodian point of view, the border conflict raises intense fear of racial and national extinction. Although the Kampucheans may have fired the first shots, they considered their action a response to de facto Vietnamese aggression by long-term occupation of Kampuchean land. 20. For the Vietnamese, Cambodian incursions had been a serious irritant since 1975, causing destruction and death, and sometimes massacre of civilians, and hampering projects of economic development. The problem became far more severe as the simmering conflict with China, which was easily detectable years earlier, 21, grew to significant proportions. This conflict, combined with the closing off of other options by the United States as described above, compelled the Vietnamese to ally more closely with the Soviet Union, while Cambodia allied itself with China. Thus the local conflict was further embittered as it gained an international dimension. 22 The U.S.-China agreements must have further increased Vietnamese concern over the unsettled and often bloody border conflict. Ideological differences no doubt also played a role, as did the very different character and process of the social revolution in the two countries. A limited Vietnamese invasion was beaten back in December 1977. The full-scale invasion of December 1978 was successful in conquering the roads and towns of Cambodia and imposing a pro-Vietnamese government in Phnom Penh. Apart from that, its prospects and consequences seem quite unclear. The 1978-79 invasion began, as had been predicted, with the advent of the dry season in December. U.S. government sources reported on December 2 that a full-scale dry season offensive by Vietnamese troops has shattered a Cambodian army division in the worst setback the Phnom Penh government has suffered in the 18-month-old conflict. 23 On the same day, a drive to establish a liberated zone was announced in Hanoi, in the name of the Kampuchean National United Front for National Salvation, NUFNS, consisting of Cambodian refugees organized and trained by Vietnam. 24 Shortly after, Cambodian Premier Pol Pot announced a policy of protracted war in the face of the overwhelming military superiority of the Vietnamese. 25 An all-out invasion took place on December 25, and according to Western sources, succeeded in entrapping almost half of Cambodia's 30,000-man army, who were believed to have been decimated by a concentration of artillery fire and aerial bombing. 26 A 100 000-man Vietnamese force backed by 15 to 20,000 NUFNS troops and equipped with aircraft, tanks, and other advanced weaponry proceeded to take military objectives throughout Cambodia, as the Cambodian forces retreated into the jungle, where preparations had begun months earlier, under Chinese guidance, for a long drawn-out guerrilla resistance. 27. Credible evidence is so sparse that it is difficult to assess the prospects for this guerrilla resistance. As we write, early February, 1979, Western analysts are reporting substantial successes for guerrilla forces throughout much of the country, with the Vietnamese troops controlling the towns and roads and the Pol Pot forces moving freely in much of the countryside. 28 It is clear that the Vietnamese do not believe that the regime they have placed in power in Phnom Penh can control the situation. They have not withdrawn any forces, and in fact may have supplemented them. According to the approved version in the Soviet Union and the West, the Cambodian people who have been groaning under their persecution should have welcomed the NUFNs as liberators and turned on the handful of oppressors who had been subjecting them to systematic programs of massacre and starvation. Apparently, that did not happen. In a lame attempt to deal with their problem, some commentators point out that although the Cambodian army is fighting fiercely, the farmers in the countryside are not resisting the advancing Vietnamese and rebel troops. 29 This is supposed to show that the farmers did not support the Pol Pot regime. Perhaps they did not, but this will hardly serve as evidence, unless the same commentators are willing to conclude that French farmers did not support their government in 1940, not to mention the fact that France was not outnumbered 7-1 by Germany, or 10-1. If we believe the accounts of systematic massacre circulated in the Soviet bloc and the West, nor was it vastly inferior in armaments. Exactly how farmers are to resist armored columns remains unexplained as well. Some commentators, apparently troubled by the failure of the population to turn against their genocidal leaders and to rally to the support of the new Cambodian regime that has liberated them from their torture, have sought other explanations. Henry Combe, one of the major proponents of the theory of autogenocide, writes that fear of revenge is believed to be inhibiting the growth of widespread popular support for the Vietnamese and the new Cambodian regime of President Hung Samrin that has been installed in Phnom Penh, a fact that will require Vietnam to commit major forces indefinitely to prop up the Hung Samrin government. 30 How the 9 men in the center are to exact this revenge, given the assumption that the population subjected to their genocidal programs opposed them with near unanimity, Combe does not explain. 31 In fact, the historical precedent is for a conquered population to accommodate quickly and without great difficulty to the rule of a foreign enemy or of imposed quislings, as in France during World War II. Surely one would have expected an overwhelming and joyous welcome for the Hung Samrin regime by virtually the entire population if the version of recent history that Combe and his colleagues in the Free Press have been propounding had any merit. The limited evidence currently available suggests a rather different picture. The Cambodian resistance to the Vietnamese invasion of December-January lends credence to the dual picture described by Sihanouk. The Vietnamese invasion can be explained, but it cannot be justified. What its consequences will be, one can only guess. It may succeed in establishing in power a friendly regime that will be accepted by the population, or it may lead to the virtual extinction of Khmer nationalism, or it may set the stage for a long and bloody war, with agonizing consequences for the tormented people of Indochina and serious implications beyond. The United Nations Security Council debate was a depressing scene. The New York Times reported an anomalous air of jollity, quoting a diplomat who was enjoying the wit and restraint and who commented that perhaps the world has grown up a little since those days when the atmosphere was one of grim tension. 32 To appreciate the anomaly, one must bear in mind that the delegates taking part in the jollity accepted Sihanouk's analysis that the Vietnamese invasion was comparable to the Nazi invasion of France. It is an open question whether the consolidation of nation-states in Indochina will proceed at anything like the level of barbarism and violence that characterized the same process in Europe or the United States over the past several centuries. Given the major and continuing Western role in contributing to misery in Indochina, the barely concealed pleasure over continuing tragedy is as contemptible as the deep hypocrisy of typical Western commentary. 1. The setting. 1.1 The U.S. impact on Indochina. The U.S. war in Indochina began as one of innumerable examples of counter-revolutionary intervention throughout the world. As a result of the wholly unanticipated level of resistance of the Vietnamese revolutionaries, and later their allies when the United States spread the war to the rest of Indochina, it was gradually transformed into one of the most destructive and murderous attacks on a civilian population in history, as the world's most powerful military machine was unleashed against peasant societies with extremely limited means of self-defense and lacking the capacity to strike back at the source of aggression. The main outlines of the U.S. war are well documented. After World War II, the United States determined to back French imperialism in its effort to destroy what planners clearly recognized to be an indigenous nationalist movement in Vietnam, which declared independence in 1945 and vainly sought recognition and aid from the United States. The French U.S. repacification effort failed. In 1954, France accepted a political settlement at Geneva, which, if adhered to by the United States, would have led to independence for the three countries of Indochina. Unwilling to accept the terms of the settlement, the United States undertook at once to subvert them. A client regime was established in South Vietnam which immediately rejected the basic framework of the agreements, launched a fierce repression in the South, and refused to permit the elections to unify the two administrative zones of the country as laid down in the Geneva Accords, see Volume I, Chapter 5. In the 1950s, the United States still hoped to be able to reconquer all of Vietnam. Later, it limited its aims to maintaining control over South Vietnam and incorporating it into the free world by any necessary means. Direct involvement of U.S. armed forces in military action against the South Vietnamese began in 1961-62. Meanwhile in Laos the United States also successfully undermined the Geneva political settlement and prevented any sharing of power by the Pathet Lao, the left-wing resistance forces that had fought the French and won the 1958 election despite a major U.S. effort to prevent this outcome. The United States then turned to subversion and fraud, setting off a civil war in which, as in South Vietnam, the right-wing military backed by the United States was unable to hold its own. Meanwhile, Cambodia was able to maintain independence despite continual harassment by U.S. clients in Thailand and South Vietnam and an unsuccessful effort at subversion in the late 1950s. By the early 1960s, virtually all parties concerned, apart from the United States and its various local clients, were making serious efforts to avoid an impending war by neutralizing South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, that is, removing them from external, overwhelmingly U.S. influence and control. Such an outcome was anathema to the U.S. leadership. President Johnson informed Ambassador Lodge in 1964 that his mission was knocking down the idea of neutralization wherever it rears its ugly head. The United States was deeply concerned to prevent any negotiated political settlement because, as is easily documented, its planners and leaders assumed that the groups that they backed could not possibly survive peaceful competition. Once again the United States succeeded in preventing a peaceful settlement. In South Vietnam, it stood in opposition to all significant political forces, however anti-communist, imposing the rule of a military clique that was willing to serve U.S. interests. By January 1965, the United States was compelled to undermine its own puppet, General Khan. He was attempting to form what Ambassador Taylor called a dangerous coalition with the Buddhists, who were not acting in the interests of the nation, as General Westmoreland explained. What is more, Khan was apparently trying to make peace with the NLF, quite possibly a factor that lay behind the elimination of his predecessors. At that point, the United States, which stood alone in understanding the interests of the nation in South Vietnam, had no alternative but to extend its already substantial military campaign against the rural society of the South, where the overwhelming majority of the population lived. The United States therefore launched a full-scale invasion in a final effort to destroy the organized popular forces in the South. The invasion was accompanied by the bombing of North Vietnam, undertaken to lay some basis for the claim that the United States was defending the South against external aggression, and in the hope that the DRV would use its influence to bring the Southern Rebellion to a halt and permit the United States to attain its goals. This maneuver failed. The DRV responded by sending limited forces to the south, as most U.S. planners had anticipated. Meanwhile, the United States began the systematic bombing of South Vietnam, at 3 times the level of the more publicized and more protested bombing of the North. The war also intensified in Laos, with U.S. bombing from 1964 and military operations by a clandestine army of Hmong tribesmen, organized and directed by the CIA to supplement the inept official army trained and armed by the U.S. military. U.S. outposts in northern Laos were guiding the bombing of North Vietnam from Thai bases. By this time Thai and North Vietnamese forces were also engaged, though on a considerably smaller scale. By 1968, the United States was conducting a bombing campaign of extraordinary severity in northern Laos, far removed from the war in South Vietnam. By 1969 the sporadic U.S. Saigon attacks on Cambodia had escalated to intensive bombardment, and after the coup of March, 1970, which overthrew the Sihanouk government, Cambodia too was plunged into the inferno. U.S. Saigon military actions began 2 days after the coup, and a full-scale invasion, called a limited incursion, took place at the end of April. Limited, as it turned out, largely because of the unprecedented demonstration of protest in the United States. This invasion and the subsequent bombing, particularly in 1973, led to vast suffering and destruction throughout the country. All of these efforts failed. In January 1973 the United States signed a peace treaty in Paris which virtually recapitulated the NLF program of the early 1960s. This was interpreted as a stunning diplomatic victory in the United States. The United States government announced at once that it would disregard every essential provision of this treaty, and proceeded to do so, attempting again to conquer South Vietnam, now through the medium of the vastly expanded military forces it organized, trained, advised, and supplied. In a most remarkable display of servility, the Free Press misrepresented the new agreement in accordance with the Kissinger-Nixon version, which was diametrically opposed to the text on every crucial point, thus failing to bring out the significance of the U.S. theo-subversion of the major elements of the agreement. This misrepresentation of the actual terms of the agreement set the stage for indignation at the North Vietnamese response and the sudden collapse of the puppet regime. 1. All of these U.S. efforts dating back to the 1940s eventually failed. By April 1975, U.S. clients had been defeated in all parts of Indochina, leaving incredible carnage, bitterness, and near insoluble problems of reconstruction. The United States thereafter refused reparations or aid, and exerted its considerable influence to block assistance from elsewhere. Even trade is blocked by the United States, in a striking display of malice. 2. Historical comparisons are of only limited value. Too many factors vary from case to case, but it nevertheless may be suggestive to compare the situation in Indochina after 1975 with that of Western Europe as World War II came to an end. Western Europe was, of course, a group of advanced industrial countries which had, furthermore, suffered much less damage than the peasant societies brutalized by the United States in Indochina. Nevertheless, substantial U.S. assistance was provided to reconstruct industrial capitalism and to tame the labor movement and the popular resistance forces. 3. The harsh winters of the early post-war years brought Great Britain almost to its knees, and years went by before the effects of the war in Western Europe were overcome. The early years were marked by brutal massacres, forced labor, and re-education for prisoners of war, and other measures of retribution. See Chapter 2, Section 2. In Indochina, the problems of reconstruction after 1975 were incomparably more severe. The destruction of the land and the social structure far surpassed anything in the industrial democracies subjected to Nazi attack and occupation. There are still no reparations or aid from the United States, and only very limited assistance from elsewhere. The most severe natural catastrophes in many decades have caused further havoc, as have conflicts of an extremely serious nature between Vietnam and Cambodia, and Vietnam and China. These conflicts the United States regards with satisfaction. As Secretary of Defense Harold Brown explained in an address to the Trilateral Commission, composed of elite groups in the United States, Japan, and Western Europe, the Cambodia-Vietnam conflict does take the pressure off AC on the U.S. Southeast Asian allies, while in the long run the Vietnamese attempts at minor league hegemonism is likely to preoccupy the communist powers in Southeast Asia for some time to come, for these conflicts are also helpful to U.S. policy by further impeding the difficult tasks of reconstruction and creating still more destruction in the lands ravaged by the U.S. military machine. Vast social changes are imperative in Indochina to overcome centuries of injustice and oppression exacerbated by French colonialism, with its brutal and destructive impact on the peasant society, little recognized or appreciated in the West. Still more urgent, even a matter of sheer survival, is the need to return to the countryside the millions of people driven into urban concentrations by U.S. violence. The artificial Western implantations which survived on a foreign dole must be dismantled, and quickly, if the population is to survive. On this matter, all competent authorities agree. It is difficult to imagine how the task might be accomplished without considerable further suffering and disruption under the best of circumstances. Certainly, the far wealthier Western societies, which had suffered much less from World War II, would have had great difficulty in dealing with their far more limited problems without enormous foreign assistance, and would no doubt have been compelled to resort to draconian measures. It is worth noting that despite their enormous wealth and advantage, the Western powers have never conceived of undertaking serious programs directed to the welfare of the impoverished majority in the underdeveloped countries under their domination and influence, and would have no idea how to proceed even if, in some stunning reversal of history, they were to devote themselves to these ends. While Western elites are always keen to denounce injustice beyond their reach from their position of privilege that derives from centuries of brutal exploitation, the task of overcoming degradation and poverty within their own realms merits nothing more than occasional rhetorical flights, and they have demonstrated their talents and concern primarily in devising new forms of brutality and oppression when their own interests are threatened. Under existing conditions, it is not clear that the tasks facing the post-war regimes in Indochina can be accomplished at all. By the standards of Western European or U.S. history, one should expect brutality, oppression, and recurrent warfare as these problems are confronted. While the countries of Indochina face their perhaps insuperable tasks, the United States and its allies have tasks as well. One is to reconstruct recent history so as to present their past role in a better light. A second is to ensure that the countries that have freed themselves from Western dominion face harsh and severe conditions. The reasons are primarily to teach the lesson that exit from the free world in the interest of national autonomy is the worst fate that a subject people can endure, and to provide a post hoc justification for U.S. intervention by showing the awful consequences of its defeat. It is obvious that the most severe consequences have followed directly from the original U.S. intervention. It is beyond question that Indochina would be a far happier place if the United States had refrained from backing the French imperial conquest, or had been willing to accept the political settlement of 1954, the neutralization proposals advanced by everyone from de Gaulle to the NLF in 1962-64, or the Paris Accords of 1973. It is both irrational and deeply immoral for the propaganda systems of the West to pretend that Western sensibilities are shocked by post-war atrocities and suffering, a transparent effort to efface its own record of barbarism primarily, though not solely, that of the leader of the free world. But total irrationality has never offered much of an impediment to propagandists in the past, and as we shall see, it is no more of a problem in the present case. As usual, a fair degree of fabrication and deceit also comes in handy. Given the monolithic character of the media and scholarship, which tolerate little dissent, these efforts have achieved extraordinary success. We will now turn to a more detailed discussion of some particular aspects of this amazing story and will see how these various themes run their predictable course in connection with each of the countries of Indochina, observing how the West is proceeding to come to terms with its crimes. In the course of this discussion, we will also consider some relevant background. 1.2 The United States in Vietnam, a partial victory. The war in Vietnam ended with a defeat for U.S. imperial violence, but only a partial defeat, a significant fact. The U.S. expeditionary force of over 500,000 men in South Vietnam became a drugged, mutinous and demoralized rabble and was withdrawn. U.S. leaders had painfully learned a lesson familiar to their predecessors: a conscript army is ill-suited to fight a colonial war with its inevitable barbarism and incessant atrocities against helpless civilians. Such a war is better left to hired killers such as the French Foreign Legion or native mercenaries, or in the modern period to an advanced technology that leaves some psychic distance between the murderers and their victims. Although even B-52 pilots reportedly began to object when Nixon and Kissinger dispatched them to devastate Hanoi in December 1972 in a final effort to compel the North Vietnamese to accept AU's dictated peace. 6. The United States was never able to construct a viable Quisling government or organize local forces capable of maintaining the U.S. creation against its Vietnamese enemies. As Richard West remarks, when the Communists launched their attack in March 1975, they were still outnumbered by more than 3-1 in manpower and still more in equipment, in spite of the claims to the contrary issued from Saigon, but the South, that is, the U.S. client regime and its supporters, had simply lost the will to go on fighting. Historian Joseph Buttinger comments that its swift and dramatic collapse was not the result of an overwhelming attack by superior military forces and came about because of the degree of moral disintegration the South Vietnamese army had reached in 1975, which in turn reflected the degree of moral and political decay to which South Vietnamese society had sunk after years of increasing political terror, mass misery, and corruption. 7. That is, after years of U.S. nation-building efforts. As seen by T.D. Allman, one of the most outstanding of the war correspondents for many years, the U.S. policy of refugee generation created what Senator Fulbright called a society of prostitutes and mercenaries, and the caricature of civilization produced in South Vietnam by the American way of war is what now accounts for the collapse of a state that never had any economic, political, or social basis except that provided by the Americans. The South Vietnamese soldiers fleeing an enemy which has not yet attacked and trying to push their motorbikes onto U.S. ships sum up the product of American nation-building: a militarist society with nothing worth fighting for, a consumer society that produces nothing, a nation of abandoned women conditioned to flee to the next handout of U.S. surplus rice, of dispossessed gangs hitching rides on U.S. planes to the next jerry-built urban slum. 8. The speed and character of the collapse of the Saigon regime came as a surprise even to the usually well-informed leadership in Hanoi, and even more so to Washington, where it had been optimistically proclaimed not long before that the regime that the United States continued to support in violation of the scrap of paper signed in Paris in January 1973 was successfully eliminating the parallel and equivalent authority in the South, the PRG, with which it was pledged to accommodate, and would be able to withstand any military response to its program of undermining the Paris Accords by force and violence. 9. But the U.S. defeat was only partial. To understand events in post-war Vietnam, it is important to recognize that the United States did in effect win the war in the South. It did not quite succeed in realizing the grim prediction of Bernard Fall that Vietnam as a cultural and historic entity is threatened with extinction as the countryside literally dies under the blows of the largest military machine ever unleashed on an area of this size. 10. But it came close. As the full power of the U.S. Expeditionary Force was let loose against the South in the following years, there was substantial success in grinding the enemy down by sheer weight and mass, in the accurate words of Pacification Chief Robert Blowtorch Comer. 11. The Southern-based indigenous resistance, which had called for the independence and neutrality of South Vietnam at a time when the U.S. client regime, and its sponsor, firmly rejected any such outcome, was virtually destroyed, as was the peasant society in which it had taken hold. Hence both the military and political phases of the struggle fell under the control of North Vietnam, viciously attacked, with a large part of its above-ground physical structures destroyed, but never crushed as a viable society. Frank Snepp, one of the top CIA analysts of Vietnamese affairs in the latter years of the war, writes, At the time of the communist victory, the party apparatus in the South was in shambles, thanks in part to the depredations of the Phoenix program. The North Vietnamese army thus remained the primary instrument of control. 12. This consequence of the U.S. war provided a propaganda victory for Western hypocrites, who could now maintain on the basis of the direct results of the U.S. assault that the United States was obviously now defending South Vietnam from aggression from Hanoi. The propaganda institutions have, needless to say, lost no time in exploiting their advantage. To select one of numerous examples, the New York Times, in an editorial concerned with what is to be learned now from Indochina, writes, "In Vietnam, clearly, North has vanquished South. The National Liberation Front that we would not admit to political power has been destroyed more surely by Hanoi than Washington ever dreamed it could be." 13. A marvel of hypocrisy, since, as we described earlier, Washington didn't merely dream but effectively killed the NLF fish by the deliberate process of drying up the water, i.e., destroying the peasant society of South Vietnam, but consistent with a long tradition of apologetics, the Times editorial conveniently ignores the background of the alleged takeover. 14. A second aspect of the partial U.S. victory in Vietnam is that most of the country, along with Laos and Cambodia, lies in ruins, so that a colossal task of reconstruction faces the survivors. The sight continues to amaze even experienced war correspondents. John Pilger, who reported for 10 years from Vietnam, writes after a recent visit that much of North Vietnam is a moonscape from which visible signs of life, houses, factories, schools, hospitals, pagodas, churches have been obliterated. In some forests there are no longer birds and animals, and there are lorry drivers who will not respond to the hooting of a horn because they are deaf from the incessant sound of bombs. Vietnamese authorities report 30,000 cases of permanent deafness among children from the 1972 bombings alone, Pilger reports. He describes napalm, especially created for Vietnam, that continues to smolder under the skin's tissues through the lifetime of its victims, areas bombed more heavily than Dresden, cities, such as Vinh, bombed so heavily that not even the foundations of buildings remain, and where now people live on the edge of famine, with rice rations lower than Bangladesh. 15. These consequences of the U.S. war are also regularly exploited by Western commentators who point to the extraordinary difficulties in reconstructing some kind of existence from the wreckage as proof of communist iniquity. These partial victories are important. To preserve the image of U.S. benevolence, always a crucial element in imperial ideology, it is necessary to preserve in the popular mind the big lie that the United States was indeed engaged in defense against aggression, as was constantly proclaimed by Dean Rusk, Arthur Schlesinger, and other propagandists. 16. As noted, the dominant role of the North in the final stages of the war and after a direct result of the U.S. success in demolishing the South contributes to the preservation of this myth and is regularly exploited to this end by journalists and scholars. 17. There was an equally important benefit flowing from the devastation. Internal documents reveal that a major concern of U.S. planners has always been the demonstration effect of potential communist success, which might serve as a model for nationalist movements elsewhere in Western-dominated regions. The primary U.S. goal in the Third World is to ensure that it remains open to U.S. economic penetration and political control. Failing this, the United States exerts every effort to ensure that societies that try to strike an independent course, specifically, those that are called communist in contemporary political jargon, will suffer the harshest conditions that U.S. power can impose so as to keep the rot from spreading by ideological successes, in the terminology employed by U.S. global planners. 18. Though the United States was unable to subdue the nationalist movements of Indochina, it has attained its secondary goal. In addition to the immense problems of underdevelopment that burden the former Western colonies, the countries of Indochina must somehow confront the task of overcoming the ravages of the U.S. war without reparations or aid from the United States, and indeed in the face of continued U.S. opposition even to aid from elsewhere. 19. Now that the countries of Indochina have been pounded to dust, Western ideologists are less fearful of the demonstration effect of successful communism and exult in the current willingness of the Western satellites of ASEAN to engage in peaceful competition. In the London Observer, Gavin Young reports on ASEAN's program of obliterating communism not with bombs but with prosperity, under the leadership of the smiling, humanitarian Marcos, Lee Kuan Yew, Suharto, Hussein Onn of Malaysia, and General Kriang Sak of Thailand, with his dark, puckish face, at once warm-hearted and mischievous. These benevolent leaders understand the priorities, slum clearance, rural poverty, and are now firmly setting out to eradicate the ills of their societies, as Young discovered when he interviewed them on their golf courses. 20 No one without access to the golf courses is interviewed, nor is there any discussion of the conditions under which most of the population of these potentially wealthy countries live, or why this situation persists, or concerning the past and ongoing atrocities conducted by the genial golfers and their ASEAN colleagues under the Western aegis. Imagine what the reaction would be in the West to a featured article in the press explaining how wondrous Asian communism is becoming, based exclusively on interviews with Kim Il-sung, Pol Pot, etc. The comparison, once again, is informative as to the true character of the free press. Equally informative is the fact that it does not occur to the author or editors to note that this willingness to see which system works best followed many years of working to obliterate communism with bombs, with an impact on the victims that has conveniently been forgotten by the free press. The US government also suffered a defeat at home, but again, only a partial defeat. In the 1960s, a mass popular movement developed, unprecedented in scale and commitment, opposing the US war in Vietnam. Contrary to common beliefs, the articulate intelligentsia remained largely loyal to the state propaganda system and, with some exceptions, only rarely approached even the periphery of this popular movement. Their opposition to the war, which developed at about the same time and for the same reasons as opposition in business circles, was highly qualified and fundamentally unprincipled. The United States simply could not get away with what it was doing at reasonable cost. 21. Typical current assessments on the part of US liberals run along these lines. The American engagement in Vietnam continues to seem more bumble-headed than evil. The progress of the war still appears to have been based upon a compendium of false analogies, bad guesses and self-righteousness. Much of this was termed evil at the time, but the name-callers often created their own faulty analogies and exhibited notably self-righteous qualities. This assessment is made without regard to the morality of the American engagement. Johnson's policy was not repudiated by left or right-wing critics, but by the traditional logic of pragmatism. It did not work. The Tet Offensive provided the most dramatic evidence. No one could say for sure whether the Americans had won or lost at Tet, because no one was certain of the terms of victory and defeat. Such ambiguity sits poorly on the American psyche. 22. Note the quotes around the word morality. Only the acts of enemies of the state are to be assessed in moral terms. Note also the initial finding of an absence of evil, and the later revelation that morality is outside the terms of the discussion. Apart from the inane reference to the American psyche, Ross' conclusion is accurate enough. The logic of pragmatism swayed not only Johnson, but also most of the liberal critics of the war. To cite another example, consider the op-ed by Charles Peters, editor-in-chief of the liberal muckraking journal Washington Monthly in the New York Times, October 24, 1977. He is concerned to heal the terrible wound that the war left with us by finding some common ground between the left and the right, both of whom must concede that they were in part wrong. The error of the right was that the massive escalation in 1965 was wrong and that the effort to bomb the North Vietnamese into submission was stupid. We began to go wrong in 1965 with our campaign of mass slaughter against the Vietnamese. And we were wrong when we forced draftees to fight and die in what could at best be described as a morally ambiguous situation. The slaughter of over 150,000 South Vietnamese by 1965, the US bombing of villages, mass forced population removal, the institution and support for Diemist sub-fascist terror in an effort to overcome the disaster of the Geneva Accords, the earlier support for French imperialism against what was always understood to be the nationalist movement of Vietnam. All of this was before we began to go wrong. Furthermore, we weren't wrong to try to help the South sick with supplies and volunteers sick, any more than the American left was wrong to give such help to the Loyalists during the Spanish Civil War. 23 This much is common ground. Where was the left wrong? In that it surely must concede that there was in fact a substantial part of the population who did not want to live under communism. The left needs to overcome its racist tendency to say that while Europeans should have democracy, communism is just dandy for those yellow people. A complete captive of the assumptions of the war propagandists, Peters is unable to comprehend that opponents of the war were insisting that Vietnam should be left to the Vietnamese, not to whatever fate is determined for them by the likes of Walt Rostow, Henry Kissinger, or the myriad sycophants of the Peters variety. To regard that commitment as racist reveals moral standards that are quite on a par with the intellectual level indicated by Peters' belief that opponents of the war must now concede that there were many anti-communists in Vietnam, a great insight, no doubt. His implication that the United States was fighting for democracy for the yellow people in South Vietnam is ideological claptrap, refuted by the consistent U.S. support for terror regimes in South Vietnam, and indeed throughout the sub-fascist empire, as illustrated throughout Volume I. We may compare Peters' plea for healing the wounds of war with that of William Colby, as illustrated in this item which we quote in toto from the Boston Globe, January 15, 1977. Former CIA Director William Colby, who directed the pacification program during the Vietnam War, said the United States and the Communist government of Vietnam should forget past animosities and build a relationship of respect and friendship. Both countries should agree to consign the misdeeds of the past to the mists of history, Colby said. In keeping with the same desire for reconciliation, it is natural that Henry Kissinger, who bears heavy responsibility for the Indochinese slaughter, should be honored with the Humanitarian Award of the National Conference of Christians and Jews, Boston Globe, September 17, 1977. Other journalistic commentary is similar. At the war's end, the liberal Washington Post warned that debate over the war must be balanced. For if much of the actual conduct of Vietnam policy over the years was wrong and misguided, even tragic, it cannot be denied that some part of the purpose of that policy was right and defensible. Specifically, it was right to hope that the people of South Vietnam would be able to decide on their own form of government and social order. The American public is entitled, indeed obligated, to explore how good impulses came to be transmuted into bad policy, but we cannot afford to cast out all remembrance of that earlier impulse. For the fundamental lesson of Vietnam surely is, that we are capable of error and on a gigantic scale. That is the spirit in which the post-mortems on Vietnam ought now to go forward. Not just the absence of recrimination, but also the presence of insight and honesty is required to bind up the nation's wounds. 24. Note the typical assumption that we decided to undertake and pursue the Vietnam War. Note also the crucial words, wrong, misguided, tragic, error. That is as far as insight and honesty can carry us in reaching our judgment. The Post, incidentally, does not assign a date to that early impulse to help the people of South Vietnam decide on their own form of government and social order, a wise oversight on their part. Similarly, the most outspoken dove on the New York Times in the latter stages of the war, Anthony Lewis, sums up the history of the war as follows. The early American decisions on Indochina can be regarded as blundering efforts to do good. But by 1969 it was clear to most of the world and most Americans that the intervention had been a disastrous mistake. Our nation-building effort was a delusion and no amount of arms or dollars or blood could ever make it work. The lesson of Vietnam is that deceit does not pay. We should avoid mistakes and lies, keep to policies that succeed and are accurately portrayed. That is the lesson of Vietnam. 25. The regular commentator of the liberal New Republic, Richard Strout, also sees the war as one of the greatest blunders of our history. It was not wickedness, it was stupidity. 26. These conclusions he wrote from Paris, where he had been visiting monuments to Hitler's crimes. The emotional impact was overwhelming. I hated the maniac Hitler crew, I could never forgive the Germans. But then he thought of Vietnam, reaching the conclusions just cited. The maniac Hitler crew were presumably not guilty merely of blunders and stupidity. Strout does not raise the question whether the cruelty of maniacs is more or less wicked than the cold-blooded decisions and rationally imposed terror of Washington politicians and military bureaucrats tabulating body counts and contracting for improved fragmentation bombs. We wonder how Strout would react to looking at mile after mile of lunar craters, razed villages, and the graves of hundreds of thousands of permanently pacified peasants. The beauty of nationalism is that whatever the means your state employs, since the leadership always proclaims noble objectives, and a nationalist can swallow these, wickedness is ruled out and stupidity explains all despicable behavior. It is only for assorted enemies that we look closely at real objectives and apply the more serious observation that means are both important in themselves as measures of evil and are inseparably related to, and interactive with, ends. Point 27. Bertrand Russell was one of the few who sought to bring some understanding of this chapter in Imperial Violence into the public arena, unfortunately to little effect. In 1964 he criticized the editorial stand of the U.S. Social Democratic journal Dissent, which opposed U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam as something quite as inhumane as the policy of hopeless attrition of the Vietnamese people. Their reason was that withdrawal of U.S. forces would almost certainly be followed by a slaughter in the South of all those who have fought against the Communists. 28 The editors seemed oblivious to the likely consequence of AU's Saigon victory, though the record of Diem's murderous assault on the opposition, with U.S. backing, was well known. Particularly revealing is the tacit assumption that the United States has the authority to intervene to impose its concept of humanity. As the war ended, the Dissent editors commented that the position they had taken was correct, though one might question nuances. 29 In particular, nothing in the intervening years led them to question the tacit assumption just noted. If the U.S. government is to be faulted, it is for the manner in which it has executed its mission. Russell's warning and analysis went unheeded. On these crucial issues, the Democratic Socialists of Dissent adopt the fundamental assumptions of spokesmen for the U.S. imperial state. In 1978 they proceeded to run a symposium asking whether in the light of events in post-war Cambodia, we should rethink our opposition to the Vietnam War. 30 We will not comment here on the astonishing assumptions that even permit that question to be raised. 31. To cite one last example of a record that might extend to a full book in itself, consider the criticism of Gloria Emerson's Winners and Losers by Homer Bigard, the highly respected war correspondent of the New York Times, for her intolerance toward those who find Vietnam less a moral crime than the thunderously stupid military blunder of throwing 500,000 ground troops into an unwinnable war. 32 Had the war been winnable, or had there been less stupidity in fighting it, than the original U.S. aggression, and the consequences for the victims would have been no moral crime, according to this again quite typical reaction by someone who is generally regarded as a critic of the war. Throughout the war, U.S. liberalism kept pretty much within the limits of responsible thinking, as defined by the requirements of state propaganda. At one extreme, there was Joseph Alsop, who believed that we could win, and at the other, Arthur Schlesinger, who expressed his doubts while adding that we all pray that Mr. Alsop will be right, and explaining that if, contrary to his expectations, U.S. policy succeeds, we may all be saluting the wisdom and statesmanship of the American government in conducting a war that was turning Vietnam into a land of ruin and wreck. 33. The popular movement of opposition to the war was doubly threatening to U.S. elites. In the first place, the movement developed out of the control of its natural leaders, thus posing a grave threat to order and stability. What is more, the general passivity and obedience on the part of the population that is a basic requirement in a state committed to counter-revolutionary intervention was overcome in significant measure, and dangerous feelings of sympathy developed towards movements of national liberation in the Third World. It is an important task for the intelligentsia in the post-war period to reconstruct the ideological system and to reinstate the patterns of conformism that were shattered by the opposition and resistance to the U.S. war in Indochina. The task is eased by the absence of an organized left in the United States, either as a mass movement or among the intelligentsia. As has long been noted, the United States is quite unusual among the industrial democracies in this regard. We cannot explore the causes here, but one should note that state repression is not an insignificant factor. 34. 1.3 Picking up the pieces, a return to counter-revolutionary intervention. Despite domestic opposition and protest, the basic institutions of U.S. society survived the Indochina crisis undamaged and unchanged. Since the global interests of U.S.-based multinational corporations that have led the United States to militarization and worldwide counter-revolutionary intervention are completely intact, we must assume that the same forces will prevail in the future to produce both direct and indirect intervention when the need arises. Even before the Vietnam War had ended, there appeared a spate of articles in the U.S. press and journals, some by opponents of the Vietnam War, urging U.S. military intervention in the Arab oil-producing states. In a secret memorandum leaked to the press in January 1978, Secretary of Defense Harold Brown ordered the armed services to plan a special highly mobile force of up to 100,000 troops backed by air and naval units for possible rapid intervention in the Persian Gulf and other areas outside of Europe. 35 commentators across the narrow spectrum of articulate U.S. opinion, who reflect basic power forces in the United States, are restless and concerned that the Vietnam hang-up may pose obstacles to the use of force to protect the national interest, a mystification favored by ideologues to refer to the interests of those small groups who dominate the domestic economy and play a major role in setting foreign policy. The more general context is an attempt to heat up the Cold War, which has served both superpowers so effectively as a cover for enlarging the military budget and creating the psychological environment for imperial intervention. President Carter, despite his sharp expansion of military outlays and general moves to restore an atmosphere of great power conflict, has been criticized by liberals as well as conservatives for failing to develop a consistently aggressive posture and to proceed forthrightly to develop such new weapons systems as the neutron bomb. 36. In a typical lament, a Wall Street Journal editorial of July 12, 1978 observes sagely that in the past few months, the Soviets have been toppling third world nations like dominoes in accord with their assessment that this president and this administration can be successfully bullied, an assessment repeatedly borne out ever since their brutal rejection of the new administration's strategic arms proposals quickly brought forth a U.S. retreat in the negotiations. The strategic balance is shifting in favor of the USSR, while on the psychological level, meanwhile, the US has been wallowing in the wake of Vietnam, reducing defense spending and dismantling much of the CIA. To prevent even harsher Soviet bullying in the future, the administration should forget about travel schedules and get about such business as reversing the decision postponing the neutron warhead, building a workable covert capability for the CIA and accelerating the development of the cruise missile. In short, back to the good old days. One must at least admire the audacity of US ideologists. Thus, only a few months after the war in Indochina ended, we find the respected political analyst Theodore Draper explaining that the Soviet Union has had much more experience than the Americans have had in defining their interests on a global basis rather than on a solely continental basis, for almost 6 decades. As evidence he cites 2 examples, Russian support for North Korea and North Vietnam. 37 Surely these examples amply demonstrate how Russian imperialism surpasses the timid and hesitant United States in its extent, its scale, and the vigor with which it pursues its global objectives. Such amazing commentary, not unusual among the intelligentsia, can easily be understood on the assumption that the United States is merely engaged in blundering efforts to do good when it bombs dams in North Korea in an effort to starve the population into submission or drives the peasants of South Vietnam into protected areas, not to speak of earlier efforts in the Philippines and elsewhere. Even as the Vietnam War was reaching its final stage, Kissinger directed the CIA to carry out subversion in Angola and to support a South African invasion and attacks from Zaire, setting off a Russian and Cuban counter-reaction in support of the MPLA in Angola which, predictably, is regularly offered by imperial apologists as proof of the decline of the West in the face of Russian aggression. 38. While President Carter has not taken a sufficiently militant stance to satisfy the editorialists of the New Republic and the Wall Street Journal, nevertheless on occasion he has been gratifyingly belligerent. In his Wake Forest address of March, 1978, Carter proclaimed that for many years the U.S. has been a truly global power. Our long-standing concerns encompass our own security interests and those of our allies and friends beyond this hemisphere and Europe. We have important responsibilities to enhance peace in East Asia, the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, and in our own hemisphere. We have the will, and we must also maintain the capacity, to honor our commitments and to protect our interests in these critical areas. He also announced that the Pentagon is improving and will maintain quickly deployable forces air, land, and sea to defend our interests throughout the world, and defended his increase of the military budget in violation of campaign pledges 39 and contrary to Wall Street Journal fantasies. After a brief eclipse, the defense intellectuals are once again receiving a respectful hearing from liberal commentators when they call for the use of force to ensure access to vital resources or to protect embattled investments abroad. 40. Parker deserves praise, the liberal analyst of the Washington Post explains, for defining sharply one alternative to seek a wiser policy. Stephen S. Rosenfeld is impressed with Parker's analysis of the current North-South conflict, resulting from the present stage of the political mobilization of the Third World, following several centuries of Western dominance. Parker is dealing with elements of the real world that too few other people are willing to look in the eye, Rosenfeld admiringly reports, even though one can argue with this or that assumption. Whether our frustration in coping with the post-war world leads, with Parker, to a reliance on force or to new forms of accommodation is the question of the age. History gives a good indication of how this question will be resolved, and how the liberal intelligentsia will react, when it is resolved. The close association of domestic liberalism and international militancy is a familiar phenomenon. The liberal intellectuals of the New Republic circle took credit for leading an unwilling nation into World War I, victimized, as they failed to perceive, by a most effective British campaign of atrocity fabrication, see below, Chapter 2, Section 1. In more recent times, the liberal intelligentsia have given crucial support to programs of counter-revolutionary violence, justified in terms of containment and the other instruments of Cold War rhetoric. The euphoria over Kennedy's program of militarization, international subversion, and brinksmanship is a familiar example. In fact, the liberal intelligentsia were as critical of Eisenhower for his insufficient militancy as many of them are now of Carter for his vacillation in the face of threats to U.S. interests. 41. In summary, there is every reason to suppose that the traditional U.S. government policies of international subversion and, when circumstances warrant, overt aggression will continue so as to ensure access to vital resources or to protect embattled investments abroad or the opportunity for future expansion of U.S.-based capital. The sources of these programs in domestic U.S. society have undergone no significant change. And the intelligentsia can be expected to resume their traditional role, somewhat eclipsed with the trauma of the war in Indochina, in support of state violence and terror. They will construct an appropriate version of history and an interpretation of the contemporary world that will enlist popular support for these programs, or at least ensure a requisite degree of passivity and unconcern. It is in this context that we must approach the investigation of how the propaganda system is coming to terms with developments in post-war Indochina. 2. Precedents. 2.1 The intelligentsia and the state. In considering the refraction of events in Indochina through the prism of Western ideology, it is useful to bear in mind some relevant precedents. The first class of precedents has to do with the ways in which influential segments of the intelligentsia have responded in the past to abuses of state power. The second, with the record of treatment of former enemies after revolutionary, civil, or other military conflicts. Consider first the typical relations of the intelligentsia to state power. Quite commonly, intellectuals have a strong moral attachment to some favored state, usually their own, and have devoted themselves to lauding its alleged achievements, sometimes real, and concealing its abuses and crimes. At times, the herd of independent minds, Harold Rosenberg's apt phrase, has succeeded in virtually stifling opposing views. One recalls, for example, the reaction to George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia at a time when Stalinist loyalties were influential. One may also imagine how he would have reacted to its rediscovery and conversion to a Cold War document when fashions changed. Similarly today, when support for Israel has taken on some of the characteristics of the earlier Stalinism of the intellectuals, it has been difficult for studies critical of one or another aspect of Israeli policies to find a publisher, or if published to receive an honest appraisal, in the United States. 1. When the herd stampedes in a different direction for one reason or another, and service to some favored foreign state no longer has its earlier appeal, we enter the God that failed phase, which at one time had a certain validity and integrity, but now has become, all too often, a pose for those who adopt the more typical stance of the intelligentsia, namely, service to the propaganda system of their own state. To this end, it is often convenient to manufacture past allegiance to the current enemies against which recriminations are directed. The normal case of straight chauvinist bias is, of course, of central importance in shaping the responses and defining the role of mainstream intellectuals, in part for reasons we have already discussed in Volume I, Chapter 1, Section 16. A primary social role of the group that Isaiah Berlin called the secular priesthood is to speak positively of the institutions and objectives of the state and dominant power interests within it in order to help mobilize public commitment and loyalty. 2. The adaptability of intellectuals to quality variation in the social order for which devotion is sought has proven to be very great. The pre-Civil War Southern intelligentsia even found the slave system worth cherishing despite its economic inefficiency. Slave labor can never be so cheap as what is called free labor, on the grounds of its sheer humanity and social beneficence. What is lost to us from inefficiency is gained by humanity. 3. A further traditional role of intellectuals is to disseminate propaganda concerning the evil practices, real or fabricated, of current enemies of the state. It is remarkable to see how susceptible intellectuals have been, over the years, to the machinations of the atrocity fabrication industry. A classic example is the success of the British propaganda agencies in whipping up hysteria in the United States over alleged Hun atrocities during World War I, particularly among intellectual circles committed to war after the 1916 presidential election, which Wilson had won on a pledge of peace. It was in the group known as intellectuals, H.C. Peterson points out in his study of British efforts to induce Americans to support their cause, that the best body of propagandists was enlisted. These efforts resulted in the enlistment of most of the leaders of intellectual life in America. It was an imposing propaganda group. Prominent men of America hastened to join a cause that was intellectually fashionable, and college professors and school teachers repeated with a great show of wisdom the arguments which had originated in the British and French propaganda services, whereas in contradistinction to the easy surrender of American leaders was the stubborn pacifism of the great mass of the population. 4. Particularly effective among the intellectuals was the Bryce Report, produced in 1915 by a committee of inquiry chaired by Viscount Bryce, a venerable scholar and former ambassador to the United States, beyond suspicion of Germanophobia, as admitted even by German critics, because of his long association with German universities and receipt of highest honors from the Kaiser. His committee also included other distinguished intellectuals and jurists. Its report was widely circulated throughout the world and scored its greatest success in the United States, where it was widely printed in full and had an overwhelming effect on the American mind and heart. Daily Mail. Lord Bryce was initially skeptical of atrocity propaganda and hoped that his committee would reduce within a small compass the burden of the charge, according to an associate. But he was convinced by the compelling mass of evidence that had been gathered and became an advocate of a fight to the finish. Read. The committee relied on some 1,200 depositions, mostly by Belgian refugees in England, some by Belgian and British soldiers, as well as diaries of German soldiers, regarded as the most weighty part of the evidence in the report itself. The depositions were taken by 20 barristers. The committee was aware of the problems posed by refugee testimony and raised the case for skepticism in the introduction to the report. It is natural to ask whether much of the evidence given, especially by Belgian witnesses, may not be due to excitement and overstrained emotions, and whether, apart from deliberate falsehood, people who mean to speak the truth may not in a more or less hysterical condition have been imagining themselves to have seen things which they said they saw. But the committee was so careful in sifting and evaluating the material that they felt they had overcome this difficulty. The 1,200 depositions, incidentally, have not been found. The report cites innumerable atrocities of the most fiendish sort. However, a Belgian commission of inquiry in 1922, conducting its investigations at the scene of the alleged atrocities, failed to confirm these atrocious crimes and was in general far more restrained. Reed himself concludes that the refugees naturally desired to convince their English hosts that they had fled from monsters, and discounts the Bryce report, which, in retrospect, contains little that is credible. According to Peterson, a large percentage of the events making up the report was based upon second- and third-hand information. Rumors and opinions were included uncritically. It is not impossible that many of the statements used were the product of leading questions. Incomplete versions of actual events were the basis of the report. In addition, this official report of the British government dignified a great many old wives' tales and considerable barrack room gossip, pages 53 to 54. Of one story, Peterson notes, this, of course, is but a rewrite of a standard wartime atrocity story. Senator Cullen of Nebraska used it in 1898, p. 55. Of another, this story is undoubtedly the work of someone's feverish imagination, p. 55. The Bryce report is perhaps the most important example available of a careful analysis of refugee reports on the part of a group attempting to assess the crimes of an enemy state. It was compiled under near-optimal conditions, and should be carefully borne in mind in evaluating such reports, or alleged reports, under far more ambiguous circumstances, from much more dubious sources. 6. While U.S. intellectuals assured one another that the nation had entered the war under the influence of a moral verdict reached after the utmost deliberation by the more thoughtful members of the community, 7. It is not unlikely that the British and French propagandists who were feeding them myths about babies with their hands hacked off by German barbarians, etc., were laughing up their sleeves. Very soon, U.S. scholars took their own initiatives, as when a group of historians engaged in what one called historical engineering, explaining the issues of the war that we might the better win it, produced such material as the German Bolshevik conspiracy, a series of forged documents, as was suspected in Europe at the time, purporting to show that the Germans had materially assisted the Bolsheviks in coming to power and that Bolshevik leaders were paid agents of the German General Staff. 8. As intelligence services have become more sophisticated, or at least, better funded, they have learned to play upon the willingness of the more thoughtful members of the community to believe the worst about official enemies of the state to which they are devoted. One technique is to arrange for scholarly studies, such as the book by Hoang Van Chi, which had such remarkable success in establishing the mythology concerning the bloodbaths during the North Vietnamese land reform. 9. Another device is to plant stories in the foreign press, to be picked up by witting, or perhaps, witless, journalists and others. The CIA recognized long ago that foreign correspondents are particularly susceptible to such deception, since they so often tend to rely on local contacts for their insights. If these locals can be enlisted in the cause, the news can properly be arranged at the source. Some interesting examples of how it is done appear in the memoirs of Joseph Smith, a CIA agent who was impelled by the appearance of Philip Agee's exposure of the CIA to write in defense of the agency. 10. He describes, for example, how he enlisted a local newsman in Singapore on whom the big-name foreign correspondents relied for all their scoops and legwork. One of the useful contributions of this subordinate was to file a fake story, attributed to British defense officials, reporting that the Chinese were sending troops and supplies to the Viet Minh just prior to the 1954 Geneva Conference. The purpose was to undermine the conception of the Viet Minh as a purely indigenous Vietnamese group of national patriots by identifying them with the world communist movement, thus strengthening the Western-backed groups at Geneva, Smith explains. Other CIA stations were alerted to have their press assets ready to pick the story up and make sure it was used in as many newspapers as possible. There is little doubt that such intelligence machinations have influenced scholarship. 11 One of the standard claims about the early stages of the U.S. involvement in Vietnam, faithfully repeated by John K. Fairbank, Edwin Reichar, and other leading Asian scholars, is that the U.S. intervention was grounded in a tragic error, the false belief that Ho Chi Minh was a frontline agent for the international communist conspiracy. Had we not been so naive and uninformed, so unpracticed in the ways of imperialism, we would have perceived that Vietnamese communism was in reality a national movement and been spared the American tragedy of Vietnam. 12 This claim is thoroughly refuted by the documentary record, which reveals that from the beginning U.S. analysts understood perfectly well that the source of Viet Minh's strength lay in its credentials as the leading force in Vietnamese nationalism, and that after the United States determined to intervene for quite rational imperial motives that are carefully outlined in planning documents and just as carefully excluded from the scholarly record, efforts were set in motion to establish the preferred, but false, facts necessary to justify this intervention, namely, that the Viet Minh were really agents of Moscow or Peeping 13. Mainstream scholarship can be trusted to conform to the requisite mythology, just as in the true totalitarian societies. Smith is not the only CIA source for information on news management. To cite only one further case, consider Snep's account of the last days of the Saigon regime. 14 Also presented from a standpoint quite favorable to the general goals of the CIA, though critical of its errors. He points out, for example, that the U.S. Embassy in Saigon organized a noisy press campaign around recent reports that the Communists were torturing and mutilating recalcitrant civilians in newly captured areas, in the hope that this would generate sympathy for the South Vietnamese. 15 But the campaign had the unwanted effect of sparking panic and chaos among the South Vietnamese population itself. p. 297. Snep also cites his notebook references to the atrocity stories, now imaginatively embroidered by Saigon radio, the local press and the embassy. At the ambassador's orders, Joe Bennett, the political counselor, is still zealously churning out his share of them, playing on third-hand reports relayed out of Ban Mi Thuot by a Buddhist monk. They're tearing out women's fingernails up there and chopping up the town council, one of Bennett's younger staffers advised me gleefully this afternoon. That should turn some heads in Congress. The ambassador and CIA chief, Snep reports, apparently consider the latest crop too useful to risk putting them to any test of veracity. Again, he notes, the stories terrorized the Vietnamese. 16. Perhaps the most cynical example of atrocity management that Snep cites was Operation Baby Lift, which in a sense was a fraud from the start, in which children who had been languishing for years in Saigon's orphanages and were in no immediate danger from the communist offensive were, in effect, kidnapped and flown out of the country to the United States in the hope, expressed by Ambassador Martin, that the spectacle of hundreds of Vietnamese babies being taken under the American wing would generate sympathy for the South Vietnamese cause around the world. Not all of them made it. Over 200 were killed in the crash of a C-5A air transport, somewhat diluting the intended propaganda effect, though the operation continued. 17. It is predictable that the exposure of such tactics from the source, as in the past, will have little or no effect in diminishing the credulity of Western intellectuals with regard to the next batch of atrocity stories. We have discussed other examples of atrocities management in Volume I, Chapter 5. The will to believe patriotic truths and a positive desire to aid the cause of one's own state are dominant forces, and those abiding by such principles may also anticipate corresponding rewards and privileges. The general subservience of the articulate intelligentsia to the framework of state propaganda is not only unrecognized, it is strenuously denied by the propaganda system. The press and the intelligentsia in general are held to be fiercely independent, critical, antagonistic to the state, even suffused by a trendy anti-Americanism. It is quite true that controversy rages over government policies and the errors or even crimes of government officials and agencies. but the impression of internal dissidence is misleading. A more careful analysis shows that this controversy takes place, for the most part, within the narrow limits of a set of patriotic premises. Thus it is quite tolerable indeed, a contribution to the propaganda system for the free press to denounce the government for its errors in attempting to defend South Vietnam from North Vietnamese aggression, since by so doing it helps to establish more firmly the basic myth, that the United States was not engaged in a savage attack on South Vietnam but was rather defending it. If even the hostile critics adopt these assumptions, then clearly they must be true. The beauty of the democratic systems of thought control, as contrasted with their clumsy totalitarian counterparts, is that they operate by subtly establishing on a voluntary basis aided by the force of nationalism and media control by substantial interests presuppositions that set the limits of debate, rather than by imposing beliefs with a bludgeon. Then let the debate rage, the more lively and vigorous it is, the better the propaganda system is served, since the presuppositions, U.S. benevolence, lack of rational imperial goals, defensive posture, etc., are more firmly established. Those who do not accept the fundamental principles of state propaganda are simply excluded from the debate, or if noticed, dismissed as emotional, irresponsible, etc. In a typical example, when the New York Times, April 5, 1975, gave its retrospective assessment of the Vietnam tragedy, it referred to the decade of fierce polemics, to be resolved in due course by Cleo, the goddess of history, between the hawks who thought that the United States could win and the doves who were convinced that the U.S. objective was unattainable. Those who opposed the war in principle specifically, the mainstream of the peace movement, were simply not part of the debate, as far as the Times was concerned. Their position need not be refuted, it does not exist. 18,19. An excellent illustration of how the ideological institutions operate to buttress the state propaganda system by identifying the media as hypercritical, so much so as to endanger free institutions, is provided by a 2-volume Freedom House study of the alleged bias and incompetence of the media in portraying the Tet Offensive as a defeat for the United States and thus contributing to the failure of U.S. arms by their excessive pessimism. 20 The name Freedom House should at once arouse a certain skepticism among people attuned to the machinations of modern propaganda systems, just as any good student of Orwell should have realized that a change in the name of the U.S. War Department to Defense Department in 1947 signaled that henceforth the state would be shifting from defense to aggressive war. In fact, Freedom House is no less of an Orwellian construction, as its record indicates. 21. The study in question is in the Freedom House tradition. Contrary to its intentions and stated conclusions, any independent-minded reader should infer from its 1,500 pages of text and documents that the media were remarkably loyal to the basic doctrines of the state and tended to view the events of the period strictly from the government's point of view. But these facts, though obvious from the documents cited, completely escape the author and his Freedom House sponsors, naturally, since they take ordinary press subservience as a norm. What is most striking about the study, apart from its general ineptitude, 22, are the premises adopted without comment throughout. The press is unjustifiably pessimistic if it tends to believe that U.S. force may not prevail in defending South Vietnam, and is optimistic if it expresses faith in the ultimate success of U.S. state violence. Pessimism is wrong even if based on fact and in conformity with the views of the Pentagon and CIA, as was often the case, specifically, in the instance in question. Since optimism is demanded irrespective of facts, the implication of this study is that responsible media must deliberately lie in order to serve the state in an undeviatingly propagandistic role. To summarize the first class of precedents, the intelligentsia have been prone to various forms of state worship, the most striking and significant being subservience to the propaganda systems of their own government and social institutions. This subservience often takes the form of childish credulity that is effectively exploited by the organizations that are devoted to atrocity fabrication and other modes of ideological control. Sometimes the credulity is feigned, as the propagandist knowingly transmits a useful lie. All of this serves as a warning that should be borne in mind as we approach the issues at hand. 2.2 In the light of history. We turn next to the second class of precedents, namely, the record of retribution following other wars. Here, one must be cautious with analogies. The US war in Vietnam, later all of Indochina, reached levels of savagery and destructiveness that have rarely been paralleled, so that one might have anticipated that retribution by the victors would also pass well beyond normal levels. Nevertheless, it is useful to survey some of these normal levels, as a suggestion of a baseline for evaluation of the situation in post-war Indochina. To begin with a recent example, consider the immediate aftermath of World War II, recalling that the United States was never attacked directly. Hawaii and the Philippines were colonies, so that the more primitive forms of vengeance were not to be expected. The U.S. Army of Occupation in Japan, according to Japanese sources, indulged in rape, pillage, and murder. 23 But that, perhaps, is to be expected of a conquering army, so let us consider the cooler and more considered behavior of the political leadership. In Japan, some 5,700 Japanese were tried on conventional war crimes charges, and 920 of these men were executed, while an administrative purge removed over 200,000 Japanese at least temporarily from political activity. 24 Some of the trials were sheer farce. For example, the trial and execution of General Yamashita for crimes committed by troops over which he had no control whatsoever. 25 The principles on which the prosecution was based were outlined by Justice Robert H. Jackson in these terms: our test of what legally is crime gives recognition to those things which fundamentally outraged the conscience of the American people. I believe that those instincts of our people were right, and they should guide us as the fundamental tests of criminality. 26 As Menier comments, law so defined seems little different from the Nazi law that had aroused so much antagonism among the Allies, specifically the Nazi law of 1935, which held that whoever commits an action which the law declares to be punishable or which is deserving of punishment according to the fundamental idea of a penal law and the sound perception of the people shall he punished. None of the defendants at Tokyo was accused of having personally committed an atrocity, Menier writes, but only of having conspired to authorize such crimes or having failed to stop them, and no evidence was submitted that such crimes were government policy. 66f. One Japanese general was executed on the sole grounds that he had failed to take adequate steps to secure the observance and prevent breaches of conventions and laws of war in respect of prisoners of war and civilian internees. 27 Consider the fate of the U.S. military and political leadership if such standards were applied in the case of Vietnam. The sentence, in this case, was based on a split decision with a majority of 6 of 11 justices favoring the sentence of hanging that was administered. On the other executions, the court was split 7-4. The U.S. Uniform Code of Military Justice requires unanimity of a court-martial for sentencing to death and a 3/4 majority for confinement for more than 10 years, Menier, 91-2. Keeping solely to the Tokyo Tribunal itself, of the 25 defendants, 7 were condemned to death by hanging, 2 died during the trial, and 6 more died in prison. 31, 172, Prime Minister Kono committed suicide when he learned of his arrest. 105. Of the many procedural inadequacies of the tribunal, perhaps the most striking is that no neutral justices were appointed, let alone Japanese, but only representatives of countries allied against Japan, including one justice who was a survivor of the Bataan Death March, 76-82. Acts committed by the anti-Japanese alliance were excluded from consideration at the tribunal. As Indian Justice Pal commented in his impressive dissent, when the conduct of the nations is taken into account, the law will perhaps be found to be that only a lost war is a crime. 28 There was, for example, no reference to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, though, as Pal correctly remarked, nothing like this could be traced to the credit of the present accused, and as Justice Rawling of the Netherlands commented some years later, from the Second World War above all two things are remembered, the German gas chambers and the American atomic bombings. Menier, 101. Though it is difficult to assign a measure, nevertheless it seems likely that Western racism was a factor, over and above the general submissiveness to the state propaganda system, in permitting the atomic bombing to be so quickly forgotten. or more accurately, unheeded in the West. One of the leading statesmen of the era, Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King of the Liberal Party, made the following entry in his diary on August 6, 1945, "It is fortunate that the use of the bomb should have been upon the Japanese rather than upon the white races of Europe." Such sentiments are, of course, not to be publicly expressed. In fact, in the Mackenzie King record, the 1968 biographical project of King's literary executors, the sentence is excised, though the diary was kept as a record to recount and explain the conduct of public affairs and is described in the official Canadian military history as the most important single political document in 20th century Canadian history. 29 The same distinguished statesman also urged in 1944 that all disloyal Japanese Canadians be deported as soon as physically possible, while those adjudged loyal should be dispersed. Though civil libertarian pressures in Canada prevented the enactment of this proposal or other racist measures of the sort instituted against the local population of Japanese origin in the United States, nevertheless over 4,000 persons, many of them Canadian since birth, were shipped to devastated Japan in 1946–1947. 30 Such vengeful and racist acts in a tolerant and wealthy Western country untouched by Japanese aggression are not recalled, needless to say, when the time comes to raise a chorus of protest justified on libertarian and humanist grounds that are foreign to Western thought and practice against expulsions and oppression in post-war Indochina. The deep moral flaw of the Tokyo Tribunal, noted above, also undermines the moral basis for the Nuremberg Tribunal, which administered 12 death sentences to Nazi war criminals. The chief counsel for the prosecution at Nuremberg, Telford Taylor, has observed that since both sides had played the terrible game of urban destruction the Allies far more successfully, there was no basis for criminal charges against Germans and Japanese, and in fact no such charges were brought. 31 The Nuremberg Tribunal was empowered to try and punish persons who, acting in the interests of the European Axis countries, committed any of the following crimes. 32 The operational definition of war crime is, criminal act committed by the defeated enemy and not, allegedly, by the victor. Only a lost war is a crime. Apart from the major war crimes trial, the Allies conducted a denazification procedure in occupied Germany which was described by General Lucius Clay, who was responsible for the U.S. zone, as perhaps, the most extensive legal procedure the world had ever witnessed. He reports that in the U.S. zone alone more than 13 million persons had been involved, of whom 3 2/3 million were found chargeable, and of these some 800,000 persons were made subject to penalty for their party affiliations or actions. 33 This procedure was regarded as an indication of the deep moral principle of the victors. The same is true of current reaction to the Allied treatment of captured POWs. In Britain, there were some 400,000 German POWs. By autumn 1944 they were being used for forced labor as a form of reparations. Repatriation began in September 1946 and continued until the summer of 1948, over 3 years after the German surrender. After the war, too, the POWs spent the harsh winter of 1945 to 1946 intense in violation of the 1929 Geneva Convention. The POWs referred to themselves as slave labor, with some justice. A stereotype was heard among the POW that a venomous re-education drove back to National Socialism many a man who had honestly been seeking a new way of life. The stereotype endured in varying measure for the whole of captivity and, as an expression of resentment, beyond it. The psychological state of the POWs changed from the anxiety and hope of the first half of 1946 to the depression and nihilism of 1948, according to Henry Falk. 34. The British government, naturally, saw matters in a different light. The general aims of the re-education program, Falk writes, were to present the British Commonwealth of Nations as an example of a democratic community in action, while avoiding the projection of Britain as a model to be slavishly copied. Falk does not explore the choice of representatives of this democratic community as guest lecturers. Presumably they did not include, for example, Jawaharlal Nehru, who observed that the ideology of British rule in India was that of the Heron folk and the master race, an idea that is inherent in imperialism and was proclaimed in unambiguous language by those in authority and put into practice as Indians as individuals were subjected to insult, humiliation, and contemptuous treatment. 35. In the case of Britain, the abuse of German prisoners can be explained, if not justified, as revenge for the terror Britain suffered at their hands. Residents of Hamburg and Dresden might have harbored similar thoughts. But no such justification can be brought to bear on the treatment of German POWs by the United States. Judith Gansberg, in a study based on recently declassified documents, provides an odd and admiring account of an unusual plan to re-educate the 372,000 German prisoners. 36. The re-education program, she notes, adopted at the urging of Eleanor Roosevelt, was undoubtedly a violation of the spirit of the Geneva Convention's provisions against denationalization. It was a massive multimedia effort to bring about a democratic trend among the prisoners which would not only change their views but could also provide a vanguard for redirecting post-war Germany and to return the men to Christian practices. 2, 110-1. It was run by a small group of talented and dedicated men and was a unique experiment in political reprogramming. 6. Only the most incorrigible Nazis, less than 10%, never succumbed to any efforts to re-educate them. 99. There were some difficulties in re-education. For example, some POWs were appalled by the treatment of blacks in the United States. But in general it was regarded as a smashing success. The general tone is conveyed in a commencement address to the prisoners by Professor Howard Mumford Jones of Harvard. It may seem odd to appeal to the spirit of a prison camp and of a military installation, but what is the idea behind Fort Kearny unless it is the notion of human dignity and of the brotherhood of man? When therefore I say to you, it is my hope, as it is the hope of other members of this faculty, of officers of this post, and of your fellow prisoners, that the spirit of Fort Kearny may go with you wherever you are, I speak for these, your associates, as well as for myself, no less than for the American government which has sanctioned this amazing enterprise. May you be each one, a good Christian soldier in the campaign against hatred and ill will. p. 84. The first list of names of Fort Kearny prisoners to be repatriated was released in September, 1945, prisoners remained in the United States until July, 1946. In September, 1944, it was decided that re-education was an inappropriate term. An office memo states that the terms re-education or reorientation of prisoners of war will not be used in referring to the mission of this branch. The term I.D. program, intellectual diversion, will be used whenever reference is made to the program. p. 89. Re-education and intellectual diversion were not the only devices used to return the prisoners to Christian ways. A field intelligence officer admitted having shot a German captive in the head to induce his comrades to talk. But that was only a first step. The British beat prisoners to get information. Many stories of brutality were true in US POW camps. Prisoners were starved into collapse, etc., but no official actions were taken to modify these practices. In July, 1945, a guard strafed POW tents, killing 8, among other atrocities. 37. In the United States, as in Britain, prisoners were used for forced labor. Truman delayed repatriation for 60 days for POWs essential for the harvest. POWs performed 20 million man-days of work on army posts and 10 million for contract employers, farm work, lumber industry, etc. Some were assigned to work at the Chemical Warfare Center at the Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland, pages 34-7. The amazing enterprise of re-education, rather, intellectual diversion, has evoked much admiration in the United States. Reviewing Gansberg's book in the New York Times, February 1, 1978, Thomas Lask writes that it was a startlingly original notion to work at converting German thinking, and no praise is too high for those United States Army men and educators who conceived and carried out the effort. He notes that the operation had to be carried out in secret. The Army did not want American POWs in Germany to be subjected to the same treatment. The book has some flaws. Lask believes it did not, for example, explore American innocence sufficiently. But in general, the re-education program must be regarded as one of the marvels of American humanitarianism. To appreciate the quite amazing hypocrisy of this reaction, indeed, of the book itself, it is necessary to turn to the flood of denunciations of the barbarity of the Vietnamese in conducting a program of re-education, which includes rehabilitation of the hundreds of thousands of drug addicts, prostitutes, torturers, and other debris left by the U.S. war, during exactly the same period. Evidently, it all depends on whose ox is being gored. The aftermath of World War II was not limited to the pleasures of military occupation, pillage, rape and murder, judicial murder, intellectual diversion, years of forced labor, occasional killings of POWs in prison camps, massive purges, and other such humane practices for the defeated, and massacres, union busting by gangsters, and so on, for victors with the wrong politics as determined by their liberators. It also included direct retribution against collaborators with the Nazis on a scale that is not appreciated in the West, though it has been well documented. French historian of the resistance Robert Aron is one of those who has honestly faced the grim task of determining the facts. 38 He cites police and other reports of murderous reprisals up to 10 months after the liberation of practically the whole country, including collective massacres discovered many months after when mass graves were located. Many of the facts are unknown because the families of the victims had often been terrorized and preferred to conceal their misfortunes rather than go to the authorities. Aron cites journalists' figures of 50,000 killed but notes, correctly, that such estimates must be disregarded as figures adopted lightly in a climate of excitement by which armies in a campaign or frightened civilian populations crystallize their emotions. He also cites the study of Plaber Grandjean, one of the victims of the liberation, who made an effort to give an objective account of a number of atrocities in Écrits de Paris. The facts he gives are for the most part exact, but he exaggerates the conclusions he draws from them. Plaber Grandjean estimated the number massacred at 7 million, no doubt an exaggeration. Aron undertook a careful study, basing himself in part on detailed information provided by the French gendarmerie. He concludes that the number killed in summary executions just prior to or after liberation must be at a minimum, between 30 and 40,000. Approximately one Frenchman in 1,000 was the victim to the excesses committed at the liberation. Translating to South Vietnam, where the war was far more brutal and the aggressors and their collaborators exercised incomparably greater violence than the Nazis did in France, we would have some 20,000 murdered at the time of liberation, or, if we accept the figures of victims of the liberation with the credulity typical of Western commentators in the case of Indochina, about 3 million outright murders. Fortunately, the Vietnamese did not keep to the standards of Western humanism. We might add that the massacres in France were carried out during a period when General Eisenhower, under a directive from President Roosevelt issued with Churchill's approval, exercised supreme authority in France, and the ultimate determination of where, when, and how civil administration shall be exercised by French citizens. The provisional government of de Gaulle was not recognized until October 1944.39. Imagine that Germany had survived the Second World War unconquered, but driven from occupied Europe, still a major world power under the regime that had conducted the war. How would these events in liberated France have been perceived? One can easily guess. The figure of 7 million dead would no doubt have become gospel truth, much as Americans and Frenchmen now circulate figures with wild abandon about Indochina, as we shall see, and there would be no limits to the indignation over the barbarism tolerated, or, the claim would be, encouraged, by the U.S. occupying forces that had conquered peaceful France, overthrowing its legitimate government virtually without French assistance. Similarly, we may imagine how an undefeated Japan might react to the spectacle of the annual reenactment of atomic bombing, example at a Texas air show in October 1977 with a B-29 flown by Paul Tibbets, the retired Air Force general who dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, before an admiring audience of 20,000.40. Perhaps the Germans, in our invented nightmare, would have proposed a reenactment of the second major atrocity that we recall from World War II. According to Justice Rawling, CFP 37. Above. But Germany was defeated and occupied, so we are spared such venomous hypocrisy. But even defeated Germany provides some precedents. The Washington Post, April 10, 1977, featured a report from Dachau, which in its own way is reflective of West German attitudes toward the question of dealing with the Nazi era. There is, for example, no mention of the participation of German industry in the use of slave camp labor. It is a guilt never acknowledged here and rarely spoken about in our history books, says Barbara Distel, the Dachau Museum director. The general attitude really is not to talk about it, to forget about it if possible, she adds, in reference to Dachau. But Germans, even those directly implicated, are quick to concede error, perhaps even tragic error. Under interrogation in captivity, Goering said that the liquidation of the Jews was a vast political blunder. Many would have made good nationalists and joined in the liquidation of the communists. If only Hitler had not confused these two issues, he said. 41. And then there is the man known as the Hangman of Lyons, twice sentenced to death in absentia by French courts for war crimes and now residing in peace in Bolivia, who concedes that the mass killings of Jews constituted a grave error. Many of us SS officers believed that the Jews could have been put to better use building roads to facilitate the advance of our troops. New York Times, May 18, 1975. Not all see error. For example, the chief legal officer of Lower Saxony, who resigned in March 1978 after the disclosure that in a 1936 doctoral dissertation he had advocated that only a racially valuable person has the right to exist within the community. Someone who is useless for the community because of his inferiority, or even harmful to it, is to be eliminated. The law as a whole must serve racial development. But he felt neither morally, nor politically obliged to quit. New York Times, March 25, 1978. We leave to the reader the choice of appropriate current parallels. Like virtually all wars of imperial aggression, the war in Indochina was in part a civil war. Substantial Vietnamese forces fought with the French, and the U.S. invaders organized a large and well-equipped though unwilling and demoralized army, as well as a network of terror organizations to assist them in destroying local resistance and maintaining the U.S. imposed civil regime. Civil wars tend to be unusual in the cruelty they evoke. As a final precedent, let us consider a civil war that played a significant role in U.S. and world history, namely, the American Revolution, an example that was cited by Bernard Fall in reference to U.S. propaganda about outside intervention, by Vietnamese, in support of the South Vietnamese who were being massacred by the U.S. invaders in South Vietnam. 42. The analogy is far from close. The American Revolution was minuscule in comparison with the Vietnamese in the degree of force used by those opposed to the revolution, and in the level of internal military and social conflict that developed. The willingness of both British and rebel leaders to accept, if not always enforce, the fairly humane conventions of 18th-century warfare served to mitigate some of the radical effects that civil wars often have on society. Shy, 200, and obviously the force levels were of vastly different orders of magnitude. In addition, the relative affluence of the American colonies significantly eased the impact of the war, although there was much suffering. Shy writes, Revolutionary America may have been a middle-class society, happier and more prosperous than any other in its time, but it contained a large and growing number of fairly poor people, and many of them did much of the actual fighting and suffering between 1775 and 1783, a very old story, 173. Furthermore, one measurable effect of war might have been to widen the gap between richer and poorer Americans, 197. It is important to recall that the war remained a civil conflict in America after it had become a struggle between the United States and Great Britain 43 and between France and Great Britain. In proportion to population, almost as many Americans were engaged in fighting other Americans during the Revolution as did so during the Civil War. Shy, 183. The fact has seldom been given prominence, in part because so many of the Loyalists simply fled, expecting, as one said, that if the rebels should gain independence, that unfortunate land would be a scene of bloody discord and desolation for ages. 44 Palmer suggests that, unlike France, the American counter-revolutionary refugees never returned, creating an illusion of tranquility and unity in the post-war republic. 45 Van Doren summarizes the exodus as follows. There are no accurate figures as to how many persons, including women and children, left the United States on account of loyalty to the British Empire, but it may have been as high as 100,000, of whom 35,000 may have gone from New York alone. The expulsion was so thorough that the next generation of Americans, with few former loyalists as reminders, almost forgot the civil aspects of the war and came to think of it as a war solely against England. The Loyalists disappeared from American history, at least from ordinary knowledge of it, until the 20th century, 433. Recall that the white population of the United States was then about 2.5 million, and that at least a fifth of the white population, 0.5 million people, behaved in ways that enable us to identify them as loyalist. 46 Comparative figures for South Vietnam would be about 4 million supporters of the United States and 800,000 refugees fleeing the victors. Comparative figures for all of Vietnam would double these numbers, approximately. During the war, thousands of loyalists escaped with the British when they evacuated some area, most coming to live in New York in swarming desperation. Van Doren, 12-13. Later, tens of thousands fled with the British, including ragged unpaid American soldiers drifting down the Hudson Valley to sign on as sailors in the ships which were evacuating British forces. Shy, 17. Genuine support for the war appears to have declined from 1775, Shy writes, as people grew weary of being bullied by local committees of safety, by corrupt deputy assistant commissaries of supply, and by bands of ragged strangers with guns in their hands calling themselves soldiers of the revolution, and got angry when British or Hessian or Tory troops misbehaved. The years from 1776 to 1782 might indeed be recounted as horror stories of terrorism, rapacity, mendacity, and cowardice, not to blame our ancestors for these things, but to remind us what a war fought by the weak must look like. Shy, 13f. Both loyalists and rebels gave credit and currency to stories of inhuman deeds done by either to the other, and the loyalists argued that the American governments were more oppressive than the British had ever been. Van Doren, 120. In particular, the British had frequently upheld the rights of the Indians against encroaching American settlers. Ibid, 120. One reason why many Indian tribes supported the British, as did many blacks, recognizing what lay ahead for them if the rebels proved victorious. 47 In areas where the British hardly appeared or not at all, Tories either ran away, kept quiet, even serving in the rebel armies, or occasionally took a brave but hopeless stand against revolutionary committees and their gunmen. Shy, 178. Meanwhile, at home, the British government attempted to justify a long expensive war to an unhappy public on the ground that the king had a solemn commitment to defend his numerous American supporters against a rebel bloodbath. Shy, 185. How familiar it all sounds. Some of the most graphic accounts of the nature of the civil conflict are found in the letters of General Nathaniel Greene, who commanded the Southern Continental Army from 1780 to 1783.48. Greene wrote, "The Whigs and Tories pursue one another with the most relentless fury, killing and destroying each other whenever they meet. Indeed, a great part of this country is already laid waste and in the utmost danger of becoming a desert. The great bodies of militia that have been in service this year employed against the enemy and in quelling the Tories have almost laid waste the country and so corrupted the principles of the people that they think of nothing but plundering one another. The country is full of little armed parties who follow their resentments with little less than savage fury. The South is still torn to pieces by little parties of disaffected who elude all search and conceal themselves in the thickets and swamps from the most diligent pursuit and issue forth from these hidden recesses committing the most horrid murders and plunder and lay waste the country." Pages 294-5. Greene employed terrorism both to improve the morale of his supporters and to frighten the disaffected. He told his subordinate, General Thomas Sumter, that partisans were to strike terror into our enemies and give spirit to our friends. 308. An example was a successful raid that Greene described to Thomas Jefferson as follows. They made a dreadful carnage of them, upwards on 100 were killed and most of the rest cut to pieces. It has had a very happy effect on those disaffected persons of which there are too many in this country, p. 308. But Greene also recognized that terror was a dubious tactic. In 1781 he outlined a new strategy to Sumter in the following terms. Don't spare any pains to take off the Tories from the British interest, for though we have great reason to hate them and vengeance would dictate one universal slaughter, yet when we consider how many of our good people must fall a sacrifice in doing it, we shall find it will be more for our interest to forgive than to persecute. This was always my opinion, and if the war continues in this country, unless we can detach the people from the British interest, we shall feel more inconveniences from them than from all the British army. Indeed we do now, p. 310. Loyalist sympathies were sufficiently strong so that a British secret agent expressed his conviction that the British could raise a provincial army strong enough to defeat Washington, whose troops were not, as has been represented, a respectable body of yeomanry, but a contemptible band of vagrants, deserters, and thieves, mainly Irish. Van Doren, 110. The British did attempt Americanization of the war in the latter stages, in part because of the unhappy public at home. Shy, 185. The secret agent's judgment might have proven valid had it not been for the French intervention supporting the insurgency, what would now be called terrorist bands. As it was, New York alone furnished about 15,000 men to the British Army and Navy, and over 8,000 Loyalist militia. With the contribution of the other colonies, we may safely state that 50,000 soldiers, either regular or militia, were drawn into the service of Great Britain from her American sympathizers. Van Tyne, 182-3. During the war, the persecuted Tories had a sanctuary in New York, to which they fled from every colony, by boat, on foot, in carriage, or on horse, ready to thank God when they had passed the British lines, and had left behind them the din of persecution, including tarring and feathering, hoisting the victim upon a liberty pole, forced oaths of loyalty, jailing for long periods without trial, confiscation of lands, and other forms of oppression and terror. Many were prevented from fleeing, others driven out. The records kept by the committees of safety prove, beyond the possibility of doubt, the Tory charges that committee rule was despotic and tyrannous, while from the Tory pen we have a picture of an inexorable reign of terror. Van Tyne, pages 128, 61, 66, 230. While few were actually killed, many were tried and sentenced. Washington noted in a letter that one or two have done what a great number ought to have done long ago, commit suicide, referring to these miserable set of beings, these wretched creatures who retain their loyalty to the crown. Ibid, p. 57.49. Many fled abroad to await the outcome of the war, choosing to commit themselves to the mercy of the waves at a tempestuous season rather than meet their offending countrymen, as one Tory wrote. Van Tyne, 57. The largest fleet ever seen in America, more than 170 sail, departed in March, the most tempestuous month of the year, on the American coast, fearing that without a miracle the wretched fleet must be dispersed and lost. On their top-heavy decks were huddled a wretched throng of soldiers and refugees. It was impossible, thought one of them, that more events could concur to render their distress complete, and their ruin almost inevitable. Ibid, 58. Sir Henry Clinton wrote that nothing distressed him so much as the applications he hourly received from great numbers of refugees who crowded to New York from every quarter of America. Many, he said, had been reduced from affluent circumstances to the utmost penury by their attachment to the king. Ibid, 254. As the British were withdrawn, more refugees fled, primarily to British-American territories, including Nova Scotia, which one described as the most inhospitable clime that ever mortal set foot on. Ibid, 294. There, women, delicately reared, cared for their infants beneath canvas tents, rendered habitable only by the banks of snow which lay 6 feet deep, while strong and proud men wept like children, and lay down in their snow-bound tents to die. Ibid. 305. But the boat people were perhaps more fortunate than those who remained. In violation of the treaty with the British and in spite of the recommendation of Congress, after the war confiscation still went on actively, governors of the states were urged to exchange lists of the proscribed persons, that no Tory might find a resting place in the United States, and in nearly every state they were disfranchised, while in many localities they were tarred and feathered, driven from town and warned never to return, or sometimes murdered. Ibid. 295. One can imagine what a British Henry Com 50 would have made of all of this. We also note that these aspects of the Revolutionary War are not exactly centerpieces of school textbooks describing the struggle of Americans for freedom from onerous foreign rule. We stress again that the analogy to Indochina, which will be obvious to any reader of the daily press, should not be drawn too closely. There are many crucial points of difference. The American rebels, as noted, were supported, indeed far outnumbered, by the military forces of France, while no foreign troops were engaged on the side of the Vietnamese. The force brought to bear by the British and their local allies was infinitesimal as compared with Westmoreland's killing machine, and in fact the civil conflict inflamed by foreign aggression from 1946 was also, naturally, far more fierce, given the nature of the intervention by France and the United States, and in the early stages, Britain, which prepared the way for the return of French imperialism. Vietnam is far poorer than the American colonies, which were already ranked high among the more affluent societies in the world, and its foreign enemy vastly richer and more powerful, as well as incomparably more savage. Nor is there in Indochina anything comparable to the exploitation of blacks and persecution of Native Americans. Despite these and other crucial differences, it is nevertheless interesting to recall this example of a civil conflict enmeshed in a struggle for national independence, and its consequences for the victims' loyalists, blacks and Native Americans. 51. To conclude, we note that it is standard in later scholarly work in American history to recount, in part at least, the torment of Native Americans and blacks at the hands of the victors in the revolutionary struggle, though it is equally common to describe this oppression, far from ended, as an unfortunate exception to the general humanism of the American experience. In a review of a book that is rooted in the familiar nationalistic strains of Daniel Boorstin's view of U.S. political history, Clarence Carrier makes the following apt comment. For the Irish who died building the railroads and canals in the East, the children who died in the coal mines of Pennsylvania, the women who died chained to their machines in factories, the Polish laborers burned to death in the steel mills of Gary, the Indians wasted by the Gatling gun in the West, or the slave who felt the white man's lash, Kremen enters the caveat that these were inexcusable omissions. When, one might ask, do these inexcusable omissions cease to be omissions, and when do they become an organic part of American history? 52. This point might be borne in mind, along with the historical background just recounted, when we turn to the question of how the Indochinese peoples are facing their incomparably more severe problems, unrelated to anything in the U.S. experience, not only because of the destructive impact of colonialism and the absence of the immense natural advantages of the American colonists, but also because they have been subjected to murderous destruction, the likes of which the world has rarely seen, on the part of those who now feel no shame when they let the words human rights fall from their lips. Many other examples of a similar sort may be cited. The historical record serves as a kind of baseline against which we may evaluate events in post-war Indochina. To repeat, while Western propaganda attributes the suffering of the people of Indochina those who flee the war or its aftermath, those who are persecuted within, and the vast majority who are attempting to reconstruct some sort of viable existence from the wreckage to the evil effects of communist ideology or the generally uncivilized character of the Third World, which has failed, to our dismay, to absorb Western humanism, an honest historical analysis would proceed quite differently. It would begin by establishing the common practice in comparable situations, then add an enormous increment attributable to the unusual barbarity of the US attack with its legacy of destruction, bitterness, and hatred. Atrocities and oppression that exceed this measure might reasonably be attributed to Indochinese communism. Applying these standards to Vietnam, there seems little doubt that the aftermath of the revolutionary victory has been remarkably free of vengefulness. The same is true in Laos. No doubt Cambodia differs, even when one discounts for the stream of falsification in Western propaganda. Finally, in evaluating these painful and troubled issues, we must bear in mind the long record of atrocity fabrication and the traditional gullibility of the intelligentsia regarding the alleged evil practices of enemies of their own state. 3. Refugees, Indochina and beyond. We now turn to the central topic of this volume, the nature of the evidence that has been presented in the West with regard to post-war Indochina, the uses to which such evidence is being put, and the significance of these facts. One major focus of concern and outrage in the West has been the continuing flight of refugees from Indochina. In a review that is unusual in its honesty, the London Economist reports that 16,000 boat people from Vietnam have landed in neighboring Southeast Asian countries so far this year. The monthly rate has increased from 980 in December to 6,000 in May. Partly because of the wide publicity these doughty seafarers have received, partly because refugees from Vietnam tend to have other advantages, gold bars, skills, relatives in America, a remarkable high proportion of the Vietnamese who have escaped since the spring of 1975 have been permanently resettled. Only 12,000 boat people, 10,000 of them in Malaysia, and a few thousand other Vietnamese are currently waiting for a place to go. Thailand, by geographical ill fortune, is still today the largest repository of unsettled Indochinese refugees, with 100,000 people registered in refugee camps. The great majority of these 83,500 Laotians and 14,000 Cambodians, who are mostly tribesmen and illiterate farmers, have little chance of moving on. 1. The Economist is certainly correct in adding that there is room for far more generosity from the West with regard to these unfortunate victims. What is unusual about the Economist report is that it is not limited to refugees from post-war communism, as is the general practice. The Economist observes that nearly 400,000 people have walked or sailed away from their home countries since the beginning of the year in Asia too, far less than Africa, where the same report estimates the number of refugees at 2 million. 3. The biggest single group, the report continues, are the Muslim Bengali people who have been fleeing from Burma to Bangladesh at the rate of about 2,000 a day. A June 24 report in The Economist estimates their number at 175,000. An earlier report of June 10 reports that they arrive in Bangladesh bearing gruesome tales of atrocities committed by advancing waves of Burmese soldiers and that they are being forced off their lands by Buddhist tribesmen. We learn more about the refugees from Burma elsewhere in the foreign press. Richard Nations reports in the Far Eastern Economic Review, June 30, 1978, that 200,000 refugees fled from Burmese terror in 2 months, a far higher rate than the 2,000 per day estimated by The Economist. During the initial phase of the flight, the rate was 8,000 per day according to one United Nations veteran of relief operations throughout the world, who described the camps where they were kept as absolute death traps, the worst I've ever seen, though there was improvement later. Nations continues, refugees tell of atrocities, rape, indiscriminate arrest, desecration of mosques and razing of villages by Burmese soldiers and local Mok, Arakans Buddhist, chauvinists, circumstances far worse than anything reported from Vietnam. William Mattern comments in the same journal that the fate of the 200,000 or more Burmese Muslim refugees now in Bangladesh can be traced in part to a civil conflict that erupted during World War II, when the British organized the Muslim community to fight the Japanese who were supported by the Burmese Buddhists in the Arakan Mountains, leading to one of the bloodiest communal riots in South Asian annals, for by the end of September, only about 250 of the refugees had returned home, according to unofficial reports in Rangoon, even though in the squalor of the camps on the Bangladesh side, a return to their small farms and shops in Arakan, however impoverished, must have some attraction even for the downtrodden Muslims. Informed observers believe that certainly, someone put fear into the hearts of the Muslims of Arakan and is keeping it there. 5. These 200,000 refugees of April-May 1978 were not totally ignored in the U.S. press. On May 1, the New York Times devoted 150 words on P13 to a report that 70,000 refugees had fled in 3 weeks, bringing tales of torture, rape, and robbery, including more than 18,000 in the preceding 24-hour period. They fled despite the efforts by Bangladesh forces to seal the borders and turn back illegal immigrants. One refugee asserted that the Burmese army had launched an operation to clear the border area of the Muslim community that was not originally Burmese. Brief mention of this vast refugee flow also appears in subsequent stories. Humanitarians concerned with the suffering people of Asia, particularly the refugees from brutal atrocities and oppression, were clearly alerted to the existence of a major disaster, but the response was undetectable. Returning to the London Economist report of June 17 on refugees, it points out further that 110,000 Chinese residents fled from Vietnam to China after the government cracked down on the black market and other illegal practices and nationalized businesses in the South. Ethnic Chinese, the report notes, have been the most frequent target of local hostility in Asia, the most extreme example being the massacre in Indonesia in 1965-66.6 since the fall of Saigon and Phnom Penh. The report continues. More than 200,000 refugees have fled from Indochina to neighboring countries, a substantial number, though, as we have seen, small by such historical standards as the American Revolution, both in proportion to the total population and relative to the character of the conflict. In addition, some 150,000 Cambodians, including 20,000 ethnic Chinese, have fled to Vietnam. The Economist does not mention the refugees who fled from the Philippines to Sabah at an estimated rate of 400 a day, some 140,000 by mid-1977, constituting 14% of the population of the Sabah. The Malaysian government has agreed to allow 90,000 to remain. 7 Nor does it discuss the refugees fleeing from Indonesian terror in Timor, or according to the Western-approved version, fleeing from the fierce guerrillas who have forced them to live under their control so that they can be protected by the Indonesians. See Volume I, Chapter 3, Section 4.4. As for Vietnam, most of the refugees appear to come from middle-class backgrounds or better, and they believe, with some justification, that they have the most to lose under communism. 8 Fear of being punished for past actions or associations seems to be a factor as well, and officials who have questioned thousands of refugees say that 9 out of 10 identify a desire for freedom as the major factor in the decision to abandon their homelands. Frederick Moritz comments that the Vietnamese in Thailand are largely middle-class businessmen and former low-level employees of the Americans who say that they faced disruption, loss of freedom and income, and possible job discrimination if they had stayed behind. At the least, the Vietnamese refugees were former independent fishermen. Vietnamese refugees say those who fail in escape attempts often are punished only mildly with short terms in re-education camps or other less severe measures, but the Laotian refugees, who actively fought communist forces for more than a decade in collaboration with the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, would presumably expect far harsher treatment, long imprisonment or execution. The Cambodians still in camps over 14,000 are a mix of farmers, students, military men, and minor government officials. Skilled Cambodians such as technicians and physicians or those with money have moved on to be resettled. 9. A fuller account of refugees in Asia by mid-1978 would include the 250,000 driven from their homes in West Asia by Israeli troops in March 1978, after bombing of cities, villages, and refugee camps with U.S. cluster bomb units 10 and heavy artillery, among other devices, in attacks reminiscent of Vietnam, concentrated and heavy firepower and air strikes to blow away all before them, be they enemies or civilians, in order to hold down their own casualties, leaving a broad path of death and wide-scale destruction with hardly a town, left undamaged and some all but totally flattened by air strikes and explosive shells. The scope and sweep of the damage here makes a mockery of Israeli claims to have staged surgical strikes against Palestinian bases and camps. 11 These 250,000 recall the 700,000 who fled, about half of them expelled, according to conservative estimates by such pro-Israeli scholars as Nadav Safran of Harvard. In 1948, the 400,000 who fled or were expelled in 1967. Many of them long after hostilities ceased, the 1.5 million driven out of the Suez region by Israeli bombing during the 1970 War of Attrition, and many others, including the former inhabitants of the Jordan Valley, cleared by force in 1969–70. Apart from those simply expelled by force, as in South Lebanon, there are the many who are escaping from the occupied West Bank, where the rate of emigration sharply increased to more than 17,000 in the past 2 years. 12. By the latter part of 1978, we may add several 100,000 Maronites driven from Lebanon by Syrian bombardment, added to the earlier Lebanese Muslim and Palestinian victims of Syrian force as Lebanon is further dismembered by civil strife and foreign invasion and intrigue, too complex and remote from our focus here to receive a proper discussion. The Economist, October 7, 1978, reports a Lebanese government estimate of 600,000 exiles, about half of them Maronite, in addition to hundreds of thousands of refugees within Lebanon. The refugees in Asia and Africa by no means exhaust the grim story. In Volume I, we discuss the massive flight from U.S. back terror in Latin America, an estimated 500,000 from Uruguay, perhaps 700,000 from Bolivia, many more from the other sub-fascist states. Keeping just to 1978, in September more than 16,000 refugees fled Somoza's terror to neighboring Honduras and Costa Rica, joining the 100,000 Nicaraguan exiles already living in Costa Rica, earlier victims of oppression in a country long favored with the benign attention of the United States. 13 These refugees have evoked no more interest in the United States than the hundreds of thousands fleeing Burma, the Philippines, Zaire, or other non-communist states. Attention is reserved for refugees from Indochina. Editors and columnists plead for greater concern and aid for refugees and international condemnation of the repressive policies responsible for their flight, referring solely to the refugees from Indochina and not calling for measures to alleviate the harsh conditions in Indochina that are surely a direct reason for the flight of refugees and also a factor in the institution of the repressive policies that so concern U.S. humanitarians. Discussion of the U.S. contribution to the plight of the refugees or of the vast flow of refugees elsewhere would simply not serve the needs of Western ideology at this moment. Consequently, these topics merit no comment or concern. The Social Democrats, USA, publish full-page advertisements in U.S. journals calling for compassionate action to help the Indochinese refugees, signed by a wide range of people including some of the most extreme and vocal apologists for U.S. aggression and terror in Indochina. Their compassion, however, is restricted to Indochinese refugees, and the statement makes no mention of any compassionate action to help overcome the consequences of the U.S. war. By late 1978, the refugee flow from Indochina had reached quite substantial proportions. According to the UN High Commissioner on Refugees, over 71,000 had successfully escaped from Vietnam by sea since April, 197,514, and many more undoubtedly died in escape attempts, in addition to the ethnic Chinese who fled by land. In a speech before the Boston World Affairs Council, Richard Holbrooke of the State Department reported that in October 1978 a record 10,000 boat people landed in Southeast Asian countries. In the first 2 weeks of November an additional 10,000 landed in Malaysia alone, fleeing unbearable conditions in their home countries. This dramatic flow of refugees, most of them ethnic Chinese, could be highly damaging to the emerging stability of Southeast Asia. 15 Apparently the flight of 200,000 Burmese Muslims to Bangladesh in April-June 1978, more than 18,000 in a single day, was not dramatic enough to have reached the attention of the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, just as the flight of 140,000 Filipinos failed to reach this threshold. Among the refugees in Latin America there are also boat people. For example, 1,000 refugees from Haiti who voyaged 800 miles in flimsy sailboats to Florida, where they received harsh and discriminatory treatment by immigration and State Department officials. 16 These refugees fled from oppression and torture in the sub-fascist U.S. client with the lowest living standards in the hemisphere. 17 No rationale has been offered, Golobin continues, for treating the Haitian boat people differently from the Vietnamese and Cubans who have been given asylum as a group. The rationale, however, is obvious enough. As in the case of 140,000 refugees from the Philippines or 250,000 refugees from southern Lebanon, the Haitians are not fleeing from communist tyranny, but rather from unbearable conditions in a client state, or the acts of a friendly ally, and therefore merit no special concern. In addition to their unwise choice of oppressor, the Haitian boat people have another strike against them. The New York Times reports that there are some 15,000 Haitians in the Bahamas seeking refuge in Florida, which has raised fears here that the poor on other islands in the Caribbean may also risk the dangers of the open sea to get a legal foothold in Florida. This is another reason why only 26 Haitians have been granted asylum since 1972, the year when the rotting fishing boats made their first landings on Florida beaches. 18. Fear of inundation by the poor and oppressed of the world can occasionally be relaxed, for example, when seasonal workers are needed in the Southwest or when some political capital can be gained by a demonstration of our humanitarian concern for victims of communist tyranny, particularly when they are orphans. See Chapter 2, Note 17. But the Haitian boat people do not meet these conditions. Now, as a signal to the rest of the world that just being poor is not enough reason to sneak into the U.S., federal officials are beginning a crackdown aimed at catching Haitians who have entered the U.S. illegally and sending them home to the poverty and repression from which they have escaped. 19 Some 1,200 arrived from November 1977 to mid-1978, including boat people who spent weeks at sea in sinking craft and were arrested on their arrival if they made it. 20 But the State Department denies that they will be in any danger if returned to Haiti, and a spokesman for the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Services cited by Robert Press assures us that the entire effort is being made with full regard to the administration policy of human rights, which is true enough, though not exactly in the sense he was trying to convey. 21 Temporary work permits that had been granted for 3,000 to 4,000 Haitians are being revoked. Some officials and one church in Miami, Robert Press reports, have charged the U.S. with racism for turning its back on the needs of the Haitians, of black people. The fact that their oppressor is a U.S. client state is, however, sufficient to explain their treatment. The ironies have not gone entirely unnoticed in the press. Karen D. Young comments that while the United States is acting to admit more Indochinese immigrants who wash ashore in Asia, it is attempting to deport other thousands of boat people who have landed on southern Florida beaches from Haiti. Washington Post, December 22, 1978. She notes that the issue of the Haitian boat people has been simmering since 1972, though it was not until a 1977 Supreme Court case, however, that the Justice Department recognized the rights of the Haitians to INS interviews to judge their political asylum claims. But the decision was virtually irrelevant. The INS commissioner said in an interview that practically none of the 9,000 Haitians whose cases were being reviewed in Miami in December 1978 had been adjudged as meriting political asylum. Since the INS is no longer issuing work permits, some Haitians are once again being thrown into jail while awaiting processing. A committee of civil rights lawyers charged that the INS rarely bothers to find out if the refugees are likely to be persecuted if they are forced to return to Haiti, and, of course, no questions are raised in the case of flight from a communist state, and deportation proceedings are initiated even before an interview is scheduled, under the 1977 Justice decision, to hear their claims for asylum. The group charged that the INS, in response to the vast and unexpired numbers of poor illegal Haitians, decided to begin throwing them out primarily to avoid setting an encouraging precedent for other third world illegals. The London Economist, estimating the number of Haitians illegally in the United States at 30,000, most of them boat people, added that as many as 150 Haitians are being dealt with each day by INS, with only 1 or 2 minutes for each case to be heard. While spokesmen for the Haitian community in southern Florida wonder out loud why Haitians are not accorded the same treatment as thousands of Cubans and Vietnamese, December 30, 1979. The treatment of refugees in the mass media and by U.S. official action seems to depend, once again, on political, economic, ideological, rather than human rights considerations. The earlier classification of terror used in Volume I is fully applicable to the refugees as well. 1. Benign, example Burma, where no one cares. 2. Constructive, example Latin America, where the flow stems from actions serviceable to U.S. interests. 3. Nefarious, Indochina, where the blame can be placed on the evils of communism, overlooking the insignificant matter of the legacy of U.S. intervention. Refugees of the first and second categories can be shipped back to tyranny or left to rot in oblivion wherever they may land, as long as it is not here. But refugees of the third category call forth stirring cries of indignation, editorial denunciation, passionate speeches in the halls of Congress, outraged protest from spokesmen for human rights, and moving words, rarely deeds of compassion in keeping with the lofty traditions of Western humanism. In an editorial entitled "The Indochina Debt That Lingers," the New York Times writes, "The case for American help to the refugees of Indochina continues to be self-evident. After our involvement in Southeast Asia, no debate over who owes whom how much can be allowed to obscure the worst horrors experienced by many of those in flight. The Times recognizes no case for American help to the many hundreds of thousands of refugees elsewhere in Southeast Asia and beyond. Indeed, one could hardly know of their existence from the pages of America's leading newspaper, and most remarkably, recognizes no debt to the victims of U.S. barbarism who remain in their ravaged lands and who vastly outnumber the refugees." For the editors of the Times, the efforts of the Indochinese governments to rebuild are the subject only for censure, because of the suffering their people endure, a sure proof of communist iniquity. The remark in the editorial about debate over who owes whom how much is, perhaps, an oblique reference to one of the sayings of President Carter, who, in the midst of a sermon on human rights, was asked by a journalist about U.S. responsibility to the Vietnamese. "We owe them no debt," the great humanitarian responded, "because the destruction was mutual, as a tour through the bombed-out ruins of San Francisco and the Georgia countryside will reveal." 22 While this amazing statement was deemed worthy of no commentary in the free press, it is possible that it rankles a little at least. We have already discussed the intellectual and moral standards by which the honesty of protest over human rights violations and concern for their victims should be judged. 23 Applying such standards, U.S. citizens concerned over the fate of refugees should distribute their efforts in accordance with the potential impact in relieving human misery. A refugee from Vietnam is no more or less worthy of concern, assistance, or admission to the United States than a refugee from Zaire, Burma, the Philippines, or Haiti. Articulate protest over the actions of U.S. clients such as Marcos or Suharto is far more significant in human terms, that is, in terms of potential benefit for victims, hence far more obligatory on grounds of moral principle than protest over acts or conditions in states beyond the reach of U.S. power. What we find, however, is that articulate opinion, at least, that part that is able to reach more than a tiny segment of the public, is focused almost exclusively on victims of communist oppression, a concept that includes the rigors of life amidst the ruins, and is careful to evade the question of actions that would alleviate the conditions that are a primary cause for the flight of the refugees. The New York Times has assigned one correspondent, Henry Comm, to virtually full-time coverage of the misery of post-war Indochina, though others too report frequently on this topic. No comparable concern is shown outside of Indochina. The Pulitzer Prize for International Reporting was won by Henry Comm, chief Asian diplomatic correspondent for the New York Times, for his articles on the plight of the so-called boat people, war refugees from Indochina. 24 No such prize is, or will be offered for studies of the misery of refugees, or those not lucky enough to escape, from U.S. client states, or from countries such as Burma that have not been so ignoble as to defend themselves successfully from U.S. invasion. In fact, the Pulitzer Prize jury had recommended Le Pain of Newsday for the prize in international reporting for a series of articles on conditions in South Africa, but the winner chosen by the advisory board was Henry Kam of the New York Times, whose articles on Vietnamese refugees had been the jury's fourth choice. We learn in a brief AP report carried by the New York Times on April 22.25 the Pulitzer Prize Advisory Board is, evidently, more finely tuned to the needs of contemporary ideology than the professional jurors. In sum, the United States ought to have a real concern for the peoples of Indochina, victims of a long and agonizing U.S.-sponsored cataclysm. But as this concern has been selectively exhibited in the post-war period, the cruelties and hypocrisies of the entire Vietnam War intervention display themselves in new form. The main victims, the bulk of the rural population who remain in Indochina, are ignored, and the concern for refugees is so intertwined with ideological warfare and a rewriting of history that the humanitarianism is once again shown to be hopelessly compromised by political interests. The ghastly episode of the Vietnamese orphans, discovered at the last moment and spirited out in a brazen effort to gain public support for the war, was, regrettably, a microcosm of the continuing U.S. response to the war victims. The lack of any comparable concern for the vast flow of refugees from terror within the U.S. sphere of influence, or the victims of benign terror, also tells us a great deal about the power of political economy to twist human rights into such shape that its humanistic component is hard to locate. 4. Vietnam. In the preceding chapter, we discussed the highly selective concern over the plight of refugees, many of whom are first or second order victims of Western intervention, modernization or pacification. Deep concern is also voiced for those unfortunates who have not yet succeeded in fleeing from the rigors of communism. True, things are perhaps a shade better than was predicted by those who invoked the near certainty of a massive bloodbath as justification for their support for continued U.S. intervention. And now that we have looked briefly at a few moments of Western history, under circumstances incomparably more mild and favorable and with much less cause for revenge, one can perhaps begin to perceive the basis for such expectations. One of those who confidently predicted a mass slaughter in Vietnam was the noted expert Patrick Honey, friend and advisor of DM, former Reuters Saigon correspondent and foreign editor of The Economist, author of a book on North Vietnam published by the Center for International Studies at MIT, and a respected commentator on Vietnamese affairs, also a self-styled pacifist who urged such measures as bombing the dikes in North Vietnam as early as 1965. One of his more perspicuous insights was that after a communist victory, all believed to pose a threat, real or potential, to the communist regime will be killed at once, and some of the remainder may be permitted to postpone execution as long as they continue to work as unpaid slave laborers. Calculated on the basis of past communist deeds, and given the size of South Vietnam's population, the minimum number of those to be butchered will exceed 1 million and could rise to several times that figure. 2. In fact, the predictions of Honey and other comparable experts have not been fulfilled. There has been no credible evidence of mass executions in Vietnam, certainly nothing similar to what happened in France or perhaps even Japan after World War II, to cite two examples discussed above where the provocation was far less. But some of the measures enacted by the victors have nevertheless been invoked to demonstrate both communist perfidy and the double standards of those who opposed the war. One example which provides a good insight into the practices of the free press is a front-page story in the New York Times by their Asia specialist Fox Butterfield, which includes the following information. The communists say they have also forced 260,000 Montagnards, the nomadic hill tribesmen in the south, to settle down in the last 3 years. Similar efforts by South Vietnamese regimes before 1975 drew angry protests from Americans opposed to the war. 3. Since it seemed to us unlikely that the communists would say that they had forced Montagnards to resettle, and since we recall no angry protests over earlier resettlement of Montagnards, we wrote Mr. Butterfield to inquire as to the source of his information. He was kind enough to respond, which is unusual. Most efforts to track down the source of what appears in the press are unavailing. In a letter of June 12, 1978 from Hong Kong, Butterfield cites as his source a March 19 report by the Vietnam news agency which he quotes as follows. 300,000 former nomads in the central highlands provinces of Gia Lai Kong Tum, Dac Lac, and Lam Dong have now settled and together with soldiers and pioneers from the plains, cleared hundreds of thousands of acres of virgin lands and built hundreds of new economic zones. He also cites a TASS dispatch on January 25 giving figures for both North and South, with the specific figures of 260,000 for the South. For note the way this information has been transmuted into a forced resettlement as it becomes a feature story in the New York Times. Point 5. With regard to the protests by Americans, Butterfield writes, I can only tell you that during more than 2 years as a correspondent in Vietnam, I often received letters from American friends suggesting I write articles detailing U.S. and South Vietnamese measures to compel the Montagnards to settle down. In fairness, if such a standard was applied to the actions of the Diem, Con, KY, and Theo governments, it should be maintained now for a communist regime. This response gives an interesting indication of the kind of thinking that informs the news columns, not to speak of the editorials in the free press. First, we may ask whether letters from friends are correctly described as angry protests from Americans opposed to the war and provide a sufficient evidentiary basis for characterizing and defaming a mass popular movement. Second, note the assumption based on no cited evidence that the communists have compelled the Montagnards to resettle. Note finally the belief that fairness requires that Americans opposed to the war now direct angry protests against the Vietnamese communists. Even if Butterfield had some factual basis for his assertions, consider the standards he invokes in his news column. The Vietnamese have resettled 300,000 Montagnards by means that he does not know. In comparison, the U.S. imposed government claimed to have moved no less than 1/3 of its population to strategic hamlets by the summer of 1962 to protect them from the communists, who, according to U.S. officials, had the support of about half the population while the U.S. imposed regime could claim only minimal popular support. This was undoubtedly a forced relocation, as contemporary reports and later studies make very clear. Point 6 The Montagnards were particularly hard hit by the forced relocation programs. Dennis Duncanson of the British Advisory Mission, a passionate supporter of the U.S. intervention and now a widely respected commentator on Indochina, reports without critical comment that the policy of random bombardment of villages in open zones was the principal cause of a huge migration of tribesmen in the summer of 1962, citing estimates from 125,000 to 300,000. Point 7 The Pentagon Papers cite intelligence reports on indiscriminate bombing in the countryside which is forcing innocent or wavering peasants toward the Viet Cong and on the flight of 100,000 Montagnards from Viet Cong-controlled areas due principally to Viet Cong excesses and the general intensification of the fighting in the highlands, noting again the extensive use of artillery and aerial bombardment and other apparently excessive and indiscriminate measures by GVN military and security forces, a more plausible cause for the flight than Viet Cong excesses. A phrase that was very possibly added as a reflex in the typical ideological style of intelligence reports. A CIA report of July 1962 mentions extensive relocation Montagnards allegedly resulting from fear of Viet Cong and newfound respect for power. GVN has manifested bombing attacks and use helicopters. 8 Recall that U.S. pilots were flying some 30% of bombing missions by 1962 and that all the equipment of course was supplied by the United States to the forces it trained and organized. The impact of these murderous programs on the Montagnards then and in subsequent years was severe. Gerald Hickey, who worked with Montagnards in close association with U.S. government agencies for many years, wrote in 1973 that in the past decade at least 85% of these Montagnard villages for one reason or another have been relocated, and whole ethnic groups have been moved out of their traditional territories. While he is a bit coy about the reasons, other sources, such as those just mentioned, make them clear enough. He reports that according to Saigon officials in the Ministry of Ethnic Minorities, 200,000 of 900,000 Montagnards perished during this grim decade. and at least 120,000 are crammed into dreary and inadequate refugee centers where they are shattered and demoralized. Most of their territories were then under NLF-NVA control, and the South Vietnamese, out of fear of losing control of population, prefer that relocated Montagnards remain where they are, in the refugee centers. Hickey concludes that there may be a glint of hope in reports that in some of the communist-controlled areas Montagnard refugees are being returned to their former sites to rebuild villages. If this is so, it could mean the salvation of the Montagnard way of life, particularly a restoration of their self-sufficiency and with it their dignity. 9. Other Americans have also observed their fate. Earl Martin describes the situation of hundreds of Montagnards swept up along with 7,000 Vietnamese farmers in Operation Malha, sent to a camp where camp life for the tribal people looked less like integration than genocide. In fact, gradually they started to die off, pleading in vain to be permitted to return to their hills, even though these areas were being subjected to constant U.S. bombardment. 10. Contrary to the statement of the Times correspondent, there were, regrettably, few if any angry protests at the time of these programs by Americans opposed to the war. 11. During the early programs, which were among the most savage, there was no visible peace movement at all. But even if there had been angry protests, as the facts certainly demanded, would it be proper to accuse such protesters of a double standard for failing to protest the current relocation of Montagnards? Does fairness require that when a Vietnamese government relocates 300,000 Montagnards, by means that are unknown, U.S. citizens must protest exactly as they did, rather, should have done, when the U.S. government and a regime that it forcefully imposed, armed and trained, bombed hundreds of thousands of Montagnards into protected areas or drove a third of the population of South Vietnam into virtual concentration camps, surrounded with barbed wire and controlled by police? That is an odd standard of fairness. By honest and moral standards, protest by U.S. citizens would be directed primarily against the United States and its clients, even if there were some remote degree of parity in the measures undertaken, for reasons that we have already discussed. Cf. Volume I, Chapter 1, Section 16. In fact, there is a clear case of double standards illustrated here, quite apart from the falsification of evidence in the Times story. The Times did not protest, either editorially or in its constant editorializing in news reports, when the United States and its client regime drove hundreds of thousands of Montagnards from their homes by random bombardment or conducted the forced resettlement programs of 1962 to 1963, or even when it later carried out its massive programs of forced draft urbanization by bombs and artillery. Occasionally the Times would complain that the programs were not efficacious or well designed, but we recall no principled protest over this or other aspects of U.S. aggression in Indochina. And as we have seen, at the war's end not only the Times editorial writers but also their most outspoken doves saw the war only as a blunder. In his news report and the attitudes that lie behind it, Butterfield exemplifies once again the typical hypocrisy of the media, raising a moral issue which takes the form of a criticism of alleged double standards on the part of others, but quite incapable of perceiving the real double standard to which the Times consistently adheres, or better, the single standard of service to the basic principles of the state propaganda system. In the same news story, Butterfield reports that Vietnam plans to resettle 10 million people, 1/5 of the population, in the next 20 years. In its scope and severity, Hanoi's plan dwarfs the forced evacuation of refugees during the Vietnam War. He criticizes a Vietnamese spokesman for having made no reference to the cost in human terms of moving 10 million people from one part of the country to another and from their accustomed lives in the city to uncleared land in the countryside. Assuming that in this case the Times has some evidence for what it reports, consider the judgments expressed in this news story. Would the resettlement of 10 million people in 20 years dwarf in scope and severity the U.S. program of bombing approximately the same number of people into U.S. controlled urban concentrations during the 1960s? It is quite important to recall that contrary to much current propaganda, these programs of forced relocation, which in fact displaced some 10 million people in the South according to the representative of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, see below, p. 82, were consciously designed to drive the rural population to the U.S. controlled cities, a fact obvious enough from their predictable effect, and in fact were explicitly recommended for this purpose. Point 12. Furthermore, as we have already noted, all competent authorities agree that a program of resettlement is an absolute necessity if the country is to survive, a point to which we will return. What evidence does Butterfield adduce, or have, that the specific program to which he objects is an improper one, given the clear necessity for massive resettlement? The comparison to violent relocation by a foreign invader in an effort to undercut the social base of a popular resistance movement is truly astonishing. What of the failure to refer to the cost in human terms of moving people from their accustomed lives in the city to uncleared land in the countryside? Butterfield evidently wants us to assume that the communists, with their customary cruelty, are simply dismantling the cities where people live in comfort and sending them to uncleared land, in preference to the cleared land that otherwise awaits them. He himself acknowledges factors that make this utter nonsense. Point 13. The accustomed lives in the city were sheer hell for vast numbers of victims of U.S. savagery, while those more favored could hardly maintain their accustomed lives after the collapse of the totally artificial foreign-based economy and must turn to productive work, unless there is to be mass starvation. That much is elementary. Nor is there any reason to suppose that the Vietnamese are purposely sending urban residents to uncleared land out of some peculiar form of malice. Such evidence as exists, quite apart from mere common sense, suggests that they will attempt to create a viable economy self-sufficient in agriculture. All of this is obvious, except to correspondent editorialists in the U.S. propaganda institutions. Point 14. It is interesting to compare the Times analysis with that of Nayant Chanda, see footnote 4, based on long familiarity with the region and a recent visit. Like the New York Times, Chanda discusses the 50,000 functionaries and political personalities of the former regime, civil and military, in re-education camps. 15. The sometimes troubled accommodation of the bitterly anti-communist Catholics to the new regime and the conflicts between certain segments of the Buddhist community and the communist authorities, the discontent and suffering of urban residents of the South who blame the communists for the radical decline in living standards for the bourgeoisie when the U.S.-based economy collapsed with the U.S. withdrawal, and the problems of corruption and bureaucratic inefficiency. As distinct from the Times and other U.S. media, he also outlines the background and context of what is happening in Vietnam and discusses in some detail the careful and progressive measures that are being taken by the regime to try to deal with the awesome problems of reconstructing the socio-economic structures ravaged by 2 decades of separation and war. In the South, Chanda writes, the security situation is much improved over 1976, with no armed military patrols in Saigon and no military in evidence on the road leading to the Mekong Delta or on bridges. Nevertheless, armed resistance reportedly continues in parts of the country, and he finds plausible the official explanation that the principal reason for detaining elements of the U.S.-backed regime corresponds to the imperatives of security, the government wishing to assure itself, before freeing them, that those detained will have no opportunity to cause harm. 16. He reports the testimony of a recently released Theo government functionary who says that most of his detention was spent farming or in political discussions after a 3-month study of the history of the revolution and the causes of the American defeat. The liberation of those with a serious criminal past will be delayed beyond the expected 3 years, Chanda believes, while bureaucratic inefficiency may delay the release of others. There are 1.5 million unemployed in the South, according to officials whom Chanda quotes, including 300,000 in Saigon, most of whom had enjoyed, thanks to the massive influx of American dollars, an easy life and a standard of living absolutely without relation to the level of economic development of the country. According to a confidential report of the World Bank, the worst threat of famine in the South was overcome by imports from the North and external assistance. Far from draining the South of resources, as the editors of the New York Times have claimed, see Chapter 1, footnote 13, the Vietnamese authorities appear concerned to avoid the collapse of normal living standards in Saigon and continue to divert essential products to the South, including even gasoline for thousands of private vehicles, to the degree that the standard of living in Saigon is higher than anywhere else in Vietnam. Chanda gives a sympathetic account of the efforts to residents of overcrowded urban areas to new economic zones, prepared for settlement by army units, groups of young villagers, volunteer students, and members of the Young Communist League. There were admitted errors in the early stages of the settling of Saigonese in inadequately prepared new economic zones, leading to rumors of new Siberias, but these appear to have been overcome, Chanda reports. He describes the significant improvements in a region that he had visited in 1976, then an arid plain without trees and now a flourishing state farm, with schools, nurseries, tractors, and bulldozers. The cited World Bank report praises the new economic zones and urges international aid, while the U.S. press, in contrast, prefers to deplore the cruel evacuation of the Saigonese from their accustomed lives in the city to uncleared land in the countryside. Chanda also describes the slow and careful moves that the government is making to encourage cooperation among the individualistic peasants of the Mekong Delta and to increase food production, the introduction of double harvests, and impressive projects to improve the land, as well as efforts to develop small-scale industry to offer needed goods to the peasants so that they will agree to send the agricultural surplus to the cities. As for the corruption, described with much glee by Western Journal 17, he writes that it is in a way an inevitable phenomenon after 30 years of sacrifice and privations, particularly in Saigon where substantial quantities of imported consumer goods are still to be found, though the government, which has quite openly discussed the problem, is taking measures to overcome it, not overlooking the severe temptations for a soldier who has been fighting in the jungle for 10 years and would now like to send a small present to his wife at home. This description, while not sparing in criticism, is radically different in character from the bulk of what is presented in the U.S. press in an effort to demonstrate communist depravity. It even suggests that the United States might have some lessons to learn, lessons that might be applied in its Latin American domains, for example from people who entirely lack the resources of the world's richest country and who are facing problems immeasurably more severe than those in the U.S. satellites. Point 18. Or perhaps the lessons might be applied in the outright U.S. colonies such as Guam, where, according to a report by Butterfield, Asian workers have been systematically underpaid, physically abused and intimidated by threats of deportation if they complain often. Apparently, with the complicity of United States government officials, the situation is like slavery in the South before the Civil War, says a Department of Labor official who adds that his life was threatened when he was sent here to investigate the situation. Point 19. One might even be so naive, perhaps, as to imagine that the facts that Chanda reports might lead the New York Times editors, who are presumably aware of them, to reconsider their high-minded belief that our Vietnam duty is not over, referring solely to the horror of the refugees. 20. And to conceive of this lingering debt as encompassing also a response to the appeal of the ComSimps in the World Bank for international assistance for the resettlement projects within Vietnam. The World Bank is not alone in recommending resettlement. A vast resettlement of Vietnamese, away from the cities and back to the countryside, is likely to get underway soon, probably aided by United Nations-sponsored funds. 21. A UN report describes such mass population movement as a top priority if Vietnamese agricultural production is to recover. The head of the UN aid mission that visited Vietnam for a month in March 1976 told a news conference at the UN in New York that "I am satisfied in light of my experience that coercion is not exercised." He also expressed his opinion that those who crowded into the cities of the South during the war did not want to stay in the cities. In the North, he observed, some villages have been totally erased from the earth. You have some cities without a house left standing. He added that the Vietnamese had shown a very friendly, constructive attitude towards the UN mission and permitted them to travel freely. He urged an international aid program, to which Sweden and some other Western countries have already begun to contribute, but those who erase the villages from the earth have banned aid to the victims, or even trade. The representative of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Alexander Casella, now a senior associate of the Carnegie Endowment, gave his impressions of 18 months in post-war Vietnam in Foreign Policy, Spring 1978. This detailed report is rather similar in tone to Chanda's, and again radically different from the stream of invective in the nation's press. Casella concludes that if one considers the material problems the country faces and the hatreds accumulated by 30 years of war, the potential for a major economic and human catastrophe after the war was enormous. The least credit that the leadership deserves is for having averted that catastrophe. When the war ended, there was an administrative vacuum in the South, and Northern officials had to be rushed to the South along with doctors, technicians, medical supplies, and fuel. The reason for the administrative vacuum is simple: the Saigon administration had dissolved, and the PRG did not have the manpower to take over. In the early 1960s about half of the party members were in the South. By 1976, the proportion was less than 1 in 6. Why had the proportion changed? A major reason for the imbalance is the Phoenix Program, the American euphemism for the system of assassinating South Vietnamese communists which, according to official Vietnamese sources, had about 100,000 victims. They were not merely party members, but in most cases experienced functionaries. In other words, the local administrative structure of the PRG was for all practical purposes eradicated, and in the last years of the war the operating life expectancy of a Communist Party cell leader in Saigon was not more than 4 months. 22. The Western press generally prefers a different interpretation of the Northern takeover. As we have seen, as soon as the war was over the NLF was discarded. Martin Woolyackett explains. 23. In retrospect, it is clear that the NLF was never a true coalition of communist and non-communist forces, nor was it ever an independent Southern entity. His evidence is that the Communist Party revealed in internal documents that it hoped to control the front, and the judgment of most authorities that by 1966 the majority of key cadres were Northerners, that is, after 10 years of savage repression, 4 years of U.S. bombing, and a year of full-scale military invasion with its awesome concomitants. Without a word on the methods that were used to destroy the NLF and the peasant society it had organized, Woolyackett observes that the revolutionary theory of the NLF in the end turned out to be wrong. There was no general uprising or negotiated coalition government, which is true, given the U.S. refusal to implement the 1973 agreements, see Chapter 1, Section 1, but rather the war ended by a massive conventional military campaign, in response to U.S. Saigon military actions, as is noted by every reputable observer, and now the front has been ceremonially laid to rest in Saigon, having been decimated by U.S. terror. The omissions, here parenthesized, are revealing. Casella goes on to describe the shattered economy of the South, an artificial U.S. creation, as well as an exhausted North Vietnam, whose economy was just marginally self-supporting, having been reduced to the production level of 1955, and now required to divert some of its functionaries to help govern the South, and to prop it up economically as well. The South, or what was left of it, had little to offer the North. Discussing the impact of the war, Casella writes that between 1965 and 1975, some 10 million people were at one time or another displaced in South Vietnam. By the summer of 1975, he writes, it was clear that there was no economic alternative but to return to the countryside for the 5 million displaced persons who had sought refuge in the cities and were now mostly unemployed. Of these, 2 million were fortunate enough to be able to return to their original villages. Of the other 3 million, many had seen their villages destroyed and the land wasted. These would have to be resettled in new economic zones, NEZs. As for the resettlement program, both for individuals and for the nation, there is no alternative. Early efforts at resettlement in NEZs were ill-prepared, hence, the NEZs unjustly acquired the reputation of an Asian gulag, especially among the petty bourgeoisie from Saigon, who had always looked down on manual labor. By the fall of 1975, he writes, the situation had been reassessed and a pattern of resettlement established, news of which had not reached the New York Times desk in Hong Kong, whereby the Army Corps of Engineers first clears land, disposes of mines, builds access roads, some simple housing, and health facilities before settlers are brought in. Casella then describes some successful examples in extremely poor areas. Is there coercion involved? If forcing means at gunpoint, then the answer is an emphatic no. But it would also be incorrect to say that there is no pressure on the unemployed people of Saigon to leave for the countryside. Explaining these pressures, he describes what Butterfield calls the accustomed lives in the city for the poor, who rarely arouse the compassion that beats so strongly in the hearts of Western commentators for middle and upper class collaborators with the imperial venture. Saigon's 4th precinct is one of the poorest areas in the city, one into which few foreigners ever ventured. Situated in a swamp, it is a maze of alleys in a jungle of dilapidated shacks made of corrugated iron and the leftovers from plywood packing cases. Its population rose from 60,000 in 1960 to 200,000 by the war's end, about half unemployed. Resettlement of the displaced persons in the 4th precinct was given priority, and by the summer of 1977, 60,000 had already been moved to new economic zones in Long An 24 and Tain In, the areas most had come from. He quotes a member of the People's Committee of the 4th Precinct and a survivor of 7 years in prison on Kon Sun Island, who claims that we have more people who volunteered for resettlement than we can handle. The problem of resettlement also exists in the north, where most of the populated areas along Route 1 south from Tan Hoa to the 17th parallel looked like a lunar landscape, pitted with bomb craters for mile after mile. Some 2 million people were displaced in the north, he estimates, mostly from regions that were among the poorest in Vietnam. 25. The food crisis is severe because of the war. The land area under cultivation declined by almost 2.5 million acres due to the exodus of the population from 1965 to 1975. Furthermore, cratering also had a long-lasting effect on agriculture, since the explosion compresses the earth so that the huge craters left have no excess soil for fill on the perimeter. As U.S. financed fertilizer imports abruptly ended, new strains of miracle rice could no longer be used, leading to a drop in productivity generally attributed in the U.S. press to communist mismanagement and peasant discontent. Unusually severe weather has further hampered plans to achieve agricultural self-sufficiency by 1980, although the area under cultivation in the south has increased. Since Casella wrote, the worst floods in many decades have caused further devastation and misery. Casella also discusses the re-education camps, which are obviously not vacation spots, though it has yet to be proved that they are as bad as the old prisons of the Saigon regime. As for the men now returning from them, considering the length of the war and the bitterness it engendered, they could hardly have hoped for better. The incompetent U.S. evacuation effort, described in detail by CIA analyst Frank Snep 26, failed to evacuate endangered Vietnamese to the United States, a solution that both they and the communists would surely have found less burdensome. The Hanoi leadership, Casella writes, concluded that retribution per se carried no redeeming value for the 1.5 million members of the Saigon Army and civilians of the Saigon regime. For the rank and file, re-education usually meant only 1 or 2 days of lectures, though problems arose with what had been the hardcore of the Saigon regime, the officer corps, police officials, and the like. For example, those engaged in the U.S.-sponsored assassination campaigns, whose names were no doubt known to the victors because of the failure to destroy U.S. intelligence files, see Snep. For the former ruling elite, re-education became a far more complex and time-consuming process. While trials have a certain appeal to the Western mind, anyone familiar with Vietnam instinctively realizes that the last thing the individuals concerned would have wanted was a trial, which would have narrowed down responsibility and probably led to far heavier sentences as opposed to the 3 to 5 year detention, approximately, specified by official decrees. It is likely that since Casella wrote, a combination of natural disasters and serious international complications involving China and Cambodia, and perhaps other factors, have seriously aggravated the internal situation. Despite the rigors of the war, the regime did manage to attain some significant, tangible achievements. Illiteracy was practically wiped out, and North Vietnam today probably has the most comprehensive primary education system and rural health program in continental Asia. 27 as well as one of the most decentralized of the communist economies, one in which considerable leeway is left to local authorities. The current trend is to try to duplicate this pattern at the level of industrial management, with involvement of trade union and party representatives in a search for an original type of socialist management. It will take a full decade, he believes, before Vietnam reaches a point from which an economic take-off appears feasible and the material and social damage of the war is repaired. A full assessment of where Vietnam stands will have to wait until that day, a day that could be advanced were the United States not bent on retribution. Casella's account, like Chanda's, is supported by much direct evidence provided by Western visitors and analysts who have spent long periods in Vietnam, including post-war Vietnam in some cases. For example, the detailed and ignored study by Jean and Simone Lacouture in 1976.28, the most extensive and by far the most serious report of a visit by a U.S. reporter, Richard Dudman's 10-part series in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, reaches quite similar conclusions. After 30 years of war and only 2½ years of peace, Vietnam appears to have made a remarkable start at tackling the problems of peace. He confirms that the South appears to be a burden rather than a prize for Hanoi and reports the view of some of the best informed Western diplomats in Hanoi that the shortage of communist cadres as a result of Operation Phoenix and other U.S. terrorist programs remains a major problem in the South. Western diplomats report a net rice transfer from North to South in 1975 and 1976, but probably not 1977. The new Ho Chi Minh City, Saigon, probably is better for many factory employees and others now known as workers, but worse, at least economically, for much of the middle class and for many of the self-employed, which is not very surprising, given the collapse of the artificial economy that was based on a foreign dole. For the time being, South Vietnam has something of the feel of an occupied country, Dudman writes. Unlike most U.S. journalists, Dudman describes the social and economic development programs undertaken to overcome the effects of the war and reports interviews with Ngo Kong Duc and other well-known non-communist intellectuals who support the new regime, and are therefore blanked out of the U.S. press, see below. All in all, his report, with its professional character and integrity, stands in striking contrast to the exclusive search for negatives that is labeled News About Indochina in the nation's press. 29. The liberal weekly Newsweek depicts events in post-war Vietnam in its issue of May 23, 1977. In the index we read, 2 years after the fall of Saigon, the Unified Socialist Republic of Vietnam is still no workers' paradise. Nearly 100,000 former South Vietnamese soldiers and officials are suffering in re-education camps from which many of them may never emerge. With the economy in bad shape, hordes of city folk have been moved to new economic zones in the countryside, which lack nearly all the comforts of home. Such as the comforts of the 4th Precinct in Saigon or the villages that have been erased from the map in the war always supported, sometimes with timid reservations, by Newsweek editors. The accompanying article gives no insight into why the economy is in bad shape, nor has Newsweek been noted for its sarcasm about the workers' paradise in, say, the Philippines, South Korea, Guam, or much of Latin America, to mention a few cases where U.S. influence and control extends beyond 2 years and where instead of B-52 treatment the United States is supposedly aiding the population, see Volume I, Chapter 4, however, for a discussion of the de facto impact of this aid. The journal then presents a discussion of life in the new Vietnam, revealing that 2 years after the communist victory, there are still beggars, prostitutes, and black marketeers in Saigon, sure proof of communist iniquity as compared with the benevolent humanitarianism of the United States, which would never tolerate such a scene in Saigon, Manila, Guam, or Santo Domingo or Harlem. Western intelligence reports and the tales told by refugees and foreign travelers paint a dreary picture of life in Vietnam. They quote a Frenchman returning from Vietnam who reports the feeling in the country that 2 years after the war is really too long for this sort of thing to go on, referring to the re-education camps but failing to offer a comparison to the warm and sympathetic treatment of collaborators by the French, or the British and US re-education camps and forced labor for POWs up to 3 years after the German defeat. See Chapter 2, Section 2. Newsweek also describes the new economic zones to which city dwellers have been removed, deprived of all the comforts of home. Many of these zones have already become rural slums of shabby huts inhabited by dispirited city people trying to coax crops out of marginal farmland. In many cases, the government has failed to provide the new farmers with seeds and tools. In its sole reference to the war, Newsweek writes that the war has left Vietnam's economy in a dreadful state. The North Vietnamese, some residents of Saigon believe, are intent on leveling the economy of the once prosperous South to punish us, which is true. Some residents of Saigon do believe this, in defiance of the facts cited above that are nowhere mentioned by Newsweek. Nor is there mention of the fact that the once prosperous South, needless to say, the 4th Precinct and its counterparts throughout the country deserve no mention, was an entirely external, artificially induced phenomenon, Casella, created as a service economy, complete with hundreds of thousands of prostitutes, drug addicts, beggars and servants, for the benefit of the US invaders and their local clients, which disappeared when the economic crutch that had supported South Vietnam for the previous 15 years collapsed in April 1975, Casella. The article also discusses Hanoi's admission of serious managerial errors, corruption, black marketeering, and resistance. There is no mitigating word, not a mention of the past or continuing US role. 3 accompanying pictures enliven the account. One is captioned Lecture at a Re-Education Camp. 2 years after the fall of Saigon, routine scores are still being settled, so different from the US practice, discussed in Chapter 2, Section 2. A second is captioned Camp Officers Relax, Don't Spare the Rod, No Rod is Visible. The third picture shows rather well-dressed children holding agricultural implements under a red flag. For all we know, it might be a picnic. The caption reads, New Economic Zone, Hardship Post for City Folk. Small wonder that the same issue of Newsweek contains a letter from a reader defending Nixon, with the following comment, We forgave the British, the Germans, and the Japanese, and are currently in the process of forgiving the Vietnamese. Doesn't Richard Nixon deserve the same consideration? Nothing could reveal the power of the US propaganda system more persuasively than the fact that readers who gain their picture of reality from Newsweek and similar specimens of the free press can speak of our forgiving the Vietnamese for their sins against us. Perhaps there are also enlightened Germans who are in the process of forgiving the Jews. 30. A few weeks earlier, the New York Times presented its lengthy feature analysis of the painful problems of peace in Vietnam, once again by Fox Butterfield. 31 While some progress has been made by the new communist leaders in improving the lot of the 50 million Vietnamese, nevertheless the general picture is one of unrelieved dreariness and oppression. Northern soldiers and officials in Saigon have bought up or confiscated vast amounts of desirable goods and shipped them home, one indication of how the northern Vietnamese have tended to treat the formerly more prosperous South like conquered territory. Another indication is that Hanoi has sent tens of thousands of teachers and officials to the South and has assigned a virtual monopoly on key policy-making posts in the unified government to Northerners. 32 No mention is made of the reasons for the shortage of skilled personnel from the resistance forces of the South, though it has long been obvious that these consequences followed directly from the success of the Phoenix mass murder program and Westmoreland's killing machine. 33 Nor does Butterfield take note of the efforts of the North to divert scarce and precious resources to the South to maintain the artificial living standards of those Saigonese who benefited materially from their association with the US invaders. The careful reader, however, will notice that something is amiss in Butterfield's account of how the North is treating the formerly more prosperous South like conquered territory. An accompanying AP dispatch from Saigon reporting a recent 1,000-mile trip from Hanoi to Saigon by road and air disclosed a still Spartan way of life in the north and a relatively affluent one in the south. From Hanoi southward down Highway 1 the scene is one of furious activity as men and women work until after dark, bringing in produce or laboring in construction gangs building canals and dikes or repairing roads and bridges. Every bridge along the way was destroyed by United States bombing. In the north, where factories and brick kilns work around the clock, effort seems concentrated on industrial construction. In the south, the real business is in the cities. Saigon, in particular, appears to be almost as active as it was before the communist victory 2 years ago. While the bicycle prevails in Hanoi, which seems in some ways like a country town, motor scooters and cars still buzz through Saigon, which still boasts bars and hotels as well as freewheeling markets. The people of Hanoi still live in a do-it-yourself society where nothing seems to be wasted, least of all time. 34. Returning to Butterfield's survey, he next turns to the new economic zones and the population transfers. Curiously, in this May 1977 article he gives exactly the same figures and projections: 700,000 Saigonese relocated and 10 million to be transferred in the coming years, including Montagnards, that inspired him to such denunciation and scorn in his May 1978 article, discussed above. He writes that 700,000 people from Saigon, many born there, have been moved to new economic zones to clear scrub jungle or uncultivated land. Compare the accounts by Chanda, the World Bank and UN officials, cited above. Butterfield states that the communists have defended the population transfers as natural and necessary since Saigon and other southern cities, in their view, were always artificial products of American military spending and aid. He fails to add that this was not only the communist view, but the universal view among people with the slightest familiarity with the situation, and surely is his view too. Nor does he note that Saigon and other cities were not just artificial products of American military spending and aid, but also of programs of urbanization by massive bombardment and destructive ground sweeps designed to force refugees to urban areas, a fact worth mentioning in this connection, one might think. He cites communist sources who claim that almost everyone in Saigon was in an unproductive service industry, again failing to note that this is not simply a pretense of communist officials, but an unquestioned fact. Casella estimates that 70% of the economic activity in Saigon was service-oriented and only 7% are industrial. He is presumably not including the hundreds of thousands of prostitutes in South Vietnam, another product of American military spending and aid, nor those engaged in the drug traffic, which had devastating effects in South Vietnam as a direct consequence of the U.S. intervention. By all accounts, the drug problem was extremely limited before. Butterfield goes on to say that the communists defend a sharp drop in Saigon's standard of living as a progressive development, bringing its residents back to earth after a decadent flirtation with the luxuries of American consumer society. Recall the facts: there was a sharp drop in standard of living for some Saigonese. Hardly all, but as Casella notes, U.S. reporters rarely entered the massive urban slums of South Vietnam, where refugees and others lived in swamps and tin huts. The drop was hardly a matter of communist choice. Rather, it was an immediate consequence of the withdrawal of the U.S. crutch that had created an artificial economy in the South at the same time that U.S. force was inexorably destroying its agriculture and village life. Unless the U.S. taxpayer decides to continue flooding Saigon with the luxuries of American consumer society, a possibility that Butterfield does not explore and that has yet to be advocated editorially in the Times, it is a matter of dire necessity, as all serious observers recognize, to resettle the urbanized population on the land and turn them to productive effort. But of this there is no word in the Times' retrospective analysis of conditions in Indochina 2 years after the end of the war there. Rather, all of the problems are the result of communist policy. Butterfield was a Times war correspondent in Vietnam and is certainly aware, as are the editors of the Times, that something more than communist decision is involved in causing a situation in which many Southerners feel a sense of hardship. In an article of some 2,500 words, Butterfield scatters a phrase here and there that might recall to the reader some of the other factors. He speaks of the substantial tracts of land made fallow by the war, a phrase that would have made Orwell gasp. He reminds us that 80% of the population are farmers, which may stir some memories about U.S. programs undertaken to defeat the rural-based insurgency by eliminating its base, urbanizing the rural population. He notes that large numbers of urban residents are being resettled in the countryside, permitting a person familiar with elementary school arithmetic to conclude that large numbers of former farmers are being returned, or perhaps, perish the thought, allowed to return, to farms to their own villages, where these still exist. Butterfield informs us that Saigonese, with a few exceptions, did not support the communists during the Long War. Surely Butterfield knows virtually nothing about the attitudes of most Saigonese, for example, those driven into Saigon by U.S. military action from neighboring Long An province, where, as Jeffrey Race's study shows, the communists had gained the support of the mass of the population by 1965. As we have noted, U.S. officials in the early 1960s estimated that about half the population of the South supported the NLF. A substantial part of that population was driven to Saigon and other urban areas. Did they still support the NLF? Is the estimate of U.S. officials, which we would expect to be on the low side, an accurate one? To answer these questions one would have to pay some attention to Vietnamese who were not associated with the U.S. effort. This, reporters generally failed to do. 35 though again there were noteworthy exceptions. The real source for Butterfield's judgment is suggested by the accompanying analysis, where he illustrates the attitudes of the Saigonese with a single example, the family of a colonel in the Saigon Army, one of whose sons had been a major in the Army Medical Corps and another a lawyer in Saigon, and whose daughter had been a low-ranking employee in the Ministry of the Interior. It is perhaps less than obvious that an account of this family's woes serves adequately to illustrate the attitudes of Saigonese, though it is not untypical of the Western concept of Saigonese. Butterfield notes the problems of writing about Vietnam, given the limited sources of information. Thus there is little verifiable information on the new economic zones. No full-time American correspondents have been admitted since the war. 36 His conclusions about the problems of peace are therefore based on reports by diplomats, refugees, and letters from Vietnam. The same complaint appears in a more exaggerated form in an article a few months later by the Times Pulitzer Prize winner Henry Kam, who writes that southern Vietnam has become virtually impenetrable by foreigners and only the Hanoi government's picture of life in the reunited country is presented to the world, so that refugees are the principal source of critical first-hand information. 37 While the pretense is useful for Times ideologues, it is far from true. As the editors could have informed their correspondents, the New York Times requested a report on a trip to Vietnam from the distinguished U.S. historian Gabriel Kalko, but refused to print it, and indeed refused to permit Asahi, Tokyo, to print it, presumably on grounds of its ideological inadequacies from their point of view. 38 Furthermore, while sources of information are no doubt restricted, there has been plenty of first-hand material in the public record since the end of the war. For example, there is the book by Jean and Simone Lacouture, already cited, which appeared in 1976, and much else to which we return. 39 If Times correspondents choose to limit themselves to reports by refugees and selected diplomats, they merely reveal again their ideological bias, not the factual contingencies. A look at the book by the Lacoutures, which, as noted, is far from uncritical, explains why they have been consigned to oblivion on this matter, not in reference to Cambodia, as we shall see in Chapter 6. They report that the capitalist economy of the South was unable to solve the agricultural problems that socialist planning, with many more natural handicaps, has just about overcome in the North, and they provide information and insight into the partially successful efforts made to change the society that was called irremediably miserable by the French specialist Pierre Gora. 40 They also describe what Butterfield calls the tracts of land made fallow by the war. To be more accurate, in their words, the land with its bridges destroyed, its trees mutilated, its leprous earth, its vegetation rendered anemic by defoliants, it is the antechamber of desolation, deprived of its population fleeing combat or forced by the Americans to abandon the countryside to be regrouped in strategic hamlets or the vicinity of the cities. 95, 195. Like all other competent observers, but unlike the U.S. journalists who enlighten the public here, the Lacoutures point out that it was absolutely urgent to reinstall the peasants on their land, referring to an estimated 8 million displaced by the war in the south. 197. They visited several villages in new economic zones and spoke to inhabitants, for example, in the region of Siuchi, scalped by the war, where it is for the most part the former peasants who have returned. 200. Their conclusions are relatively optimistic. The method seems progressive, based on voluntarism, taking account of the ravages provoked by malaria. 202. True, they are not full-time American correspondents, but it is unclear why their direct testimony lies beyond the pale, given Jean Lacouture's long experience and distinguished record as a historian and journalist in Vietnam, or rather, it is quite clear. The refusal to concede the existence of direct eyewitness reports from Vietnam enabled the New York Times and its colleagues to evade the question of the consequences of the U.S. war and the problems of reconstruction that face the survivors. It enabled them to avoid the thoughts aroused by such passages as the following. The traveler returning to the South a year after liberation cannot fail to be surprised at the transformation of the countryside. The thousands of young volunteers and peasants who are busy constructing dikes in the villages of Song Mai, where the My Lai massacre took place, to the sound of revolutionary music from loudspeakers, well symbolize the new epoch. 41. Though one can imagine how brainwashed U.S. reporters would convey the scene, even if they were to concede its existence. On the rare occasions when the devastating consequences of the war are noted, care is taken to sanitize the reports so as to eliminate the U.S. role. The New York Times, for example, carried an AP report from Manila, March 21, 1976, on a World Health Organization study, describing South Vietnam as a land of widespread malaria, bubonic plague, leprosy, tuberculosis, venereal disease, and 300,000 prostitutes, one of the few places on earth where leprosy was spreading and bubonic plague was still taking lives. The WHO report states that if the bomb-shattered fields are to be made fertile again, and the socio-economic conditions of the people improved, freedom from malaria will have to be first ensured, while in the north the main health problem is to reconstruct the 533 community health centers, 94 district hospitals, 28 provincial hospitals and 24 research institutes and specialized hospitals that were destroyed during the war by some unknown hand. The sole mention of the United States in this grisly report is the statement that the United States has been invited to a meeting to consider helping the two countries being North and South Vietnam. While the Times recognized the integration of East Timor into Indonesia in 1976, it had not yet recognized the unification of the two countries of Vietnam. Since we owe the Vietnamese no debt because the destruction was mutual, as Mr. Human Rights has explained to his admiring audience, 42, no help will be forthcoming from the United States to reconstruct the hospitals so mysteriously destroyed or to deal with the 500,000 drug addicts, the 80,000 to 160,000 cases of leprosy in the South, the estimated 5,000 cases of bubonic plague annually, or the rampant epidemics of tuberculosis and venereal disease reported by the W.H.Q.43 Congress, as noted, has banned aid to Vietnam for its human rights violations, which so offend the U.S. conscience. 44 The United States was the only country out of 141 that refused to endorse a UN resolution urging priority economic assistance to Vietnam. 45 A request from Vietnam to the Asian Development Bank for assistance might take quite a long time to consider, according to the bank's president Taroichi Yoshida, representative of another country well known for its blundering efforts to do good. See Chapter 1, p. 17, in Southeast Asia. Observers believed that Mr. Yoshida's caution stemmed, in major part, from the reluctance of the United States to extend economic assistance to Vietnam until the political relationship between the two countries has been put on a normal peacetime footing. 46 A process allegedly impeded by Vietnamese cruelty in refusing to settle the problem of MIAs, the sole outstanding issue between the two countries. 47 So stern is U.S. moralism that even recipients of U.S. food for peace aid must refrain from assisting the errant Vietnamese. The government of India wanted to send 100 buffaloes to Vietnam to help replenish the herds decimated by the same mysterious hand that destroyed the hospitals, left the land fallow, and made Vietnam into a land of widespread disease and suffering, but it was compelled to channel the gift through the Indian Red Cross to avoid U.S. retribution, since Food for Peace, Public Law 480, prohibits assistance to any exporter which is engaging in, or in the 6 months immediately preceding the application for such financing has engaged in, any sales, trade or commerce with North Vietnam or with any resident thereof, while another clause bars any nation which sells or furnishes or permits ships or aircraft under its registry to transport to or from Cuba and North Vietnam any equipment, materials, or commodities so long as they are governed by a communist regime. 48. Returning to the pretense of the New York Times specialists that southern Vietnam has become virtually impenetrable by foreigners and only the Hanoi government's picture of life in the reunited country is presented to the world, there had been many other unnoticed observers who had visited Vietnam, beyond those already mentioned. For example, in an account of a visit by Inder Malhotra of the Independent Times of India 49, he notes that his plane to Hanoi was packed with travelers of many nationalities from Cuban to Japanese, including one U.S. citizen leading a delegation sent to Vietnam by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and a number of Dutch journalists. But a look at Malhotra's report of his visit quickly explains why it too, like those of the Lacouture and others, must be consigned to oblivion. Malhotra emphasizes the whore-like, parasitic mentality that the American years bred even among those South Vietnamese who had nothing whatever to do with the prostitutes and their pimps, of whom there still remain a staggering number, though the communists, he reports, are making impressive efforts to rehabilitate them and to cure the many dope addicts, preponderantly young boys and girls. Most Saigonese would rather make money than earn it. To them work is a dirty word, they would rather do business. He reports that the new regime, very sensibly, has decided not to use the big stick to combat this mentality. Saigonese men and women who openly announce their opposition to the new regime also confirm, on cross-examination, that despite their known dislike for the regime no one is hounding them out of the city. He also contrasts the Spartan existence in the north, where there are no pavement dwellers, and no beggars and there is general tranquility late at night. It is not unusual to see a lone girl or several reading under a street lamp in front of darkened houses, just like New York, with the imported and artificial affluence of Saigon. The contrast between the lifestyle of Hanoi and Saigon is so great that to go from the northern metropolis to the southern one is like leaving a monastery and plunging headlong into Hamburg's red light district. He also reports the ravages of the U.S. war. Better, no doubt, to pretend that no foreigners can enter Vietnam. The same considerations explain the non-existence of Hugues Tertreus, who reported on his stay in Saigon where he was working as a cooperant, a sort of French Peace Corps worker. 50 Like all other direct observers, he discusses what he calls the war's most crippling legacy, the artificial consumer-oriented urban society based on services and consisting largely of shanty towns, which must be radically transformed and returned to productivity if the society is to survive. He reports that there is complete religious freedom and discusses the efforts to reconstruct the stagnated economy and the resettlement in new economic zones. The system now seems to be running smoothly, in spite of a slight sluggishness resulting from the non-authoritarian nature of the operation, where young volunteers accompany the migrants to give them a hand with the preliminary work, and the People's Army often makes lodgings available. He quotes Madame Ngoba Tan, a courageous U.S. educated non-communist dissident who was well known to Americans in Saigon, who explains the effort to promote revolution in production relationships, ideological and cultural revolution, and scientific and technical revolution, which has a key role to play. Among others who have escaped the keen and inquiring eyes of the analysts of the New York Times, searching for every scrap of evidence about Vietnam, are several Canadian Vietnamese who have visited their native country. Father Tran Tam Tin and Professor Tran Dinh Quang of Laval University, Quebec, both officials of Fraternite Vietnam, reported on their visit to Vietnam in the summer of 1976 in L'Isle, Quebec, January 7, 1977.51. Their impressions are rather like those of other direct observers, though in some respects more detailed. They describe the functioning of solidarity cells, social welfare groups in their view, though regularly described as agencies of state surveillance and coercion by the U.S. press, solidarity workshops organized by Catholic and Buddhist intellectuals in such regions as the Iron Triangle, devastated by U.S. terrorists, who say that they are volunteers, schools that engage the youth in communal activism and cultural events, which they witnessed, and so on. Fraternite Vietnam has also circulated a detailed report by Professor Tran Dinh Quang on his 7-week tour, which included visits to industrial and artisans cooperatives, schools, hospitals, Catholic journals directed by priests and lay Catholics, churches 52 etc., in both North and South Vietnam, where he spoke with many functionaries, doctors, journalists, and so on. The major concern of his visit was to prepare for humanitarian assistance from abroad, and he ends his report by saying that we will be happy to furnish additional information and explanations to aid organizations that would like to participate in these programs. Presumably he would also be pleased to offer further information to U.S. journalists concerned with fact rather than service to the state propaganda system, but the opportunity has evidently not arisen. In a letter published in the Toronto Globe and Mail, April 5, 1977, the two Canadian Vietnamese visitors report that they were each living with our own families and we wandered through the streets of Ho Chi Minh City, formerly Saigon, and met with people of all social categories, engaging in discussion with many average and ordinary Vietnamese. The fact is significant, given allegations featured in the free press to which we return. Actually, even the careful reader of the New York Times will be able to ascertain that other sources of information do exist beyond those to which the Times analysts choose to restrict themselves 53 and that they often give a picture that differs substantially from the dreary and dismal scene of oppression and misery that the Times specialists construct from their carefully selected sources. Kathleen Teltsk reported from the UN in New York that Westerners who visited Vietnam almost 2 years after the end of the war report that agricultural recovery is progressing although rice rationing continues in both North and South, referring to separate groups of Mennonites and Quakers, UN officials, and a World Bank mission that spent 4 weeks assessing the economic situation. 54 in paragraph 12, 5 lines are devoted to the report by the UN Coordinator for Rehabilitation. Assistance to Vietnam, who has said that significant progress has already been made but that reconstruction requirements remain vast. In paragraph 7, Max Ediger, a Mennonite social worker from Kansas who lived in Vietnam from 1971 to 1976, is reported as saying that on his return to Vietnam he was struck by the greening of the countryside, with areas once burned to the ground already turned into cropland. The reader who may be interested in further details will not find them in the New York Times. More attention is given to the failure of these Western observers to ask to see re-education centers where it has been alleged, the authorities have interned tens of thousands, including soldiers and supporters of the American-backed government, posing a human rights issue which could loom large in President Carter's consideration of relations with Hanoi. The latter comment, typical Western cynicism. The response of the Quaker group to this charge is taken up under the heading, Issue of Repression Bypassed. The sole contents, under this heading, is a series of comments by Wallace Collett, a businessman who headed the Quaker mission. He reports that after traveling widely and talking freely with Roman Catholic and Buddhist leaders, with intellectuals, and with Vietnamese known over the years as people whose accounts were reliable, his group was convinced that accusations of widespread repression are untrue, though, as he said, the Vietnamese make no apologies for holding some former officers or officials of the Thieu government and tell us they do so for offenses we'd consider treason. Though the Times does not mention the fact, the group contained Vietnamese-speaking members who had lived and worked in Vietnam and met with non-communist Vietnamese who had long been known for principled resistance to oppression. It is interesting that this denial of repression by a group that specifically investigated it 55 apparently relying on sources that seem reasonable enough, should appear under the heading Issue of Repression Bypassed. The explanation for this anomaly, surely, is that the conclusions reached by the visitors did not conform to the doctrinal assumptions that guide news reporting in the free press. Consequently, The editors simply lied about the contents of the story in the subheading, and reporters made no further effort to determine to whom the delegation spoke and what these informants said, a matter of some interest, as we shall see, just as their account of general conditions has had no impact on reporting and analysis in the press and receives no more than passing mention in a context that suggests that it can be dismissed, in contrast to material that Times ideologues find more to their taste. Since the United States is a free society, it is possible for the assiduous investigator to determine what the Mennonite and Quaker visitors discovered on their visit. Max Ediger of the Mennonite Central Committee, who worked in Vietnam for 5 years and remained for 13 months after the war, reported on his 2-week visit in January 1977 at a February 9 private conference that included members of the Senate and House. 56 Since the war's end, this was the third Mennonite delegation to visit Vietnam, where the Mennonites had worked for 23 years. Ediger discussed the vast improvement in the educational system, in which he had been involved during his years in Vietnam, the efforts to find employment for urban refugees and their return to their old villages in the countryside, where they continue to face many hardships. It is not the human cost of the return to the land, which so preoccupies New York Times analysts, that Ediger reports, but rather the fact that unexploded mines and other munitions litter their fields. Well-trained military units first sweep the fields to try to clean them, but the farmers are still being killed. In a letter of May 11, 1977 to Worldview magazine, Ediger reports that an elderly member of a small congregation I occasionally attended returned to his farm after many years of living as a refugee and was instantly killed when he had only begun to turn over the fallow soil. And his hoe hit an M79 grenade. Ediger heard many reports of similar deaths, and asks, reasonably it would seem, if we produce the munitions, and put them there, do we not have a moral responsibility to take them out so the farmers can live? The editors of the New York Times have yet to recognize such a responsibility, when they remind us that our Vietnam duty is not over. 57. Another problem that Ediger discusses in his testimony is the vast destruction of soil and facilities inflicted by the past war, a problem aggravated by the termination of U.S. aid, particularly fertilizers, and the necessity to do all work by hand. The Church, he reports, continues to function freely and normally, and the government has helped the Protestant Church rebuild 5 of their structures destroyed by bombing in Da Nang. Saigon is still suffering from major overpopulation and other war-related problems, but one can sense a certain feeling of relaxation among the people which was not there during the war. In his letter to Worldview, Ediger adds further information. He visited a Buddhist seminary that had recently opened in Hanoi to train monks for service in the numerous pagodas throughout the country, where Buddhist scriptures were being translated from Sanskrit to Vietnamese so that it will be available to all Vietnamese. He also met several old friends who, because they were officers in the old army, spent 9 months in re-education camps. They made no mention of torture and mistreatment but rather talked about learning how to work with their hands and said that they had learned about the new economic and social system they were living under. One young doctor, after completing his re-education course, was made director of a drug rehabilitation center near Saigon. A Protestant church rebuilt with the assistance of the government was dedicated on Christmas Day. It had received a direct hit from an American bomber in 1971 which resulted in the death of 80 Christians who had taken refuge there. He also visited badly needed development projects in the countryside and programs set up to help former prostitutes and drug addicts receive training so that they could re-enter society as productive members of that society rather than as outcasts. Ediger does not doubt that there are serious human rights violations in Vietnam, and is aware that his tour undoubtedly was restricted. But he rather gently makes some important points. Unless we accept the fact that we too are violating rights in Vietnam, and strive to correct that, we lose our basis for speaking about others' possible violation of human rights. Is it not the right of a human being to be able to return to his/her farm and till the soil without the threat of being blown to bits by an M79 grenade or a Claymore mine? If we help destroy hospitals and schools, are we not violating the rights of the Vietnamese people if we refuse to help them rebuild those structures? These questions are foreign to moralists in the free press. Beneficiaries of the freedom of the press can also learn about the Quaker visit that was so quickly dismissed by the Times, CP 100 above, which included 2 members fluent in Vietnamese, Louis Kubika, on the staff at AFSC's Quang Ngai Rehabilitation Center from 1967 to 1971, and then AFSC representative in Laos, and Sophie Quinn Judge, AFSC Saigon representative for 1973 to 1975 and then co-director of the Southeast Asia Seminar Program. Point 58 The Quaker group traveled by road from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh City, Saigon. The most ambitious single reconstruction effort they visited was a dam and dike near Quang Ngai, destroyed by the United States in an area that was later subjected to some of the most brutal operations in the war. Point 59 In Hanoi they met Jean-Pierre Debris, a Frenchman who had spent 2 years in Saigon's Chi Hoa prison. His effort to reach the U.S. public in a subsequent tour here was virtually blanked out by the press, and now works with Catherine Debris at the Foreign Languages Publishing House in Hanoi. In the South they had discussions with many of the best-known leaders of the non-communist opposition under the U.S.-backed regimes and renewed acquaintances with staff at the AFSC Quang Ngai Clinic. Their account of a country rebuilding under the miserable conditions left by the United States is similar in tone and content to other eyewitness reports that we have discussed, so we will not proceed to review it. Recall that the Times did report that the Quaker delegation had met well-known non-communists in the South who had denied reports of widespread repression, but made no effort to discover the contents of these discussions, nor did other mainstream journalists to our knowledge, despite, or more accurately because of, the obvious significance of this material for anyone concerned with the facts. Li Chanchung, who had been a leading spokesman for the non-communist opposition under the Thieu regime, took pains to deny reports of repression, asking the Quaker delegation to convey a personal message to anti-war activists whom he knew in the United States. We here are among the people who have been struggling for human rights in Saigon. If a violation of human rights occurs, we ourselves will raise our voices. We will not wait for our friends from abroad to raise theirs. When we were struggling for human rights here we saw that all the so-called human rights related to basic rights, not personal rights, but national rights, independence and freedom of the nation. If you don't have these rights, you don't have any rights whatsoever. Socialism can guarantee the most basic of human rights, and guarantee them for everyone. These are the right to live, the right to have work to do, the right of health protection service, the right to education, the right to build a better future, not for myself alone, but for all the people. These rights are not guaranteed by a capitalist society. Point 60. He went on to deny that the re-education camps have the purpose of revenging or killing officers or high-ranking servants of the old regime gradually. Both he and Ngo Kong Duc emphasized that there was much bitterness after 30 years of war and that now the problem is how to have people live with one another, be reconciled to one another, and to understand one another. 61. It is conceivable that these courageous human rights activists, non-communists who were well known to Americans in Saigon, the press included, and who struggled and suffered for many years, are now so ignorant or so terrorized by the new regime that their reaction can be dismissed. Or it may be that their voice is as important now as it was under the regime of U.S. imposed sub-fascism. A free and honest press would present the evidence, permitting readers to come to their own conclusions. But the U.S. press reacts quite differently. There is no mention of the views of the leading non-communist oppositionists, and even a passing reference to the fact that they had been in contact with Americans who had known them in the past appears only under the heading Issue of Repression Bypassed. The third force leader who was best known in the West was Madame Ngo Tan, who had attended Columbia Law School and was the founder of the women's movement for the right to life, was imprisoned and tortured by Thieu for her courageous opposition to his despotism and released only after a widespread international protest, and is now a member of parliament. She met with a Swedish delegation led by Birgitta Dahl, a Social Democrat MP, on February 15, 1977.62. In this statement she reiterates that I am not a communist, her emphasis, and recalls the brutality and repression under the U.S. imposed regime, which had jailed her 4 times for a period of about 5 years. She too strongly denies the charges of violation of human rights and the attacks coming from the US imperialists through the naive actions of good people, referring to a petition signed by former anti-war activists that was featured in the New York Times. 63. She asserts that the great majority of the people who were forced to serve the puppet regime are considered by the revolutionary government only as victims. But if these people are to live in peace and true democracy, we could not tolerate traitors who committed monstrous crimes and still continue to be the instruments of imperialism, and we give this small minority no opportunity whatsoever to sabotage the wise policy of reconciliation and the huge task of reconstruction after so many years of a war we never wanted. She calls upon people who have protested human rights violations in Vietnam to recognize that US leaders need to invent all kinds of stories to destroy trust and to support our post-war struggle, for our legitimate right to be a member of the United Nations, to take up the new challenge of our times. Again, her reaction would seem to be of some significance in the light of her long and courageous struggle as a leader of the non-communist opposition to the client regime imposed by US force. Perhaps she too has been intimidated or deluded. Readers of the US press might judge for themselves, given the opportunity. To be precise, Madame Ngobaton has received some press coverage. A report by George MacArthur, formerly a war correspondent in South Vietnam, was devoted to an article of hers that was carried by Hanoi Radio in March 1977.64. The topic of the report is the scope of imprisonment in re-education camps. The strongest hint about the numbers of South Vietnamese in camps indicated a minimum figure of about 110,000. MacArthur writes, adding that in the view of refugees coming from the South, this estimate is ridiculously low. How does MacArthur arrive at this figure? His source is the article by Ngobaton, who, he writes, was the most persuasive spokesman advanced by North Vietnam in their response to criticism from the United States, in which they follow the Moscow line in attacking Carter's internationalist approach to human rights, which this correspondent, like most of his colleagues, does not perceive as something less than internationalist. She was, he adds, in the forefront of anti-government demonstrations in the South and is now one of the few Southerners who have attained or maintained influence with the communist regime since Saigon's fall. In her article, she extolled Hanoi's lenient attitudes and went on to say, before returning to normal life, prolonged re-education will be necessary for some 5% of utterly degraded former members of the puppet army and administration, such as members of the Green Berets, the Rangers, the paratroopers, Marines, policemen, prison guards, district officials, village chiefs, and secret agents who were trained by the United States. MacArthur interprets the alleged comments as implying that 5% of the 1.1 million man army and police forces and the 100,000 civil servants will be held for a prolonged period, namely 110,000 people. We take no responsibility for the arithmetic. The Quakers, Mennonites, reporters from the international press, Canadian Vietnamese Catholics, relief workers, UN officials, and others cited are not the only people who have been able to penetrate the virtually impenetrable barriers placed by the Hanoi government around southern Vietnam, compelling the New York Times to restrict itself to reports of refugees and selected diplomats. Well before Henry Com's complaints, an extensive report was published of a visit by a Friendshipment delegation concerned with humanitarian aid to the South. 65 again reporting meetings with Ngobaton and other Third Force leaders, and focusing primarily on economic and social reconstruction. Granted that these issues do not appeal to the US press, still their report might have been noted for the record. A moderately enterprising reporter could have discovered numerous other sources. Consider for example James Classen, who was engaged in relief and social services for the Mennonite Central Committee from October 1972 until April 1976, and who speaks, reads, and writes Vietnamese fluently. 66 A devout Christian, he comments that while not involved with business interests like so many French missionaries before them, American Protestant missionaries except for a precious few generally supported the U.S. political and military involvement in Vietnam. 67 Classen taught Bible Classes throughout 1975. Contrary to many fears, he writes, the government in Vietnam adopted a policy of religious tolerance, and based on my experience I do not feel that there was any systematic repression of religion by the government. Some churches are dynamic and growing. The Evangelical Church of Vietnam, Protestant, continues to offer Bible correspondence courses and in fact advertised them in the Tin Sang newspaper, a rather independent daily newspaper with the Catholic Ngo Kong Duc as head of its editorial staff. Former Mennonite schools continue to operate as before with basically the same personnel and the government now paying salaries that were formerly contributed by North American Mennonites. Although the government in Vietnam has adopted a tolerant policy toward religion, there has been a decentralization of power so that people down at the local level have quite a bit of control, more like the typical structure used to be, so there may be considerable variation from place to place. Church attendance is high and religious books are widely available. A Buddhist nun and a, relatively conservative, Catholic priest were elected to represent Saigon in the National Assembly. Religious training centers maintain high enrollment. Young people in Vietnam are typically full of idealism and enthusiasm, and now on their days off this is being channeled into constructive projects to help build their homeland, including digging canals and working alongside the farmers so that the country's economy can be based solidly on agriculture once again. Vietnamese Christians are coming to recognize that if the church is to survive, we've got to make our religion attractive by the way we live, a Vietnamese pastor in Saigon. A young Vietnamese Protestant medical doctor, addressing the young people who packed the large Trans Cao Van Church in Saigon in February 1976 as part of the Lunar New Year festivities, said that Christians need to support and participate in the worthwhile programs of the government building a new society, rebuilding our country, helping our people. 68. Or consider an Italian missionary priest, now in Hong Kong, who circulated privately an account of his 15 months after liberation in Vietnam, where he lived in a small village in the suburbs of Saigon with a small group of Christians called the Missionaries of Vietnam. 69. He felt that what I was witnessing was the last stage of a real revolution, a long revolution that has freed the country first from the French and then from the Americans. This revolution was liberating the Vietnamese people from the control of foreigners and from all the problems they had brought along to Vietnam. He explains why, with considerable personal detail. As for refugees, he expresses sympathy and compassion. One must admit that those who are unwilling to live in a certain system have the right to be welcomed in other countries, of a type more suited to their taste. It is, nevertheless, terribly dishonest to make these refugees say, in the countries that have received them, those things that the welcoming countries strongly wish to hear. A warning that is supported by the historical record. See the discussion of the Bryce Report, Chapter 2, Section 1. It is still more dishonest to proclaim that there is no information apart from the reports of refugees. Many more examples may be added. 70. It is quite true that information regarding Vietnam is limited, and that much of what is available, apart from refugees, though by no means all, is derived from guided tours. But the limitations on the press are to a significant extent self-imposed, reflecting ideological constraints rather than the exigencies of reporting under difficult conditions. The professional literature has also succeeded in escaping the unfortunate limitations on evidence that are bewailed in the press. For example, in the Canadian journal Pacific Affairs, Professor William S. Turley of Southern Illinois University, one of the small group of U.S. academic specialists on Vietnam 71, contributed a study of post-war Vietnam in which he made use of Vietnamese sources among others. 72. The victors faced numerous problems, among them, a near-famine condition among the poor, the collapse of the economy, and urban overpopulation. The war, he writes, grossly enlarged the service sector of the economy, encouraged private consumption without corresponding development of productive capacity, exacerbated inequalities, and eroded social discipline. He compares PRG and post-war programs with those attempted by the Thieu regime, concluding that the former have been far more successful and that progress already made under the new regime must be considered all the more remarkable and the ultimate goal, if reached, an astonishing achievement. He comments on the even-handed pragmatism of the PRG and current programs, the massive extension of popular participation, and maximum feasible reliance on voluntary compliance to bring about major social and demographic changes, including campaigns to assist the poor and in general ensure that social values henceforth would be redistributed downward through the efforts of popular organizations under the guidance of party cadres, which he describes in some detail. Prominent anti-Theo non-communists, such as Madame Ngobaton, have appeared in a leadership role in these efforts. The principal reasons for so quickly developing these forms of popular participation were to build a social base where the revolution had had only latent or secret support, to gain access to the urban population in order to instruct it in the values and perspectives of the new order, to obtain popular assistance in the implementation of certain practical measures, and to isolate close associates or unrepentant supporters of the previous regime by organizing those who had been ignored or disenfranchised by it. In this mobilization of the urban population, the PRG has been successful to a degree that its predecessor, whose leaders assumed the cities were secure, had never attempted to achieve. RVN governments had been preoccupied with the military conflict in rural areas and had neglected the cities, while the elitist and fractious opposition groups seldom engaged in urban ward healing. Ironically, many city dwellers, probably the vast majority, now have experienced political participation and have been called upon to show active support for their government for the first time in their lives. 73. The urgently needed redistribution of population has achieved notable results, though difficulties remain. The primary candidates for resettlement were people who had been forced to evacuate their homes by USRVN military strategy. Turley stresses the voluntarism of the program that is urbanizing the countryside as it decongest the cities, a program best understood not as a reversal of wartime flow of peasants to the cities, though this is one element, but as a movement of poor and unemployed city dwellers, some semi-urbanized peasants, from the city to the country, escaping the wretched living conditions of many urban areas, less prevalent in Saigon, where the proportion of wartime growth accounted for by-in migration was smaller than in other cities. Interpretations such as this rarely find their way to a general audience. What the press wants to hear, and hence publicizes widely, is such testimony as that of Nguyen Quang Hon, to whom one full session of the June-July 1977 congressional hearings, see Note 70, was devoted. Hon was a member of the National Assembly representing a South Vietnamese province before his escape in March 1977, and is described in the hearings as a former member of the Saigon Assembly who was known for his opposition to Thio's government. 74 He gives a grisly account of the suffering of millions of my countrymen, and says that given the new rule, many like myself come to better appreciate the U.S. involvement in Vietnam. All the basic rights are suppressed, he reports. Specifically, all religions are under intense persecution, there is almost no religious life left in the country, most of the churches have been destroyed or requisitioned by the state, and the few that are still standing are attended on Sunday by only a few older people. In the South, the training to become monk or priest is expressly forbidden, every religious library has been confiscated and the contents burned, all religious mass organizations are proclaimed to be illegal and forbidden to meet or carry out activities. The Protestants in Vietnam also are persecuted and all the pastors are considered CIA agents. Furthermore, individuals and political parties once involved in the preservation of democratic liberties in South Vietnam, even those closely allied with the National Liberation Front and the Provisional Revolutionary Government, are behind bars. A few former so-called Third Force elements were voted into the National Assembly, for instance, Mrs. Ngobaton or Professor Lee Chanchung, but these were elected more to deceive world opinion rather than anything else, and they are totally helpless. Similarly, Tran Quoc Bu, former head of the Vietnamese Federation of Labor, is considered by the Communists to be one of the CIA bosses in Saigon, whereas formerly, all the union leaders were elected by the workers, now the union is totally created by the Communists. No Vietnamese dares to talk to a foreigner unless he is given permission to do so. Furthermore, eliminations and killings have occurred on a widespread scale and under many forms, some so subtle that no outside observers can possibly detect, including some 700 killed in his own province, CP 118 below. Some people were buried alive or eliminated after extremely atrocious tortures while others died in concentration camps. The number of political prisoners is 200,000 at a minimum. 75. As for the new economic zones, they are no better than prison camps, lands of exile that no one in his right mind would choose to go unless forced to do so. They are far worse than the agrovilles or new life hamlets of Presidents Diem and Theo. People were never afraid to go there even during the war where there was still a good measure of insecurity involved. Hone escaped when I realized that their main policy was for the impoverishment of everybody so that they can use a communist leverage on the people and try to dominate their thinking. The government also plans to exterminate landowners either by physical elimination or imprisonment. 76. In the north, suffering is even worse than in the south. Through my contacts with the people of North Vietnam, I realized that they are also very dissatisfied with the communist regime. Many people in the north are trying now to flee to the south so that they can live under not so much fear in a society which is freer than in the north. He urges that the United States refrain from giving aid all kinds to Vietnam. Thus, no food, no medical assistance, etc. Turning to foreign policy, Hone alleges that North Vietnam is supporting communist insurgents in Thailand and Malaysia, and Vietnam also sells arms worth some $2 billion to other nations. 77. Some of what Hone reports is no doubt accurate, particularly concerning severe restrictions on personal freedom, including freedom of expression and travel. How credible is his testimony in general? His account of religious persecution is expressly contradicted by direct observation of Westerners and Vietnamese who lived in or visited Vietnam, including those already cited. 78. Either we must assume that the visitors who report having attended church services and observed ongoing religious activities are all lying, and that the religious leaders they spoke to, including those who traveled in Europe, are also communist agents or are too intimidated to speak, or we must conclude that Hone is hardly a reliable observer, on these grounds alone. The same is true of his reference to the Third Force activists, who expressly reject his account of their situation and activities, though one could not know this from the U.S. press. As for Tran Quoc Bu, he is not simply considered by the communists to have been one of the CIA bosses in Saigon, he was one. Frank Snepp refers to him as a CIA client, the noted labor leader who had long been a CIA collaborator. He was the pride of the station CIA in the fall of 1972, having been turned into a collaborator a year earlier and since used by the CIA quite profitably, as an instrument for keeping the unions loyal to Theo and for channeling pro-government propaganda to labor organizations around the world. He was even suggested by the CIA chief as a token opposition candidate so as to avoid the embarrassment of a one-man contest for Theo. 79. No doubt unions are now agencies of the state, but it is far from clear that workers have less of a role in them than hitherto. 80. Hone's account of the new economic zones does not conform to that of direct observers, including those cited above. He reports no direct experience. It seems hardly more credible than his reference to the forced resettlement programs under DM81 or the Theo programs. 82. It is difficult to see why the leadership in Hanoi, which has certainly been dedicated to economic development, whatever one may think of its politics, should try to resettle the population in prison camps or dedicate itself to general impoverishment, as Hone asserts without evidence. Hone's claim that no one dares to talk to foreigners without permission is difficult to reconcile with what is reported by visitors with long experience in Vietnam, example visiting Vietnamese who lived with their families, the Mennonite and Quaker visitors or Don Luce, all of whom report personal meetings with friends and former associates, or with reports of relief workers who stayed in Vietnam for a long period after the end of the war. 83. Either the many visitors and Westerners living in Vietnam who expressly contradict his claims are, once again, lying, or a charade of astonishing proportions is being enacted, or, more plausibly, Hone is simply not a reliable commentator. Hone's plea that no aid, even humanitarian, be offered to Vietnam contrasts strikingly with the recommendation of the Pope, for example, in his meeting with visiting church dignitaries from Vietnam, see note 68, and again might cause some raised eyebrows, along with his report of Northerners fleeing to the South or Vietnam's foreign involvements. Point 84. In short, a reporter of any integrity would be quite cautious in relying on Hohn's testimony, though it would be a mistake to disregard it. In dramatic contrast to the authentic leaders of the non-communist opposition to the U.S. imposed regimes, see, example those listed in note 74, who have vainly attempted to reach a U.S. audience through the medium of the many visitors whose existence is ignored or denied by the free press, Hohn has been granted considerable publicity and no questions have been raised about the reliability of what he has reported, despite the substantial evidence that contradicts it. On his arrival in Tokyo, he was interviewed by representatives of the international press. The London Economist, May 7, 1977, reported Hohn's statement that there is extensive food rationing, not because of shortages but as a communist ruse to break down all possible resistance. The Economist added that there are also genuine shortages because of bad weather, our emphasis, and that Bishop Nguyen Van Thuan is rumored to have been killed. 85 Hohn and two other South Vietnamese politicians who escaped with him said, according to The Economist, that, in retrospect, they believe the American intervention in the Vietnam War was right. The Economist speculates that the government may be clamping down on the remnants of the Third Force. It does not report, and to our knowledge has never reported, what well-known Third Force leaders have told to visitors. Hohn's charges were also reported by David Tharp from Tokyo. 86 Tharp describes him as an anti-American leader of the peace bloc under the regime of President Nguyen Van Thuan, which is untrue so far as we can determine, but adds some spice to the story. Hohn described the lack of food not as a matter of shortages but as a means of breaking down resistance. Ordinary Vietnamese who meet journalists are required to speak through an official interpreter, even though the Vietnamese may be fluent in the language used by the newsman, said Mr. Hohn. 87 Mr. Hohn said he now thinks many Vietnamese are prepared to accept another war to sweep out the communists. He is quoted as saying, "The American intervention was right. Just the manner was wrong. They supported a weak government." He also requested weapons, food, and medical supplies for anti-communist guerrilla bands. Henry Kam also reported from Japan on an interview with Hohn. 88 repeating similar charges. Hohn and his fellow escapees said that their disenchantment with communist rule was shared by all the prominent persons from the old anti-government organization still in Vietnam, from its best-known leaders to the few who still hold public positions. Like his colleagues, Kam has never reported the views expressed by these former Third Force leaders and does not inquire into the credibility of Hohn's report of their views, contradicting their own repeated expression of support for the regime to visitors and friends. Finally, Kam reports that so far, the Japanese government has effectively confined them, Hohn and his fellow escapees, to this fishing town about 100 miles from Tokyo, where their access to the world public is limited. He does not compare the limited access of Hohn to the US and world press with that of people who actually were courageous leaders of the non-communist opposition. 89. Kam returned to the same theme a few weeks later. 90 Hohn and his friends from what used to be the pro-peace opposition in the Saigon parliament now find themselves prevented from giving their testimony or the world unwilling to listen. People are indifferent, Hohn told him, not only the Japanese but even the Vietnamese who have been here for a longer time. It is quite true that members of the pro-peace opposition to the Thieu regime have been prevented from giving their testimony. Henry Kam is a well-placed example of those who have refused to allow such testimony to be heard. But Hohn is the only former member of this group who has succeeded in gaining an international audience, despite his insignificant role. The pretense by those who dominate the press that they cannot get their message through is a common device that has often proven useful for propaganda purposes. It is a constant complaint of businessmen, for example. We return to other examples of this useful gambit, which nicely supplements the constant lament that the media are anti-government and fiercely independent. We have already discussed the ways in which Chom and his colleagues in the Free Press dealt with the defection of a highly placed collaborator with the Indonesian government in Timor. See Volume I, Chapter 3, Section 4.4, Note 208 and text, contrasting their silence in that case with the publicity afforded to Hone, coupled, typically, with the pretense that Hone is being silenced. Theodore Jacqueny, who worked with USAID in Vietnam until 1971 when he resigned in disagreement with U.S. support for THIO and has since become a leading and very well publicized critic of human rights violations in Vietnam, reported on Hone's congressional testimony in the pro-war AFL-CIO Free Trade Union News, claiming that it confirms steady refugee reports of Vietnam's Gulag Archipelago. 91 He describes Hone as a radical Buddhist peace advocate in South Vietnam's legislature, a judgment that may well reflect the assessment of Jacqueny's U.S. government associates at the time, who commonly interpreted even the mildest dissent as radical. Jacqueny then reports on a series of interviews with Hone in which he elaborated on his congressional testimony. Hone's information about 500 people allegedly executed in his native province derives from a dismissed communist province chief. Jacqueny reports Hone's account of what this man told him as follows. He explained that during the first days after the war they had to eliminate dangerous elements to provide an example and to satisfy desires for revenge. Some people killed were police officials under THIO who had imprisoned and tortured revolutionaries. Some were simply civilian officials, or just members of political parties. Even ordinary people were killed for personal revenge. As we have noted before, only by humanitarian standards that are completely foreign to the history and culture of the industrial democracies is it an atrocity to take revenge on torturers. Yet such standards are selectively invoked in the West in the case of a country that has recently freed itself from a century of Western oppression culminating in an explosion of unprecedented barbarism. They are invoked by someone who loyally served those responsible for the rule of the torturers through the worst and most vicious period of their attack on victims who are now denounced for their violation of human rights, in the journal of an organization that not only supported this endeavor but has a long record of support for policies that involve hideous atrocities elsewhere in U.S. domains. Quite apart from these not entirely irrelevant facts, note that if Jacqueny's account of this second-hand report from a highly unreliable source concerning revenge against torturers or even personal revenge against completely innocent people demonstrates that Hanoi has imposed a Gulag archipelago, then we will need some new and as yet uninvented phrase, expressing vastly greater levels of horror and indignation, to describe the period of U.S. civil military administration in France or the behavior of U.S. military and civilian authorities in Asia after World War II, not to speak of the reality of life under the U.S. aegis in Guatemala, Uruguay, and a long list of other sub-fascist states. But such elementary observations as these have no place in the current phase of Western ideology. Continuing with Jacqueny's article, he writes that according to Hone, the worst treatment in the prisons was reserved for members of political parties who opposed the communists, even if they also opposed Saigon dictatorships. Jacqueny then proceeds to report some authentic cases of political repression, example the imprisonment of Tran Van Thuyen, who died in confinement, and others that are more questionable, for example, the arrest of Father Tran Hu Tan whom Jacqueny describes as a popular Catholic priest who led mammoth demonstrations against the regime repression and corruption. Preaching a vivid gospel of social justice comparable to that of Martin Luther King, Jr. Father Tan was arrested after the quelling of the armed rebellion centered in the Vinsun Church, see Note 68. In fact, he was a psychological warfare specialist who trained ARVN officers at the Central School of Psychological Warfare. Before that, he had been an advisor to DM, and came to oppose THIO as ineffective in the war against communism. He described himself in December 1974 as belonging to the First Force, with THIO, so from the beginning we thought only of replacing the leader and maintaining everything in the structure of the regime. His anti-THIO movement called for clean government so that the communists have to accept to come and live with us as a minority, the standard U.S. government line at the time. Authentic opponents of the U.S. imposed regime suspected him of operating with U.S. assistance, and there is supporting evidence. In short, hardly a Martin Luther King. 92. As this review indicates, the exposure that the press offers to non-communist dissidents in Vietnam is not a function of their prominence, their demonstrated courage and reliability, or the credibility of what they have to say as compared with the direct testimony of others. Rather, it is determined by a simple principle: the more negative their report, the more prominently it is featured. This principle, while occasionally violated, serves rather well as a first approximation and falls under the general theory of the free press as an agency of the state propaganda system, which, as we have seen throughout these 2 volumes, is quite well confirmed. The same principle applies in the case of Western visitors or residents in Vietnam. As we have noted, there have been many, and quite a few of them have excellent credentials for reliability and long experience in the country, in some cases, in post-war Vietnam. But their reports, often critical though sympathetic, have been almost entirely ignored by the free press. There has, however, been a glaring exception to the general disregard for testimony by Westerners who remained in Vietnam for a considerable period after the war's end, or who have returned to the country where they worked and lived, namely, the case of Father André Gélinas, a Canadian Jesuit who spent 15 months in Vietnam after the war's end. An interview he gave to the Paris L'Express, amplified by a telephone interview, was reported in the New York Times, December 16, 1976, in an AP report from Paris. The L'Express article was translated in the New York Review of Books, March 17, 1977, and excerpted in the Washington Post, March 13, 1977, and was the subject of editorials in the New York Times, March 21, 1977, and the Wall Street Journal, April 21, 1977. A similar article appeared in the Sunday Telegraph, London, and was reprinted in the Globe and Mail, Toronto, 23–24 March 1977. It has also appeared and been the subject of comment elsewhere in the English-language press. This exposure contrasts strikingly with that afforded to reports of others who had spent roughly the same period in Vietnam, or, for example, to the book by the Lacouture, which, as we have noted, was unable to find an American publisher and was not reviewed in the United States, to our knowledge. 93. Not coincidentally, Gélinas's account is the most harshly critical among eyewitness reports by Westerners with comparable experience. Though Gélinas had spent many years in Vietnam 94, he was quite unknown in the West prior to the fall of 1976, and appears to have made no public statement during his 13, or 19, or 28 years in Vietnam concerning the U.S. war, of which, as we shall see, he was and remains a firm supporter. The initial reaction to Gélinas was tinged with skepticism, for good reasons. The report in the Times, December 16, headed "Priest, Back from Saigon speaks of mass suicides," dealt only with Gélinas's most sensational charge, namely, his claim that 15,000 to 20,000 Vietnamese have committed suicide rather than live under communism. How did Gélinas find out this alleged fact? He is quoted as saying that his estimate was based on conversations with hospital officials and some of the would-be suicides themselves. In the original AP dispatch, not included in the Times account, he is reported to have said that he calculated the estimate of suicides from figures he got from dozens of hospital officials. 95 Further information about the alleged wave of suicides appears in the L'Express New York Review article. 96 Here he provides a date: the epidemic of suicides in which thousands of ruined and desperate Vietnamese put an end to themselves followed a September 1975 announcement that each family had the right to only about 1,000 French francs. Entire families killed themselves with revolvers, including a police officer who shot his 10 children, wife, and mother-in-law, and then himself, and a father who distributed poisoned soup to his family. A young woman told me that she had awakened in a hospital corridor piled with hundreds of bodies. Those who were still living had their stomachs pumped out. Group suicides went on for several weeks. So, in summary, Gélinas is claiming that in September-October, following the announcement of currency reform, 15 to 20,000 Vietnamese committed suicide, as he learned from discussions with hospital officials, would be suicides, figures provided by dozens of hospital officials, and other sources. In his congressional testimony of June 16, 1977, see Note 70, Jelinek did not repeat the story of mass suicides, which was featured in the earlier news report and article and which had originally brought him to public notice in the United States. Two likely reasons for this curious omission come to mind. The first is that one of the witnesses in the same session was Julia B. Forsyth of the AFSC, who lived 2 blocks from the Alexander Rhodes Center through October 1975, and would therefore have been in a position to know something about such a wave of suicides. 97. A second reason is the unfortunate experience that Jelinek had had with these charges. The December 1976 AP dispatch, citing his charges of mass suicides, reports that there was no independent confirmation of the estimate. Western diplomatic sources said, "We cannot verify these rather startling figures." 98. The Times article of December 16, 1976, after reporting Jelinek's headlined charges, turns to a denial of these claims by Richard Hughes, head of the Shoeshine Boy Foundation, which sheltered and nurtured homeless children in Vietnam, who remained in Vietnam until a month after Jelinek's departure, living and working with poor Vietnamese, see Note 83. Hughes denied the report, saying absolutely impossible, that I wouldn't have heard about it. I was out in the neighborhoods and there were all kinds of people in contact with me, not only from the city, but coming from Da Nang and Hue and the Delta. If 40 people in one place had committed suicide, it would not have gotten past me. Shortly after the sensational charge which introduced Jelinek to the U.S., in fact Western, public, the following incident took place. 2 or 3 days later, after the December 16 New York Times story, Amy Hirsch, producer of the Good Morning America show on ABC, called Father Jelinek for a possible interview on the air. She sat him down with Dick Hughes and listened to the two argue and discuss for over 2 hours. She decided there was not enough to his story to even put Jelinek on the air. He wouldn't name the hospitals, he was very sweet, but he just hadn't seen very much. There wasn't enough substance to put him on. During their conversation in the studio, confirmed by both Hirsch and Hughes, Father Jelinek explained the 15-20,000 suicides. He told the story of a young woman, an attempted suicide, who woke up in a hospital corridor surrounded by hundreds of bodies. As it turned out, according to his source, these were attempted suicides, too, though it was unclear why she claimed the bodies were piled. In any case, Jelinek explained, from that, I took the number of hospitals in Saigon, I multiplied it times the number of hospitals, thus, the mass suicides in Vietnam turn out to be, after all, an extrapolation of attempted suicides from a single source in a hospital that Father Jelinek would not name. 99. Gone are the figures provided by dozens of hospital officials, the entire families that killed themselves with revolvers, etc. This extrapolation merits comparison with that of Hoang Van Chi, for years the primary source on alleged North Vietnamese atrocities of the 1950s. 100. Hughes has provided us with a detailed report of his several hours of conversation with Jelinek, to which we return, which reveals many more examples of his apparent ignorance of events in South Vietnam and his willingness to frame the most implausible charges against the new regime, see Note 106. Hughes, who was known to U.S. reporters and others as a very reliable observer with intimate knowledge rare among Americans of the life of the impoverished mass of the population, sent a letter to the New York Times, March 31, 1977, commenting on the Times editorial of March 21 on Jelinek. In this letter he discusses his probing, 3-hour conversation with Father Jelinek and his failure to unearth any direct evidence for his charges, which appear to illustrate how second-hand information fed rumor, and bitterness bias for a foreigner who was one of the many who could spend literally decades in Indochina and still remain within a small, isolated world, not an unusual phenomenon in colonial history. One recalls how commonly Western settlers, slave owners, and the like have been shocked to discover the feelings of their charges when insurrection and dissidence arise. The Times editorial, Hughes wrote, was a tragic disservice to both the American and Vietnamese peoples, and to the healing process which has only just begun and has since aborted, thanks in part to the dissemination of Jellines's charges in the New York Review and Washington Post, which appear to have been influential among liberal Congressmen 101 and certainly were so in the press and among the public. In contrast, the responses to Jellines have been generally ignored. Recall that the events of December 1976 took place well before Jellines received substantial publicity in the national media. Hirsch's scruples in investigating the startling charges by an unknown commentator, unverifiable by Western diplomatic sources and contradicted by others present in Vietnam at the time to which they refer, were not observed by many of her colleagues. 102. While Jellines appears to have abandoned the story about the mass suicides, his other comments do not exactly heighten his credibility. He is quoted as saying that the Vietnamese expelled him because they do not want embarrassing witnesses. 103, which is curious, since many other witnesses who could prove no less embarrassing have since been admitted, adding that I was not treated badly for the regime had strict orders from Moscow not to make martyrs. 104. How could Jellines have known about these strict orders? The question too does not seem to have been raised by the journals that printed this or other information provided by Jellines without inquiry or comment. In an interview in the Montreal Star, Jellines said, "People in South Vietnam today are praying for war, the way people in France were praying for it in 1942. They want to be invaded. I could hardly believe it when I heard people talking about war. They'd been at war for 20 years sick. But I actually had people say to me, why don't the Americans send us the atomic bomb? It's the only way we'll get rid of the communists." 105. Some skepticism is perhaps in order when we read that South Vietnamese are praying for an invasion and plead for atomic bombing, even apart from the direct testimony of many Western visitors and residents who have received a rather different impression. Jellines goes on to say that the new Cotters, North Vietnamese officials, lived like kings. They were almost the only fat people in Saigon, and their children were driven to school in limousines, usually Chevrolets captured from the Americans. Again, this claim is in dramatic contrast to the reports of Western observers about the general behavior of the North Vietnamese, apart from cases of corruption that have been discussed by the Vietnamese themselves. Braid notes that this claim is rejected by Father Tran Tam Tin, who denies that the Cotters live rich lives and says, "I visited them where they live and they live in poverty, like the rest of the people." But, Braid continues, Father Jellines does not seem troubled by such criticism. He says his critics are repeating what the government has told them to say, knowledge derived from the same source, perhaps, as the fact that he was well treated by orders from Moscow. Presumably those under government orders include also the journalists, visitors, and long-time Western residents who have reported the poverty and dedication of the Cotters, as well as his many critics. Jellines's widely publicized interview in the New York Review elicited a response, dated March 16, 1977, from Earl Martin, who worked with the Mennonite Central Committee from 1966 through 1969 and again from 1973 until the end of the war. It contains a response to Jellines's major charges, based on eyewitness testimony, which is so detailed and specific that it seems unnecessary to review the charges and their refutation here. 106 Martin's response appeared on May 12, 1977, with no accompanying response from Jellines, contrary to standard, virtually invariable, practice. The long delay and the lack of response suggests that the New York Review was unable to obtain a response to Martin's point-by-point refutation of Jellines's charges. Jellines's further claims, which are hardly plausible in themselves, are entirely inconsistent with eyewitness reports by journalists and others cited above. Example: his claim that the official line that the girls prostitutes have been sent away for re-education is simply propaganda, that one of the first aims of the Vietnamese communists was to empty the cities, or that the economy is also impoverished by the exact ions of the North, etc. 107 Jellines offers no evidence beyond what he claims to have seen and heard. Anyone who reads through his series of charges and contrasts them with other sources, and who compares the reliability of Gellinus and those who have explicitly denied his claims or others who have presented substantial evidence to the contrary, can scarcely fail to agree with Earl Martin's conclusion that André Gellinus has seriously eroded any basis he might have had for serving as a credible witness. Nevertheless, it is Gellinus's story that has remained the truth for the free press. In an editorial 108, The Times conveys without any question the picture that Father Gellinus paints of South Vietnam, overlooking, for example, the doubts raised in their own news report of December 16, 1976. This is entirely appropriate since Gellinus's account is very critical of an official enemy, its truthfulness is irrelevant and no further analysis is required. There is no need, for example, to assess his reliability, to weigh the testimony of other witnesses with a different view, or to consider the evidence of his critics. The Times editorial focuses on the bitter and inescapable ironies contained in Father Gellinus's report for those who opposed the war. Suppose, contrary to fact, that Gellinus's report was credible. In what respect would it then pose bitter and inescapable ironies for people who are opposed in principle to aggression and massacre? That question the Times editors do not discuss, and undoubtedly could not comprehend, so mired are they in official ideology, which does not permit this principle to be expressed with reference to the United States. Rather, in the official version to which the Times is committed, questions of principle do not arise. One may either support the policies of the United States or back its enemies, looking to the communists as saviors of that unhappy land. The latter phrase is the standard Times straw man concerning those who opposed U.S. aggression in Vietnam on grounds of principle instead of inefficacy. Recall that such views do not enter the spectrum of debate, as defined by Times ideologists. 109 The Times argues that the Vietnam experience was always more complex than ideologues of either side could allow. America may have played a villain's role there, but the heroes of that tragedy were never easy to discern. The heroes of the German war against the Jews would be equally hard for mildly critical ex-Nazis to discern, and one can imagine a German super-patriot pointing to Israeli abuse of the Palestinians as somehow relevant to evaluating the complexities of the final solution. Incapable of conceiving of the possibility that its own state was guilty of unprovoked aggression and massacre of innocents that could be condemned in and of itself, the Times is compelled to suppose that attitudes towards the war were restricted to its own chauvinism or to comparable blind loyalty to some other regime. Referring to that minority, small but vehement, that looked to the communists as saviors of that unhappy land, the editorial continues. One organ of this celebration was the New York Review of Books, and so it comes as a surprise, a welcome one, to find reprinted in a recent issue an article from the French journal L'Express by André Gellinus, a French-Canadian Catholic priest and Chinese scholar who settled in Vietnam in 1948 and was expelled in July, 1976. 110. This extends further the Times' false portrayal of opponents of the war. The reader can easily determine, by turning back to the articles on the war that appeared in the New York Review of Books, that it never was an organ of celebration for the communists as saviors of Vietnam, although it did publish articles documenting the atrocities and outrages that the Times supported, with its occasional whispers of complaint about blunders and failures and its suppression of evidence on many of the worst of these atrocities. What is more, the Times editors surely know that while the New York Review was unusual in that it was open to the peace movement and the U.S. left for several years, though hardly restricted to such circles, that tendency had come to an end years before, as the Review rejoined the mainstream of American liberalism. But for the state propaganda institutions that masquerade as the independent press, the pretense is a useful one, as is the further pretense that Gellinus's picture is utterly definitive and beyond question. The Wall Street Journal, as might be anticipated, took up the same theme. 111 Like their colleagues on the Times, the journal editors describe the national debate over the war between those who supported the U.S. effort and those who claimed that President Johnson's picture of communism was a paranoid fiction and argued that communism could hardly be worse than the repressive South Vietnamese regime that the Americans were already supporting. It is incomprehensible to the editors of the Wall Street Journal, as to other true believers in the state religion, that people might oppose U.S. aggression on grounds of principle, while holding quite a range of views, including total condemnation, or simply taking no stand on the merits of the Vietnamese resistance per se or relative to the elements placed in power by U.S. force, but rather guided by the odd notion that the Vietnamese should be allowed to solve their problems in their own way, without the benefit of U.S. tutelage by bombs, artillery, murderous search and destroy missions, assassination teams, population control, or subversion. Returning to the national debate, the editors observe that for better or for worse, history has given us the opportunity to judge the debate. We now see that Mr. Johnson's prediction was not so paranoid after all. As proof, they refer to the interview with André Jelinek 112, who had lived and worked there for 28 years, reprinted without editorial comment in the New York Review of Books, a most remarkable fact since this journal had printed some of the most violent of the opposition to the American anti-communist effort in Vietnam. They recount without editorial comment Jelin's picture of life in South Vietnam, since it accords with the doctrines of their faith. It must be true, regardless of the facts, so that any serious check on its contents is beside the point, and they demonstrate no awareness of the actual nature of the criticism of the U.S. war that appeared in the New York Review during the years when it was open to the peace movement and American left. The embarrassment of former anti-war protesters, the Wall Street Journal continues, is richly deserved. Anyone who was acquainted with the history of communism could not have trusted this experience and at the same time reviled America and American motives in Vietnam as the anti-war movement came to do. If the editors were not propagandists quite uninterested in fact, they would know that the criticisms of the U.S. war in Vietnam that appeared in the New York Review were written for the most part by people who were longtime anti-communists. Furthermore, if the editors were capable of rationality on these matters, they might understand that criticism of acts and motives of the U.S. government is logically quite independent of one's attitude toward communism, exactly as one may revile Russia and Russian motives in Eastern Europe without thereby committing oneself to trust the experience of the exercise of U.S. power. But these points, however obvious, are of little concern to editors whose ideological commitment is total. Father Jelinek has also been welcomed by the more fanatical wing of British scholarship. Patrick Honey, the pacifist advocate of Dyke bombing, see above, p. 69, who, with Dennis Duncanson of the British Mission to Vietnam, had long been one of the more passionate advocates of U.S. aggression, chaired a meeting Jelinek at the School for Oriental and African Studies in November, 1976. 1131 can see why. Imagine a man of the cloth who was able to live for 13, or 19, or 28, years in Vietnam through the worst barbarism of the U.S. war, never raising a peep of protest so far as is known, then inventing mass suicides and North Vietnamese coups to order for an admiring international audience. Jelinek's description of the U.S. involvement in Vietnam and the regime it imposed would have sufficed for anyone with a minimal acquaintance with the history of the past years to reveal that he is hardly to be trusted, a fact that appears to have been of no concern to those who published his reports or commented editorially on them. 114 In the widely cited interview that made his fame, he writes that the North Vietnamese troops who conquered the South 115 discovered a country with freedoms, and a rich one, a real Ali Baba's cave. It takes either supreme cynicism or the kind of classical colonialist ignorance that comes from hobnobbing solely with the rich to depict South Vietnam simply as a land of freedom and wealth. Jelinek evidently did not know or care about the rotting urban slums to which the peasants had been driven by U.S. bombardment, or the lunar landscapes of central Vietnam, or the beggars, prostitutes, drug addicts, wounded and tortured prisoners of the Ali Baba's cave in Saigon, and he seems unable to comprehend the nature of the riches of the South and their relation to the colonialist enterprise of which he was a willing part. 116 The most that he can bring himself to say about the Western contribution is that the old regime and the Westerners also did great harm and made many errors, and even this criticism is more than he was able to bring himself to express in public during the years when an honest witness might have mattered. He insists, in his congressional testimony, that this people is now in a terrible state, not because of American presence in the past, for my conviction, but because of the oppressive rule of the government, 43, a statement that is truly shocking in its cynicism, even if we were to believe every word of his claims about the post-war period, or worse. The United States, he continues, has done so much, spent so much, and given so much of its blood for Vietnam, which is not just any other country but rather a country that has been fighting alongside this country, the US. 45. Vietnam has been fighting alongside the United States has done so much for Vietnam. No wonder that such a man can tell us that Vietnamese pray to be invaded with atom bombs so that they can regain their past freedom and wealth, to the applause of his Western admirers. The most severe condemnation of the regime in Vietnam yet to appear from a serious source is that of R.P. Perringaz of Le Monde, October 5, 1978. Perringaz writes from Ho Chi Minh City, Saigon, that the new regime has come to resemble its predecessor, the U.S. client regime in Saigon, with systematic recourse to repression, preventive arrest on simple suspicion, denunciation, making informing on others a duty and allowing all those who do not conform to the new model to stagnate in camps, aggravating their hatred and hopelessness. He cites figures of 80,000 former collaborators still under detention, noting that refugee sources in Paris give figures 10 times that high, supported by documentary evidence. Few have been released, Perringaz maintains, apart from doctors, technicians, and teachers whose services are needed. He quotes official sources which claim that 95% of the prisoners have been released. Perringaz writes that known non-communist activists who were courageously devoted to defense of political prisoners under the former regime have now become silent. He indicates that the former prisons are once again full, perhaps even more than before. He does not suggest that the current regime, however repressive, is practicing the hideous tortures characteristic of its U.S. imposed predecessor. Shortly after Perringaz and other French reporters wrote their critical reports about Vietnam, after their 10-day visit, John Fraser of the Toronto Globe and Mail spent 4 weeks traveling through the country with, he writes, more access and freedom to roam independently throughout Vietnam, 7 provinces and the 2 principal cities, than any Western journalist since 1975. He was specifically interested in verifying the observations and conclusions of the French journalists. Fraser is very critical of the regime for slowly compelling the bourgeoisie to become farmers, though he appreciates the economic motives, and for its repression of critics and opposition. But he came to the conclusion that the reports of the French journalists were vastly exaggerated. He explains why in considerable detail, relating his own much more extensive experiences, including many discussions with Vietnamese who were highly critical of the regime, and considering the social and economic conditions of the country as well as official policy. 117 A detailed analysis of the report by Perringaz in Vietnam Southeast Asia International, October 1978, also points out that the source of the 800,000 figure that Perringaz cites, and that has been uncritically repeated in the Western media, is a document by a group of Indochinese émigrés in Paris, which includes in the figure for prisoners not only those alleged to be in detention but also those who have left the cities for new economic zones, for which a figure of 750,000 was given in early 1978. Thus the 800,000 figure is consistent for security reasons. As we have noted, independent observers do not confirm the allegation that those who have been moved to the new economic zones were forcibly deported to a form of imprisonment. And these observers generally agree that such a move to the countryside was essential for Vietnam's survival. Perringaz's report and the accompanying editorial condemnation, Crimes de Paix, in Le Monde received immediate attention in the national media in the United States. They were reported the same day on radio, television, and the press. 118 It is entirely appropriate for the national media in the United States to feature this report from a respected foreign journal. 119 One's admiration for the professionalism of the U.S. media is quickly dissipated, however, by their virtual disregard of Fraser's different view and their uncritical acceptance of worst view interpretations of matters such as the new economic zones. We may also recall media behavior on other occasions when Le Monde published far more sensational reports, which are, furthermore, incomparably more significant in the United States. For example, in July 1968, the distinguished Southeast Asia correspondent for Le Monde, Jacques de Cornouaille, published eyewitness reports of the devastating American secret bombing of northern Laos. 120 Over a year later, the New York Times finally became willing to publish the fact that, as de Cornouaille had reported, the U.S. Air Force was trying to destroy the rebel economy and social fabric, with no editorial comment on the significance of this fact. 121 In the interim, considerable efforts were made to convince the New York Times, Time Life, and other major journals in the United States merely to report the facts, which were not in doubt. They refused. To take another case, the Latin American correspondent of Le Monde, Marcel Niedergang, reported in January 1968 that the Vice President of Guatemala stated in a public speech that American planes based in Panama take part in military operations in Guatemala in which napalm is frequently used in zones suspected of serving as refuge for the rebels. 122 The same speech was cited in the British press by Hugh O'Shaughnessy, who went on to say that similar things are happening in Nicaragua, which is virtually a U.S. colony and where guerrilla warfare broke out this year. 123 Whether the official Guatemalan claim was true or not, the very fact that a high official of a client state announces that U.S. planes are carrying out bombing raids with napalm in zones suspected of serving as refuge for the rebels, zones of civilian settlement, presumably, is quite sensational news, or would be, in a country with a free press. But this information too was suppressed by the free press, though in this case as well, it was repeatedly brought to their attention. 124. Reports of U.S. bombing of the economy and social fabric of countries with which the United States is not at war are incomparably more significant than the report on Vietnam that was so quickly publicized by the national media in the United States in October 1978. Not only are the atrocities far more severe, but they are also more important to know about in the United States, for the obvious reason that public opinion might be effective in bringing them to a halt, which is, plainly, not the case in Vietnam, whatever the situation may be there. We see once again how remarkably analogous the free press is in its behavior to the media that operate under state control in totalitarian societies. It would come as no surprise at all to discover that Pravda quickly discovers and features Le Monde's stories on U.S. atrocities, perhaps describing Le Monde as the right-wing French journal. 125 Though we would be surprised indeed to see a Le Monde report in Pravda on the invasion of Hungary or Czechoslovakia. In this discussion we have not attempted to give a systematic portrayal of the nature of the communist regime in Vietnam or to portray the society that is arising from the wreckage of the U.S. war. Rather, our concern has been to show how the free press selects evidence from what is available to paint a picture that conforms to the requirements of state propaganda in the post-Vietnam War era. The media have not been entirely uniform in this respect, as we have noted, and ideologists still must face the problem of dealing with the fact that many millions of Americans participated actively in a popular movement to bring the war to an end. Though this opposition is being quickly written out of history by contemporary ideologues, memories remain and the brainwashing process still has a long way to go before it is successful. But successful it will be, in the absence of any continuing mass movement that creates its own organs of expression outside of the conformist media, and its own modes of organization and action to constrain the violence of the state and to change the social structures that engender and support it. 5. Laos. The U.S. war in Laos is typically called a secret war, and with reason. During the period of the most ferocious bombing of the civilian society of northern Laos, which even the U.S. government conceded was unrelated to military operations in Vietnam or Cambodia, the press consciously suppressed eyewitness testimony by well-known non-communist Western reporters. Earlier, fabricated tales of communist aggression in Laos had been widely circulated by a number of influential correspondents. 1 In the elections of 1958, which the U.S. government vainly attempted to manipulate, the Pathet Lao emerged victorious, but U.S. subversion succeeded in undermining the political settlement. At one point the United States backed a right-wing Thai-based military attack against the government recognized by the United States. All of this barely entered public awareness. The same was true of the CIA-sponsored subversion that played a significant role in undermining the 1962 agreements, a settlement which, if allowed to prevail, might well have isolated Laos from the grim effects of the war in Southeast Asia. The hill tribesmen recruited by the CIA, as they had been by the French, to hold back the social revolution in Laos, were decimated, then abandoned when their services were no longer needed. Again, the press was unconcerned. When John Everingham, a Lao-speaking Australian reporter, travelled in 1970 through dying village after dying village among the Hmong who had been naive enough to trust the CIA and were now being offered a one-way copter ride to death in the CIA clandestine army, no U.S. journal, apart from the tiny pacifist press, was interested enough to cover the story, though by that time even the New York Times was permitting an occasional report on the incredible bombing that had turned more than half the total area of Laos to a land of charred ruins where people fear the sky so that nothing be left standing or alive for the communists to inherit. Everingham. The Hmong tribesmen cannot flee to the Pathet Lao zones or they too will be subjected to the merciless bombardment, he wrote. Like desperate dogs they are trapped, and the CIA holds the leash, and is not about to let it go as long as the Mio Hmong army can hold back the Pathet Lao a little longer, giving the Americans and their allies a little more security 100 miles south at the Thailand border. It is only after the war's end, when the miserable remnants of the Hmong can be put on display as victims of communism, that American sensibilities have been aroused, and the press features stories that bewail their plight. Point 2. Extensive analysis of refugee reports was conducted at the time by a few young Americans associated with international voluntary services in Laos. In scale and care, these studies exceed by a considerable measure the subsequent studies of refugees from Cambodia that have received massive publicity in the West, and the story is every bit as gruesome. But the press was rarely interested and published materials, which appeared primarily outside the mainstream media, were virtually ignored and quickly forgotten. Point 3. As in the case of Timor, the agency of terrorism made the facts incompatible with the purposes of the propaganda system. The press, and scholarship as well, much preferred government tales of North Vietnamese aggression, and continued to engage in flights of fancy based on the flimsiest evidence while ignoring the substantial factual material that undermined these claims. Point 4. With the expulsion of John Everingham of the Far Eastern Economic Review from Laos by the new regime, no full-time Western journalists remain in Laos so that direct reporting is sparse and most of what appears in the press derives from Bangkok. Such testimony must be regarded with even more than the usual care. Point 5. Direct reporting by Westerners from Laos can still be found, however, by those who have learned over the years not to rely on the established press for news. For example, two representatives of the Mennonite Central Committee, Linda and Murray Hybert, left Vientiane at the end of January, 1978, after 5 years of volunteer service in Laos and Vietnam, and wrote several articles prepared on the basis of research in Laos, including visits to a wide variety of places and projects, interviews with government officials and ordinary people, and evaluation of data collected by United Nations and Lao government agencies. 6. We will return later to their eyewitness accounts and those of others who also bring perspectives that render them unusable by the free press. The media have often feigned a touching regard for lovely little Laos and its gentlefolk, even while they were suppressing the abundant evidence on the murderous U.S. attack on the land and its people. When the war ended, Harry Reasoner, the commentator for ABC News, offered a fairly typical reaction, which was considered sufficiently profound to merit reprinting in the press. Point 7. He expressed his guess that the Laotians, with their innate disbelief and disinterest in these bloody games played by more activist powers like Russia and China and the United States and North Vietnam, these are the activist powers that share responsibility for the turmoil in Indochina, will show that there is some alternative for small, old places to becoming either Chile or Albania. So Laos may preserve its elephants, eroticism and phallic symbols, and presumably, though he does not mention it, its average life expectancy of 40 years, its infant mortality rate of over 120 per thousand births, one of the highest in the world, and the rate of child deaths which will kill 240,000 of 850,000 infants before their first birthday in the next 5 years. 8. Reasoner continues, I hope the benign royalty which has presided over the clowning of the CIA and the vicious invasion of the North Vietnamese will be able to absorb and disregard a native communist hierarchy. The invasion of the North Vietnamese was largely a fabrication of U.S. propagandists duly transmitted by the press and scholarship. 9. And the clowning of the CIA included those merry games that virtually destroyed those Hmong naive enough to trust them, while massacring defenseless peasant communities and converting much of Laos to a moonscape, still littered with unexploded ordnance. The New York Times presented a historical analysis of the war as it came to an end. 10 Some 350,000 men, women, and children have been killed, it is estimated, and a tenth of the population of 3 million uprooted in this fratricidal strife that was increased to tragic proportions by warring outsiders. In actuality, as in the case of Vietnam, it appears unlikely that there would have been any extended fratricidal strife had it not been for outsiders, of whom the United States was decisively important. The history is very well sanitized, as befits America's newspaper of record. The U.S. role is completely ignored apart from a few marginal and misleading references. 11 As late as 1975, the New York Times is still pretending that the U.S. bombers were striking only North Vietnamese supply trails. Saxon mentions no other bombing, although the ferocious aerial warfare waged against the civilian society of northern Laos was by then well known, and had even been reported occasionally in the Times. 12 Ideologically based misrepresentations of history pervade the article. Example: in the reference to the 1954 Geneva Conference, which left Laos with an ineffective International Control Commission and enough ambiguities for the Pathet Lao to retain its stronghold. The ICC was indeed ineffective in preventing U.S. subversion in subsequent years. As the United States attempted to exploit ambiguities it perceived or invented in international agreements that permitted Pathet Lao control of the areas in question and laid the basis for their integration into the national political system in 1958, with consequences already noted. When the war ended in 1975, the victorious Pathet Lao appear to have made some efforts to achieve a reconciliation with the mountain tribesmen who had been organized in the CIA clandestine army. One of the leaders of the Hmong, who are best known to the outside world by the pejorative name Mio, Litek Linhyavuo, held the position of Director of Administration in the Ministry of the Interior in the coalition government. He was the leader of a small group of Hmong who had refused to join the CIA Yangpao operation. Litek tried to stem the flight of Hmong tribesmen, who had reason to be fearful because it was they who had done much of the hardest fighting against the Pathet Lao and their North Vietnamese supporters, to Thailand, but in vain. Litek alleged that the U.S. had flown leaflets to Long Cheng, the base of the CIA army, and that these caused the Hmong people there to fear for their lives. U.S. officials denied the charge. Other sources said that the leaflets were in circulation long before Gen. Yangpao left Laos and that they had been produced for propaganda purposes by an officer who had worked for the general, who was commander of the CIA clandestine army. 13 Whatever their origin, the leaflets appeared to be a fabrication. They were written in a complicated style that would have been difficult for many of the Hmong to understand. 14. Louis M. Simons, another correspondent with a record of serious reporting, gave a detailed account of Pathet Lao re-education programs shortly after. 15 He interviewed people who had participated in Pathet Lao organized seminars where, to the surprise of even some of the more skeptical, a lot of what they are taught seems to make sense to them. One office clerk reported, "The Pathet Lao are genuine patriots. They want to teach us pride in ourselves and our country, something we never had under the old regime." A graduate student expressed admiration for what he called the scientific approach the Pathet Lao took at the seminars, which he said were tailored to the educational level of the people attending and included persuasive arguments. Though the authoritarian character of the system that was being introduced was evident enough, there's no doubt in my mind that they're sincerely interested in improving the lives of the common people. That's more than you could ever have said for the previous government. How common such reactions may be is an open question. Norman P. Gam, a Lao-speaking correspondent of demonstrated integrity, wrote a long and critical report from Vientiane in the New York Times a year and a half later. 16 Little of the surface of life seems to have changed in Vientiane 2 years after the communists' gradual and bloodless seizure of power, though the economy is run down partly as a result of the halt in United States aid in 1975 and the blockade imposed by neighboring Thailand, which controls Laos's access to the outside world. But there have been changes. Crime, drug addiction, and prostitution have been largely suppressed, and everyone is expected to work hard and take part in communal rice and vegetable projects in the evening and on weekends. Most of the professional and commercial elite are among the 100,000 people who have fled, the great majority of whom, however, were hill tribesmen, and some farmers and urban workers have also escaped despite the border guards who often shoot at refugees. Many others want to leave but lack the money, the connections, or the courage, while there are many others who support the new government or at least accept it despite all the difficulties, and hundreds have returned from France and other Western countries. 17 Outside of Vientiane, it seems likely that the communists have a solid political base in the two-thirds of Laos that they effectively controlled during the recurrent conflicts that began in the 1950s. In the fertile populated Mekong Valley, where they are still relative newcomers, their power is largely maintained through apathy and the threat of armed force. Western diplomats estimate the number in re-education centers at 30,000. They are being kept in centers ranging from picturesque islands for juvenile delinquents, drug addicts, and prostitutes 18 to remote labor camps barred to outsiders from which only a handful of people have so far returned. Western diplomats list firm political will, honesty, patriotism and discipline as the new ruler's main strengths. But, they maintain, the priority of ideological over technical considerations, the communists' deep suspicion of Westerners and intolerance of dissent and their poor managerial skills seriously hamper efforts to develop the country. Another factor hampering development has been the activities of rebels. It seems apparent that Thai officials give them support. Another problem is corruption and the new elite of government and party officials who enjoy numerous privileges not available to others, creating cynicism and leading to exploitation of peasants partly to feed this unproductive class. As in the case of Vietnam, one can find little discussion in the U.S. press of the Lao programs of reconstruction and social and economic development, or the problems that confront them. Repression and resistance, in contrast, are major themes of the scanty reporting. A brief report from Thailand describes harsh concentration camps and a network of labor farms holding tens of thousands of political prisoners. Informed Western sources estimate that 60,000 persons, many with little hope of rehabilitation, are in about 50 camps. 19 Henry Com cast his baleful eye on Laos in March 1978, 20 reporting the continued flow of Mio Hill tribesmen of Laos who fought for the United States in the Indochina War. 21 Some still carrying their American-issued rifles. The refugees report a major military campaign by Laotian and Vietnamese forces U.S. style, with long-range artillery shelling, which was followed by aerial rocketing, bombing and strafing, burning villages and food supplies, driving villagers into the forests. March 28. And again on the following day, the communists are bombing and rocketing Mio villages, presumably causing civilian casualties. Resistance groups of various sizes, operating independently and without central direction or foreign assistance, are active throughout Laos, according to self-described resistance fighters, other recent refugees and diplomatic sources. That the resistance forces are operating without U.S. or Thai assistance seems dubious. CFP GAM, above, and notes 17 and 24, in the light of the long history of U.S. intervention in Laos based in Thailand, always the focal point for U.S. terror and subversion in Southeast Asia. 22 And the record of U.S. journalism with regard to Laos is in general so abysmal that even if there is an American hand, if a long tradition prevails, the reader of the New York Times will be unlikely to hear about it, though an expose may come years later when the dirty work is long finished and the CIA is once again being reformed, in keeping with traditional U.S. commitments to justice, democracy, and freedom. The guerrilla groups, Com claims, are led mainly by former officers of the Laotian regular and irregular armies, the latter term being the euphemism for the forces organized and directed by the CIA and are said to include significant numbers of defectors from the Pathet Lao, the communist guerrilla organization who, incidentally, constitute the present government, recognized by the United States, who are unhappy about the growing Vietnamese influence in their country. 23com's picture of the Miao's situation in Laos conveniently omits any discussion of the U.S. program to organize them to fight for the United States, trapping them like desperate dogs and throwing away the leash when they lost their usefulness. Other problems and developments in Laos are not on the beat of the Times Pulitzer Prize winner. 24. The continued resistance of the Hmong serves as an inspiration to the editors of the Christian Science Monitor, who write, April 5, 1978, that one can only marvel at the human spirit and the tenacious longing of men for independence, sentiments that they never expressed when Laotian peasants were struggling to survive in the face of a ferocious U.S. attack that vastly exceeds in scale anything that the communists are capable of mounting. The fighting serves to remind the world along 5 years after the Indochina War that the communists have not won the hearts and minds of the people. They have victimized them. Note that for these representatives of the free press, the people, a term that rarely appears in U.S. journalism, are the Hill tribesmen, who, as Com correctly reports, fought for the United States in the Indochina War. The Monitor editorialists are as oblivious as Henry Com to the past record of U.S. involvement with the Hill tribesmen, nor do they seem aware of their own news reports, see above, p. 140. But they do know that Laos was bombed, though they do not seem to recall by whom, mercilessly bombed during the war. Today Laos is hounded with problems, including a terrible food shortage. It was once self-sufficient in food, a disrupted economy, an exodus of skilled technicians, and of course political domination by the Vietnamese. Of course, Little Laos is in fact tragically caught between the anvil and the hammer, a pawn of the Vietnamese as the front line of defense against Thailand and a client of the Soviet Union in its big power competition with China. In the light of the well-known historical facts, it is no less than amazing that a major U.S. newspaper, one of the few that attends seriously to international affairs, and one that exudes moralism in its editorial commentary, can fail to make any mention whatsoever of the U.S. role, past and present, in creating these problems, presented as if they were entirely the fault of the communists. Once again, we see the remarkable similarities between the free press and its counterparts in the totalitarian states. But, the Monitor informs us, some signs of hope for the long-suffering Laotian people are emerging. In particular, if they, the Laotian communists, were to resolve the issue of the MIAs, they would also be able to improve relations with the United States. At this point, words fail. And then these final thoughts. In the final analysis, it will all depend on Hanoi. The question is how soon the Vietnamese want to establish normal links with the West and derive the benefits that come from being responsible members of the international community. As the men in Hanoi ponder their strategy, the people of Laos go on enduring. If only Hanoi would choose to become a responsible member of the international community, joining the country that pounded Laos to dust while the Monitor looked the other way, then the long-suffering people of Laos might see a ray of hope. Hanoi is responsible for their tragedy, not the murderers and their accomplices in the press. 25. The New York Times did run an op-ed describing the scandalous refusal of the Carter administration to respond to the appeal of the Laotian government for international assistance to stave off the impending disaster of starvation after a terrible drought. 26. This op-ed cites the 2 Mennonite relief workers who had just returned from Laos. 27. Who report that irrigation networks have collapsed and that paddy fields are pockmarked with bomb craters. 28. Others have estimated that so many buffalo were killed during the war that farmers have to harness themselves to plows to till fields while unexploded bombs buried in the ground hamper food production. But the U.S. administration, fearing that it will appear to be pro-communist, thereby jeopardizing the Canal Treaties, has refused to send any of its rice surplus, the world's largest, to Laos, despite impending starvation. 29. The problem is compounded by the fact that last year the Congress specifically forbade direct aid to Laos. though the Food for Peace law permits an exception. Any more delay in Washington would simply compound the barbarity that the United States has already brought to that region and specifically, to Laos, though one could hardly learn that fact from current reports in the Free Press. 30 For an indication of the impact of this statement, see the Monitor editorial, just cited, 3 weeks later. While in the United States, it is axiomatic that of course the Vietnamese dominate Little Laos, caught between the Vietnamese hammer and the Russian anvil. Others, who suffer the disadvantage of familiarity and concern with fact, express some doubts. Nguyen Chanda writes from Vientiane that diplomats here dismiss some of the sensational Bangkok press stories about ministries crawling with Vietnamese advisors, but they believe that a sizable number of Vietnamese soldiers and engineers are building roads and bridges in eastern and central Laos. Although old colonial routes 7, 8, and 9 are dirt tracks unusable during the monsoons, they helped bring essential supplies from Vietnam in the dark days of 1975 when Thailand closed its borders. The Vietnamese now working to repair these routes are thus helping to reduce Lao dependence on Thailand. 31. Lao dependence on U.S.-backed Thailand has been a crucial element in its post-war distress, a fact which escaped the attention of the Monitor in its ode to the human spirit alongside of U.S. cruelty in withholding aid, which likewise escaped notice. Both Lao and Vietnamese officials privately admit, Nguyen Chanda reports, that Thailand is going to be Vientiane's lifeline to the world for years to come. 32 The heavily bombed roads to Vietnam and Cambodia need large-scale repairs before being put to commercial use, and problems in Vietnamese ports make it doubtful that this construction will be of much help to Laos in the short term. Meanwhile, Thailand is controlling the lifeline effectively. A de facto blockade by Thailand has virtually halted the trickle of foreign aid and Laos' own drive to earn foreign currency through exports. The Lao government reported that the blockade has been asphyxiating the economy, and foreign missions complain of harassment by Thai customs. 33. Quite apart from food and supplies, Thailand had refused to ship medicines ordered and paid for by the International Red Cross. Meanwhile, in Laos, malaria has been raging since the United States cut off its malaria prevention program in 1975, killing adults and children indiscriminately, infecting pregnant women, and weakening many people so that they cannot work. It is having a devastating effect on the Lao population, according to foreign doctors, along with intestinal and respiratory illnesses, typhoid, and malnutrition. When the oxygen-producing plant broke down and surgical operations had to be suspended, Thailand refused to allow emergency deliveries of oxygen, according to Laotian officials. 34. Warnings of imminent starvation as a result of the recent severe drought and other causes have been repeatedly voiced by UN officials, foreign journalists, and others. 35. In addition to the problems caused by the consequences of the U.S. air war, the drought, and the Thai blockade that had virtually halted the trickle of foreign aid as well as Lao exports, Laos faces structural problems that are a legacy of French and U.S. imperialism. 36 The economy inherited by the Pathet Lao was totally artificial, with its crippling dependence on dollar aid, and the nature of the outside influence brought serious distortion to a subsistence economy, Chanda observes. 37. He cites a confidential World Bank report of 1975 which pointed out that in the Vientiane zone industrial production, almost entirely comprising brewing and soft drink manufacture, and the structure of urban services in general, were heavily influenced by the demand of expatriates and a tiny, wealthy fraction of the Laotian population. The main production of towns like Vientiane was administration, services for the administration and foreign personnel attached to it, and, of much less importance, production and services for the rest of the urban population and, finally, for the country at large. It is the structural imbalance and artificial economy inherited from the old regime that lie at the root of the present crisis, though a series of blunders by the new government worsened the situation. The same World Bank report warned that termination of the foreign, largely U.S. aid program would cause the collapse of organized administration, and much of urban life. The aid was terminated, even vital food, malaria control, and medical supplies. Without large aid commitments from West or East, and lacking export earnings, Harsh economy measures are inevitable and the exodus of refugees seeking a better life abroad continues, stirring the compassion of Westerners who deplore communist depravity as Laos groans between the Vietnamese hammer and the Russian anvil. Like other beneficiaries of Western tutelage and benevolence for many years, the Lao often do not find it easy to comprehend the profound humanitarian commitments of the West, recall their deep suspicion of Westerners, thus leading them to mistake as well the meaning of the noble human rights crusade now being led, once again, by the United States. Asked how he viewed the opposition of the American Congress to direct or indirect aid to the countries of Indochina, Lao Vice Foreign Minister Kam Pha Buffa referred to his recent meeting with Frederick Brown, the officer in charge of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam affairs at the U.S. State Department, during the latter's visit to Vientiane. I told him that the U.S. talks a lot about human rights, but what would they do in the face of a situation like ours? The U.S. has dropped 3 million tons of bombs, 1 ton per head, forced 700,000 peasants to abandon their fields, thousands of people were killed and maimed, and unexploded ordnance continues to take its toll. Surely the U.S. does not show humanitarian concern by refusing to help heal the wounds of war. Kam Pha revealed that Brown had asked them to wait for a period, and in the meanwhile, he wryly added, they have forced Thailand to close the border 38. Meanwhile the people of Laos die from malnutrition, disease, and unexploded ordnance, arousing no sympathy in the country that bears a substantial responsibility for their plight with its clowning of the CIA, and now coldly withholds aid because, as the press sees it, Hanoi refuses to join the community of responsible nations. The 240,000 of 850,000 infants who will die before their first birthday in the next 5 years, see page 140, and the many others who will expire with them, may be added to the accounts of imperial savagery, quickly forgotten by Western humanitarians. But the efforts to rebuild continue. The problem is the shortage of essential tools, draft animals, and the costly legacy of war unexploded ammunition. One official of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees who recently visited newly resettled areas on the plain of Jars described efforts to grow food in small patches of land in a dusty bomb-cratered landscape. The official gave the example of Muang Pek, with a population of 33,000, out of which 25,000 were displaced persons who returned to their villages after the war. Before the war, the population of the district owned 83,000 buffaloes to provide draft power and meat. When peace came there were only 250 buffaloes. Although the number has since gone up to 2,000, it is still inadequate for plowing the hardened soil abandoned for years. In some places, men have to strap themselves to a plow to turn the earth. Last year, not surprisingly, the peasants in the area produced only enough rice for between 2 and 4 months. In one commune in the district with a population of 3,500, 15 people were killed by ammunition left after the war. 39. A few months later Chanda visited the plain of Jars, the scene of some of the heaviest bombing during the Indochina War, where people are making a start on reviving what was once a prosperous rural society. 40 From the air, the plain of Jars resembles a lunar landscape, pockmarked as it is with bomb craters that are a stark testimony to the years of war that denuded the area of people and buildings, a consequence of 6 years of secret bombing by U.S. aircraft. 41 At ground level, the signs of death and destruction are even more ubiquitous. The province capital was completely razed. But the once flourishing rural society of the plain is slowly coming back to life, raising bamboo and mud houses on the ruins of the old, reclaiming abandoned rice paddies, turning bomb craters into fish ponds, and weeding out the deadly debris of war that litters the area. Thousands are now returning from refugee camps and many have emerged from their forest shelters and caves in the surrounding mountains to villages where sometimes not even a broken wall is to be seen. The peasants of one village have to work in rice fields 15 kilometers away because heavy bombing in the nearby mountains brought hundreds of tons of mud hurtling down into the river that once irrigated their paddy fields. A peasant who joined the Pathet Lao, recruited by U.S. bombs, recalls the day when a U.S. jet scored a direct rocket hit on a cave in which 137 women and children of the village, including his own, were hiding. The cave was so hot from the explosion, he says, that for more than a day he could not go near it. Today, death still lurks in every corner of the plain in the form of such war debris as golf ball-size bombs containing explosives and steel bits released from a large canister and other products of American ingenuity that killed thousands during the war, and continue to exact their deadly toll. 42. There are Vietnamese present, Chanda observes, namely Vietnamese workers and soldiers who are building schools and hospitals, improving the road network, repairing roads and bridges, and were never seen carrying guns. If any Soviet experts were in the area, they were well hidden, and there were few visible items of Soviet assistance. There are slow efforts to introduce cooperative stores and cooperative farming, facilitated by the economic dislocation caused by the US in its attempt to defeat communism, which makes it easy to persuade villagers to pool their resources in construction and farming. Despite moves towards a Marxist-Leninist order, socialism in Laos remains a typically soft, Lao variety which does not conform to the rigid dialectical materialism of European Marxists. Traditional ceremonies are preserved, at least that should please Harry Reasoner. Louis and Errol Kubica visited the plain of Jars on the same trip. They quote Chitkam, whose wife and 3 daughters were among the 137 people killed when an F-105 jet bomber succeeded in hitting the cave entrance with 3 out of 4 rockets it fired, according to an eyewitness with whom we spoke, whose job it was to monitor the bombing from a treetop perch. Asked what the United States might do to regain the respect of the people here, Chitkam answered, "Of course we want aid, but they have killed us, so many lives were lost. We want back those lives that were lost." 43. Kubica also describes the vast destruction, the unexploded ordnance. His wife found a CBU bomblet by nearly stepping on it, the billions of pieces of shrapnel scattered over the province, the lack of pulling power because of the killing of buffaloes. He left believing that few Americans could personally visit here and see what we saw with the quiet, amicable people who hosted us, without feeling a sense of basic human sympathy, or without being ready to lend a helping hand. Earlier, Kubica had published a report from Vientiane on the U.S. program of bombing the peasant society of northern Laos and the Lao efforts to reconstruct. He quotes a UN official who had returned from the plain of Jars, where some refugees had already been resettled. "I've seen a lot of refugee situations in my time throughout the world, but this is the best organization I've ever seen. If this is what Laos is going to be like in the future, we're going to see some significant development here. But of course assistance will be needed." Conspicuously absent from the list of those proffering assistance is the United States, Kubica comments, adding that every other major nation represented diplomatically in Vientiane is currently providing Laos with some aid. 44. The November 1977 visit was the first by journalists to the plain of Jars, an area which, for people who have freed themselves from the Western system of indoctrination, has come to symbolize the terror that can be visited by an advanced industrial society on defenseless peasants. To our knowledge, no word about it appeared in the mainstream media, which continue to guard their secrets. The Hyberts described this visit to the plain of Jars on their return to the United States from Vientiane in January 1978, see Note 6. They too describe in detail the ravages of U.S. bombing and the efforts to reconstruct, with the assistance of Vietnamese workers who are, according to Vietnamese diplomats, fulfilling their 2 years of national service by working in Laos. The Hyberts, who were engaged in relief work in Laos, also describe the attempts of the new regime to undertake rehabilitation of the human debris of war orphans, drug addicts, and others, and to bring health services to the countryside, and the problems caused by severe drought, the withdrawal of U.S. aid from the artificial economy it had created, and the on and off blockade by Thailand, which in September 1977, blocked fuel imports from Singapore, Swedish road building supplies, 2,000 tons of rice donated by the UN for refugees, $100,000 worth of medicines, and drought-related equipment and supplies. No U.S. government aid had to be obstructed. 6. Cambodia. The third victim of U.S. aggression and savagery in Indochina, Cambodia, falls into a different category than post-war Vietnam and Laos. 1 While the Western propaganda system has selected and modified information about Vietnam to convey the required image of a country suffering under communist tyranny, the sole source of its current problems, it has been unable to conjure up the bloodbath that was confidently predicted. Laos, as usual, is rarely noticed at all. In fact, by historical standards, the treatment of collaborators in post-war Vietnam has been relatively mild, as the precedents reviewed indicate, though the provocation for merciless revenge was incomparably greater than in the instances we surveyed. But in the case of Cambodia, there is no difficulty in documenting major atrocities and oppression, primarily from the reports of refugees, since Cambodia has been almost entirely closed to the West since the war's end. One might imagine that in the United States, which bears a major responsibility for what François Ponchier calls the Calvary of a people, reporting and discussion would be tinged with guilt and regret. That has rarely been the case, however. The U.S. role and responsibility have been quickly forgotten or even explicitly denied as the mills of the propaganda machine grind away. From the spectrum of informed opinion, only the most extreme condemnations have been selected, magnified, distorted, and hammered into popular consciousness through endless repetition. Questions that are obviously crucial even apart from the legacy of the war, for example, the sources of the policies of the post-war Cambodian regime in historical experience, traditional culture, Khmer nationalism, or internal social conflict, have been passed by in silence as the propaganda machine gravitates to the evils of a competitive socio-economic system so as to establish its basic principle, that liberation by Marxists is the worst fate that can befall any people under Western dominance. The record of atrocities in Cambodia is substantial and often gruesome, but it has by no means satisfied the requirements of Western propagandists, who must labor to shift the blame for the torment of Indochina to the victims of France and the United States. Consequently, there has been extensive fabrication of evidence, a tide that is not stemmed even by repeated exposure. Furthermore, more tempered and cautious assessments are given little notice, as is evidence that runs contrary to the chorus of denunciation that has dominated the Western media. The coverage of real and fabricated atrocities in Cambodia also stands in dramatic contrast to the silence with regard to atrocities comparable in scale within U.S. domains. Timor, for example. This coverage has conferred on that land of much suffering the distinction of being perhaps the most extensively reported third world country in U.S. journalism. At the same time, propagandists in the press and elsewhere, recognizing a good thing when they see it, like to pretend that their lone and courageous voice of protest can barely be heard, or alternatively, that controversy is raging about events in post-war Cambodia. 3. Critics of U.S. violence find themselves in a curious position in this connection. Generally ignored by the press, they find that in this case their comment is eagerly sought out in the hope that they will deny atrocity reports, so that this denial can be featured as proof that inveterate apologists for communism will never learn and never cease their sleazy efforts, which create such problems for the honorable seekers after truth who must somehow penetrate the barriers erected by those who defend Cambodia. For when no real examples can be found, the free press resorts to the familiar device of invention. The alleged views of critics of the propaganda barrage who do exist are known primarily through ritual denunciation rather than direct exposure. Or there are somber references to unnamed people who make use of the deaths of millions of Khmers to defend their own theories or projects for society. 5. Another common device is to thunder that the doves had better explain why there has been a bloodbath. 6. Or concede that their support for the communists, the standard term for opposition to U.S. subversion and aggression, was wrong. It is the critics who must, it is claimed, shoulder the responsibility for the consequences of U.S. intervention, not those who organized and supported it or concealed the facts concerning it for many years, and still do. It is, surely, not in doubt that it was U.S. intervention that inflamed a simmering civil struggle and brought the horrors of modern warfare to relatively peaceful Cambodia, at the same time arousing violent hatreds and a thirst for revenge in the demolished villages where the Khmer Rouge were recruited by the bombardment of the U.S. and its local clients. Matters have reached such a point that a social democratic journal can organize a symposium on the quite astounding question of whether opposition to the US war in Indochina should be reassessed, given its consequences in Cambodia. 7 Others claim that the scale of the atrocities in Cambodia or their nature, peasant revenge or systematic state-organized murder, does not really matter. It is enough that atrocities have occurred, a stance that would be rejected with amazement and contempt if adopted with regard to benign or constructive bloodbaths. Predictably, the vast outcry against alleged genocide in Cambodia led to calls for military intervention in the U.S. Congress. We will comment no further on the fact that such a proposal can be voiced in the Congress of the United States or what the fact implies in the light of recent history. A look at some of these proposals reveals how effectively any concern for mere fact has been submerged in the tide of propaganda. Representative Stephen J. Solars raised the question of some kind of international police action under the auspices of the United Nations. 8 This proposal was advanced during the testimony of Gareth Porter, who had exposed earlier bloodbath lies and also raised doubts about the evidence offered in connection with Cambodia. 9 As evidence for the genocidal nature of the Cambodian regime, Solars cited Q Samphan's interview with Oriana Fallaci, in which he allegedly acknowledged that somewhere in the vicinity of 1 million had been killed since the war. As Porter commented in response, the interview was not with Oriana Fallaci, contained no such acknowledgement, and is at best of very dubious origin and authenticity, as we discuss below. Undeterred, Solars raised the question of international intervention. In congressional hearings a year later, Senator George McGovern gained wide and unaccustomed publicity when he suggested military intervention during the testimony of Douglas Pike, who is described in the press as a State Department Indochina specialist. 10 According to an AP report, McGovern called yesterday for international military intervention in Cambodia to stop what he called a clear case of genocide, citing estimates that as many as 2.5 million of Cambodia's 7 million people have died of starvation, disease, and execution since the communist takeover 3 years ago. He is quoted as follows: "This is the most extreme I've ever heard of. Based on the percentage of the population that appears to have died, this makes Hitler's operation look tame. Is any thought being given of sending in a force to knock this government out of power? I'm talking about an international peacekeeping force, not the United States going in with the Marine Corps." 11. McGovern went on to speak of the crime when an estimated 2 million innocent Cambodians are systematically slaughtered or starved by their own rulers, a case of genocidal conduct that cannot be ignored by the United States. As a leading proponent of human rights. 12 On CBS television the same day he said that here you have a situation where in a country of 7 million people, possibly as many as a third of them have been systematically slaughtered by their own government, that is, by a band of murderers that's taken over that government. 13 He returned to the same theme a few days later, informing the Congress that a band of murderous thugs has been systematically killing their fellow citizens. 2 million Cambodians are said to have been destroyed. 14. If 2-2.5 million people, about one-third of the population, have been systematically slaughtered by a band of murderous thugs who have taken over the government, then McGovern is willing to consider international military intervention. We presume that he would not have made this proposal if the figure of those killed were, say, less by a factor of 100, that is 25,000 people, though this would be bad enough. 15 Nor would he have been likely to propose this extreme measure if the deaths in Cambodia were not the result of systematic slaughter and starvation organized by the state, but rather attributable in large measure to peasant revenge, undisciplined military units out of government control, starvation, and disease that are direct consequences of the U.S. war, or other such factors. Nor has McGovern, or anyone else, called for military intervention to cut short the apparent massacre of something like 1/6 of the population of East Timor in the course of the Indonesian invasion, though in this case a mere show of displeasure by the government that provides the military equipment and the diplomatic and economic support for these atrocities might well suffice to bring the murderous attack to a halt. Assuming then that facts do matter, we naturally ask what McGovern's basis may have been for the specific allegations that he put forth. An inquiry to his office in Washington elicited no source for these charges or documentary evidence to substantiate them. It is interesting that McGovern's call for intervention, widely discussed in the press, occasionally, with some derision because of his record as a dove, has not been criticized on grounds that he seems to have had no serious basis for his charges. Nor did any journalist, to our knowledge, report an inquiry to McGovern to determine what evidence, if any, lay behind the specific factual claims that he put forth in calling for military intervention. At our urging, one TV newsman has made such an inquiry, and was informed by the staff that his source may have been Lon Nol. For the sake of McGovern's reputation, we would prefer to believe that the numbers were invented. Point 16. On the assumption that facts do matter, we will inquire into the reporting of post-war Cambodia in the Western, primarily U.S., media. We concede at once that for those who know the truth irrespective of the facts, this inquiry will appear to be of little moment. As in the other cases discussed, our primary concern here is not to establish the facts with regard to post-war Indochina, but rather to investigate their refraction through the prism of Western ideology, a very different task. We will consider the kinds of evidence used by the media and those naive enough to place their faith in them, and the selection of evidence from what is available. We will see that the general theory of the free press, well supported by what we have already reviewed, is once again dramatically confirmed. The more severe the allegations of crimes committed by an enemy, the greater, in general, the attention they receive. Exposure of falsehoods is considered largely irrelevant. The situation is rather different from the manufacture of Hun atrocities during World War I, to take an example already discussed, since at that time the falsehoods were exposed only years after. In this case, they continue to surface though refuted at once. The U.S. responsibility is largely ignored, though critics such as Jean Lacouture are not guilty of this incredible moral lapse. 17 And virtually no effort is made to consider post-war Cambodia, or the credibility of evidence concerning it, in the light of historical experience such as that reviewed in Chapter 2. Ponchiv comments that there is a prima facie case in support of atrocity allegations. The exodus of over 100,000 persons is a fact, and a bulky one, that raises enough questions in itself. 18 We would add that by parity of argument, the same considerations apply elsewhere. The exodus of approximately 100,000 persons fleeing from the victors of the American Revolution also raises questions, particularly when we recall that the white population was about 2.5 million as compared with 7 to 8 million Cambodians, and that this was after a war that was far less bitterly fought and lacked any comparable atrocities by foreign powers. Point 19. Most of the well-publicized information concerning post-war Cambodia derives from reports of refugees, or to be more precise, from accounts by journalists and others of what refugees are alleged to have said. On the basis of such reports, these observers draw conclusions about the scale and character of atrocities committed in Cambodia, conclusions which are then circulated, often modified, in the press or the halls of Congress. For example, Baron Paul presents some examples of what they claim to have heard from refugees and then conclude that the government of Cambodia is bent on genocide, a conclusion which is then presented in various forms by commentators. Similarly, Ponchiv cites examples of refugee reports and concludes that the government is engaged in the assassination of a people, giving estimates of the numbers executed or otherwise victims of centralized government policies. Reviewers and other commentators then inform the public that Ponchiv has shown that the Cambodian government, with its policies of auto-genocide, is on a par with the Nazis, perhaps worse. With each link in the chain of transmission, the charges tend to escalate, as we shall see. Evidently, a serious inquiry into the facts and the way they are depicted should deal with several issues. 1. The nature of the refugee testimony. 2. The media selection from the evidence available. 3. The credibility of those who transmit their version of refugee reports and draw conclusions from them. 4. The further interpretations offered by commentators on the basis of what evidence they select and present. We will concentrate on the third and fourth issues. But a few observations are in order about the first and second. It is a truism, obvious to anyone who has ever dealt with refugees or considers the historical record or simply uses common sense, that the accounts of refugees are indeed to be used with great care. 20. It is a truism commonly ignored. For example, the New York Times Pulitzer Prize-winning specialist on refugees from communism interviewed Cambodian refugees in Thailand in a cage 8 feet square and 10 feet high in the police station of this provincial capital, where 9 men are huddled on the bare floor rarely speaking and staring into the narrow space before them with dulled eyes. 21. It does not occur to him, here or elsewhere, to treat the accounts offered under such circumstances with the great care that Panchit properly recommends. The media favorite, Baron Paul, is based largely on visits to refugee camps arranged in part by a representative of the Thai Ministry of the Interior, whose knowledge and advice additionally provided us with invaluable guidance. 22. In the camps to which they gained access with the help of this Thai official, who is responsible for internal security matters including anti-communist police and propaganda operations, they approached the camp leader elected by the Cambodians and from his knowledge of his people compiled a list of refugees who seemed to be promising subjects. 23. One can easily imagine which subjects would seem promising to these earnest seekers after truth, to whom we return. Citing this comment, 24, Porter points out that the Khmer camp chief works closely with and in subordination to Thai officials who run the camps and with the Thai government-supported anti-communist Cambodian organization carrying out harassment and intelligence operations in Cambodia. The camps and their leaders are effectively under Thai control, and the refugees who eke out a miserable existence there are subject to the whims of the passionately anti-communist Thai authorities, a point that should be obvious to journalists and should suggest some caution, but is entirely ignored by Baron Paul, as well as by many others. The story is just too useful to be treated with the requisite care. Panchit, who is more serious, describes the treatment of the refugees in Thailand. They spend a week or more in prison before being sent to camps where they are fed increasingly short rations and have to offer some token of gratitude to the camp guards for letting them out to look for work. He continues. There is little hope for them. They live with their memories, constantly reliving the horrors they have witnessed. Each one recounts what he saw or heard, his imagination and homesickness tending to exaggerate and distort the facts. 25. Essentially the same point is made by Charles Twining, whom the State Department regards as really the best expert on Cambodian refugees that exists in the world today. 26. Stating that executions continue, he says that we hear about executions from refugees who have just come out. You must talk to a refugee as soon as he comes out or the story may become exaggerated. 27. How exaggerated it may become by the time it reaches Baron Paul or Com, the reader may try to estimate. The issue does not concern them, judging by their reports. Nor has it concerned those who rely on and draw firm conclusions from these reports. Access to refugees is generally controlled by Thai authorities or their subordinates. To speak of election, as Baron Paul do without qualification, is odd indeed under these circumstances. The translators also presumably fall in this category, or are believed to by the refugees who depend for survival on the grace of their supervisors. Clearly, these are unpromising circumstances for obtaining a meaningful record. Compare in contrast, the circumstances of the Bryce report with its record of apparent fabrications. 28. Panchit is unusual in making the obvious point that great care must be exercised. Clearly, the reports of refugees should be carefully heeded, but the potential for abuse is great, and those who want to use them with propagandistic intent can do so without serious constraint. Not surprisingly, there are many internal contradictions in refugee reports. In the May hearings, Porter cites the case of Joe Try, who told a CBS reporter that he had witnessed the beating to death of 5 students by Khmer Rouge soldiers. In October 1976, he told Patrice de Beer of Le Monde that he had witnessed no executions though he had heard rumors of them. 29. Porter notes that he was chosen to be the Khmer chief of the refugee camp at Aranyafray, where a great many of the interviews have taken place. There are many similar examples. As Porter and Rietbol both insist, refugee reports should certainly not be disregarded, but some care is in order. Evidently, Interviews arranged under the circumstances described by Com or Baron Paul are of limited credibility. One refugee who became both well-known and influential in the United States is Pinyuthai. At a press conference held under the auspices of the American Security Council, Yuthai, described as one of his country's top civil engineers and a leading member of the government who escaped to Thailand in June of 1977, testified that people were reduced to cannibalism under Khmer Rouge Rule 30. A teacher ate the flesh of her own sister and was later caught and beaten to death as an example, he alleged, citing also another case of cannibalism in a hospital and other stories of starvation, brutality, and disease. 31 He was interviewed by Jack Anderson on ABC Television 32 and his stories were also featured in the Mass Circulation TV Guide in an article on the paucity of media coverage of the Cambodian Holocaust by Patrick Buchanan, one of Nixon's speechwriters. 33 Later, they became the basis for a substantial right-wing attack on the Washington Post for its failure to cover Pinyuthai's news conference, and in general, to give what these groups regard as adequate coverage to Cambodian atrocities. Le Monde also published 2 articles based on Pinyuthai's allegations as well as a letter from another Cambodian attacking his